The day the Ladar offensive was over, on August 25, the Washington Post and Wall Street Journal both ran front-page stories that were clearly based on leaks from the CIA and its allies in the administration. For the first time since the September 11, 2001, attacks, CIA analysts see one of al-Qaeda's offshoots rather than the core group now based in Pakistan as the most urgent threat to U.S. security, the Post story began. The Wall Street Journal added that the administration was considering plans to mount a more intense targeted killing program in Yemen. The Post went on to quote an unnamed senior administration official as saying that AQAP was on the upswing, adding that, between Pakistan and Yemen, the relative concern ratios are changing. We're more concerned now about AQAP than we were before. The official said, we are looking to draw on all of the capabilities at our disposal, describing plans for a ramp-up over a period of months. The leaks appeared to reflect a power play by the CIA to assert a greater role in Yemen operations, which had become dominated by JSOC. You're not going to find bomb parts with USA markings on them, the senior official said, clearly referencing JSOC's December 2009 Tomahawk strike in Al-Majala and the misinformed attack in Marib that killed the deputy governor on his negotiation mission. The official made it clear that the White House was considering a plan to deploy more CIA drones. The agency has taken advantage of every criticism of the performance of JSOC as an argument to regain control over covert operations, said Colonel Lang, who spent his career working with both Special Operations Forces and the CIA, including operationally in Yemen. The competition between the military clandestine services and the CIA is greater than ever before. Although the CIA was clearly seeking an advantage in its power struggle with JSOC over control of the Yemen ops, there was also a crucial strategic interest on the part of the administration in making a shift in the CIA's direction, placing JSOC forces under the sponsorship of the CIA would, under U.S. law, allow elite U.S. hunter-killer teams to operate far more freely in Yemen without the consent of Yemen's government. In September 2010, as Obama's senior counterterrorism advisor, John Brennan, visited Yemen, Saleh launched yet another offensive against AQAP, this time in the city of Hawda in Shabwa province, 60 miles from the home of Anwar al-Awlaki. Led by CTU forces trained and armed by the United States, Yemeni commandos laid siege to the town, shelling it with artillery and launching helicopter attacks. Although the extent of the U.S. role remains classified, military officials confirmed U.S. forces were involved in a limited capacity. As thousands of people fled their homes, Brennan was in Sana'a on September 20 for meetings with Saleh. The timing of the offensive was classic Saleh, enabling him to point to a concrete, ongoing operation against AQAP in his meetings with Brennan. As the two men met, the Friends of Yemen group was preparing to hold ministerial-level talks in New York on aid to the country. According to a statement released by the National Security Council, Brennan and Saleh discussed cooperation against the continuing threat of al-Qaeda, and Mr. Brennan conveyed the United States' condolences to the Yemeni people for the loss of Yemeni security officers and citizens killed in recent al-Qaeda attacks. Although Yemen's government publicly hailed its success in Hawda and Ladar, the operations amounted to a failure, as the main al-Qaeda targets of the raids in both places escaped and tribal rage increased against the government. A month after meeting with Saleh, Brennan received a late-night phone call on October 28, 2010, from his friend Prince Mohammed bin Nayef. Saudi intelligence, the prince said, had uncovered a plot by AQAP to bring down U.S. cargo planes. The bombs, he said, were already in place. Shortly after 10:30 p.m., Brennan warned President Obama of a potential terrorist threat to the U.S. homeland. Saudi intelligence provided U.S. and British intelligence with tracking numbers for packages they believed contained explosives. By the time Brennan heard of the plot, one of the planes carrying the alleged bomb had already left Sana'a. The package was transferred to a UPS plane and flown to Germany, where it was transferred again before arriving at 2:13 a.m. local time at East Midlands Airport in Leicestershire, 100 miles north of London. British security forces recovered the package, which was addressed to a synagogue in Chicago. The package contained an office-sized printer cartridge equipped with a circuit board. Instead of toner, the cartridge contained white powder. Initial tests performed in Britain, including with bomb-sniffing dogs and explosive detection equipment, indicated it was not a bomb. The package was kept in Britain for further tests and the plane was cleared to continue its journey to Philadelphia. The suspicious package, meanwhile, was flown by helicopter to the Defense Science and Technology Laboratory at Fort Halstead for analysis. It was later revealed that the powder contained 400 grams of PETN, the same material used in Abdul Mutalab's underwear device and in the attempt on Prince Ben Naif's life. The package was armed with an alarm clock on a Nokia mobile phone circuit board. Scotland Yard subsequently said that had the bomb not been removed, activation could have occurred over the eastern seaboard of the U.S., with detonation set to occur at 5:30 a.m. Eastern Time. A senior British counter-terrorism official told The Guardian newspaper that the device was one of the most sophisticated we've seen. The naked eye won't pick it up, experienced bomb officers did not see it, X-ray screening is highly unlikely to catch it. A second bomb was discovered in Dubai on board a FedEx plane. It contained 300 grams of PETN. Like the other package, it was addressed to a Jewish organization based in Chicago. Ironically, neither of the addresses was current. Investigators suspected that whoever sent the packages had obtained outdated information online. The packages were sent to the Jewish organizations in Chicago but addressed to two infamous and long-dead historical figures. One was addressed care of Diego Deza, the brutal Grand Inquisitor who, for a period, led the Spanish Inquisition. The other was addressed to Renaud Crac, a French knight of the Second Crusade known for his mass murder of Muslims. Crac was eventually beheaded by Saladin, the Muslim warrior who defeated the Crusaders in the 12th century. On Friday, October 29, Americans watched as breaking news coverage showed U.S. warplanes escorting a cargo plane to an emergency landing at JFK Airport. Images were broadcast of other planes being swept at Philadelphia and Newark airports. And reports of more potentially dangerous packages spread. That night, President Obama said that the explosives had posed a credible terrorist threat. In the end, none of the bombs detonated and the speculation of explosives aboard other planes proved to be just that. Once the Yemen connection was clear, there was no debate within the administration, all eyes focused on AQAP. In November, AQAP published a special issue of Inspire. The cover featured a foggy image of a UPS cargo plane with the simple headline, $4,200. That was the cost, according to AQAP, of the attempted bombings, which the group labeled Operation Hemorrhage. The magazine featured photos purporting to show the printer cartridge bombs before they were shipped and articles outlining the objectives and technical details of the bombs. AQAP also claimed that it had succeeded in taking down a UPS plane a few months earlier, on September 3. We have succeeded in bringing down the UPS plane, but because the enemy's media did not attribute the operation to us, we have remained silent so we may repeat the operation, the magazine stated. A UPS plane did indeed crash that day, killing 2 crew members. Investigators said the accident occurred after a fire broke out in the plane. U.S. officials dismissed suggestions it was a terror attack. We would like to ask, why didn't the enemy reveal the truth about what happened with the downed UPS plane? AQAP's statement read. Is it because the enemy could not discover why the plane was brought down? Or was it because the Obama administration wanted to conceal the truth so it doesn't expose the failure of his administration, especially during an election season? AQAP labeled September 3, the day a tree fell into a forest that no one heard. As for the attempted bombings in October, AQAP's head of foreign operations wrote in Inspire that bringing down the planes would have been a bonus, but that the objective was not to cause maximum casualties but to cause maximum losses to the American economy. That is also the reason why we singled out the 2 U.S. air freight companies, FedEx and UPS, for our dual operation. Noting that the US and other governments would likely spend substantial amounts of money reviewing and changing airport screening procedures, he wrote, "You either spend billions of dollars to inspect each and every package in the world, or you do nothing and we keep trying again." He said they had selected addresses in Chicago because it was Obama's city. The magazine also featured a picture of a beat-up copy of a Dickens book. It was a title that Al-Awlaki had read in prison. "We were very optimistic about the outcome of this operation," the alleged head of Foreign Ops wrote. "That is why we dropped into one of the boxes a novel titled, Great Expectations." 4 days after the cargo bombs were discovered, Yemen indicted Al-Awlaki in absentia on charges unrelated to the bomb plot. The official charge was incitement to kill foreigners and members of security services. The judge ordered prosecutors to hunt down Al-Awlaki and bring him to justice, dead or alive. Regardless of the specific charges against Al-Awlaki, it was clear that the indictment was coordinated with Washington and intended to give legitimacy to the continued targeting and potential assassination of Al-Awlaki while placing responsibility once again on the Yemenis. Judge John Bates, a 2001 appointee of President George W. Bush, heard oral arguments in Al-Awlaki v. Obama, challenging the administration's placement of a U.S. citizen on an assassination list. "How is it that judicial approval is required when the United States decides to target a U.S. citizen overseas for electronic surveillance, but that, according to defendants, judicial scrutiny is prohibited when the United States decides to target a U.S. citizen overseas for death?" the judge asked. The government's lawyers maintained that the matter of Anwar Al-Awlaki was a state secret, was a national security policy determined by the president and did not belong in the courts. Judge Bates called the lawsuit a unique and extraordinary case in which vital considerations of national security and of military and foreign affairs are at play. Bates asked, "Can a U.S. citizen use the U.S. judicial system to vindicate his constitutional rights while simultaneously evading U.S. law enforcement authorities, calling for jihad against the West, and engaging in operational planning for an organization that has already carried out numerous terrorist attacks against the United States? Can the executive order the assassination of a U.S. citizen without first affording him any form of judicial process whatsoever, based on the mere assertion that he is a dangerous member of a terrorist organization?" Judge Bates concluded, "These and other legal and policy questions posed by this case are controversial and of great public interest." But Judge Bates dismissed the case on December 7, 2010, on procedural grounds, ruling that Anwar's father, Nasser, did not have standing to file suit on behalf of his son and that the case would not have survived a review of the political questions it raised regarding the president's authority to wage war. Judge Bates concluded that the serious issues regarding the merits of the alleged authorization of the targeted killing of a U.S. citizen overseas must await another day. Al-Awlaki's lawyers were disappointed but not surprised by the ruling. The CCR and ACLU had spent 8 years fighting the Bush administration on the very same issues, though they asserted that this case was more far-reaching in its implications. If the court's ruling is correct, the government has unreviewable authority to carry out the targeted killing of any American, anywhere, whom the president deems to be a threat to the nation, said the ACLU's Jamil Jaffer after the ruling was announced. It would be difficult to conceive of a proposition more inconsistent with the Constitution or more dangerous to American liberty. In a way, the Al-Awlaki case was a microcosm of President Obama's evolving approach to counterterrorism, which was remarkably similar to that of his predecessor. The president can write his own rules. Al-Qaeda's foothold in Somalia has probably been facilitated. Somalia, 2010. While the legal battle played out over whether the United States could assassinate one of its own citizens, the White House's counterterrorism team was not just concerned with Al-Awlaki or AQAP in Yemen. It was also confronting an increasingly broad-based threat in Somalia, thanks to a newly emboldened and unified Islamist movement there. The militant group Al-Shabaab had signed an agreement for unification with Hassan Turki's RAS Kamboni militia, with the explicit aim of establishing an Islamic state that will implement Sharia law. But it was the last point of their agreement that mattered most in U.S. counterterrorism circles. In order to restore the damaged dignity of Muslims, their political power, economic strength, and military might, all Muslims in the region should be united and end the hostility among them created by colonial powers, the statement declared. To prevent invasion by the international crusaders and the attacks they have carried out against our Muslim people, the jihad in the Horn of Africa must be combined with the international jihad led by the Al-Qaeda network and its Amir Sheikh Osama bin Laden. Al-Shabaab, in justifying its alliance with Al-Qaeda, conflated its embrace of the terror group with resistance against foreign aggression. The opportunity to paint itself that way was a gift that Osama bin Laden could only have dreamed of in the 1990s. And Washington's missteps and miscalculations had helped to deliver it. The United States has launched airstrikes to target high-level members of Al-Shabaab it believes have links to Al-Qaeda. But experts say these airstrikes have only increased popular support for Al-Shabaab. In fact, they argue that two of the only actions that could galvanize Al-Shabaab and increase its support within Somalia are additional airstrikes by the United States, or a return of Ethiopian troops, a report by the Senate Foreign Relations Committee concluded in early 2010. Al-Qaeda is now a more sophisticated and dangerous organization in Africa, the report asserted, noting that Al-Qaeda's foothold in Somalia has probably been facilitated by the involvement of Western powers and their allies. Although Al-Shabaab's jihad had, to that point, been confined to the borders of Somalia, the group would soon mark its formal declaration of unity with Al-Qaeda by hitting its enemies on their own territory. Something happened to the Somali militia leader Ahmed Madobe during his 2 years in Ethiopian custody after JSOC nearly killed him in 2007. After reaching an agreement in 2009 with the Ethiopian and Somali governments that he would renounce Al-Shabaab and actively fight them, Madobe was back in his region of Somalia. As he tells it, he had planned to go back to Juba and try to figure out the best deal he could make. If it was with the Somali government, so be it. If it wasn't, well, once a guerrilla, always a guerrilla. But when he returned to his region, Madobe discovered that it was no longer his. Madobe's mentor, Hassan Turki, had merged RAS Kamboni with Al-Shabaab and pledged allegiance to Al-Qaeda. Madobe was given a choice by his former comrades, with us or against us. Madobe says he tried to negotiate a power-sharing agreement for the region, but Al-Shabaab rejected it. So Madobe chose the only real option available to him. At least that is how he prefers to tell it. The view I had about Ethiopia greatly changed, as did the one I had about international policy on Somalia, he told me. In early 2010, Madobe announced his forces were at war with Al-Shabaab and supporting Somalia's government, and it was clear that he had forged a new relationship with the Ethiopians, who had long funded various Somali warlords and political figures. We were fighting against the Ethiopians and the Americans and considered them enemies, he asserted. But these guys from Al-Shabaab are worse than them because they spoiled the image of Islam and our people's values. So now, the differences between me, the Ethiopians and the US are small in contrast with the differences I have with Al-Shabaab. Turkey's alliance with Al-Shabaab was of particular concern to the United States, as it gave the alliance ownership of the key port town of Kismayo. Control of that port, along with the secondary ports of Marka and Beraa, emerged as the most important source of income for, according to a UN report. Al-Shabaab generates between $35 million and $50 million per year from port revenues, of which at least $15 million is based on trade in charcoal and sugar. The United States wanted that cash flow cut off. So, the Americans began backing Ahmed Madobe, a former member of the Islamic Courts Union whom JSOC had tried to kill in 2007. Madobe had once been an ally of both Al-Shabaab and Hassan Turki's RAS Kamboni militia. Madobe and his men began receiving training and support from US-backed Kenyan military forces. They rode around in new technicals and, during battles with Al-Shabaab forces, received artillery backup from Kenyan forces, including military helicopters providing air support. Madobe would become one of the new generation of US-backed warlords drawn from the rubble of the Islamic Courts Union. He would not be the last. In 2010, the World Cup, the most famous sporting event in the world, was hosted by South Africa. It was the first time the final would be played in Africa, and the entire continent was transformed into one huge arena. Large screens were set up in fields and stadiums, and every bar, restaurant, and cafe broadcast the games. Uganda was no exception. On July 11, 2010, in the neighborhood of Kabalagala in the capital, Kampala, scores of people were watching the World Cup final between the Netherlands and Spain at the Ethiopian Village restaurant. As the match reached halftime, the score was tied 0-0. Boom! An explosion rocked the restaurant, which was packed with mostly foreigners. 15 people were killed and scores wounded, including 6 Mennonite missionaries. With the match approaching its 90th minute, a few miles north at the Kyadondo Rugby Club in Nikawa, a second blast went off. It was followed by an explosion right at the base of the large screen where people were crowded around watching the match. In all, 64 people died from the Nikawa bombing, most of them Ugandans. A 25-year-old U.S. aid worker was also killed. A severed head found at the scene was reportedly that of a Somali national, believed by Ugandan authorities to be a suicide bomber. Another suicide vest was later found undetonated. Immediately after the double bombings, speculation pointed toward Al-Shabaab. But the group had never struck beyond its borders. Lower-ranking Al-Shabaab members praised the attacks, with one saying he was very happy, though they stopped short of taking responsibility. But on July 12, Sheikh Ali Mohammed Rage, Al-Shabaab spokesman, boldly proclaimed the group was behind the bombings. "We will carry out attacks against our enemy wherever they are," he said. "No one will deter us from performing our Islamic duty." He added, "We thank the Mujahideens that carried out the attack. We are sending a message to Uganda and Burundi: if they do not take out their AMISOM troops from Somalia, blasts will continue and it will happen." While Uganda and Somalia's neighbors went on a state of high alert, back in Mogadishu Al-Shabaab was preparing for a major campaign to take down the weak government AMISOM was protecting. The first 2 years of the Obama administration's foreign policy were largely centered on Afghanistan and Iraq and embroiled in controversy over the prison camp at Guantanamo, but by 2010, Somalia was becoming a major area of concern. JSOC had conducted a handful of operations in the country, most notably the operation that had killed Saleh Ali Saleh Nabhan, the head of Al-Qaeda in East Africa. But as the United States escalated its attacks, Al-Shabaab seemed to become more daring. Every week, the group took more territory. Al-Shabaab controlled the largest swath of land of any Al-Qaeda affiliate in the world. Somalia received the dubious honor of being named the terrorism capital of the world in Maplecroft's Global Terrorism Risk Index for 2010, with a harrowing 556 terrorist attacks between June 2009 and June 2010, which killed 1,437 people. The White House's rhetoric against Al-Shabaab began to turn markedly more bellicose, as Obama issued Executive Order 13,536, declaring a national emergency to deal with threat. Among the most serious concerns identified by the U.S. counterterrorism community was the issue of foreign fighters, particularly those from the United States who had been used as suicide bombers. On August 5, 2010, Attorney General Eric Holder announced the unsealing of the indictments of 14 US-based individuals accused of giving material support to Al-Shabaab. These indictments and arrests in Minnesota, Alabama, and California shed further light on a deadly pipeline that has routed funding and fighters to Al-Shabaab from cities across the United States, Holder said. While our investigations are ongoing around the country, these arrests and charges should serve as an unmistakable warning to others considering joining or supporting terrorist groups like Al-Shabaab. If you choose this route, you can expect to find yourself in a U.S. jail cell or a casualty on the battlefield in Somalia. Mogadishu residents began reporting seeing surveillance planes regularly hovering over the capital. The Obama administration was ratcheting up its operations. But so, too, was Al-Shabaab. On August 22, 2010, Al-Shabaab launched what the UN Monitoring Group on Somalia and Eritrea called its most significant military campaign since May 2009. Sheikh Raj held a press conference on August 23 to announce a massive war to wipe out the USBAC Somali government once and for all. Al-Shabaab had been mobilizing for months, in anticipation of a much-touted AMISOM offensive that would not materialize until much later. With a force numbering between 2,500 and 5,000 militants, Al-Shabaab mounted direct assaults on Villa Somalia and other seats of government power and attempted to beat back Somali government and AMISOM forces in key districts of Mogadishu. At least 80 people were killed and scores wounded during the week of intense violence from August 23 to August 30. Other major incidents included an attack on the presidential palace on August 30 and a deadly roadside bomb the next day. 2 days into this Ramadan offensive, on August 24, 3 anti-government militiamen disguised as Somali government soldiers laid siege to the Muna Hotel, which lies a few hundred yards from Villa Somalia. The attack, which involved 2 suicide bombers, killed at least 33 people, including several parliamentarians. Following the attack, Somali government forces tied the remains of one of the Al-Shabaab attackers to the back of a vehicle and drove it through the town. This is a particularly outrageous act during the Islamic month of Ramadan, said John Brennan, Obama's top counterterrorism advisor, on the day of the hotel attack. The United States will continue to partner with those who oppose terrorism, extremism, and violence in all forms, and will continue to work very closely with those in Africa, particularly in the Horn of Africa in Somalia. 2 weeks later, on September 9, 2010, the airport was hit by a dual-car bombing during a visit from an international delegation that included the UN Special Representative for the Secretary-General and the Special Representative of the African Union's chairman. These high-level officials were unscathed, though the bombings and ensuing fighting claimed the lives of 2 AMISOM troops and at least 5 civilians. According to the terror monitoring group Critical Threats, 23,000 Mogadishu residents had been displaced by the fighting by the end of September. Serious battles continued throughout Mogadishu in September. Al-Shabaab made impressive gains in the opening salvos of the offensive, although the operation ultimately spurred AMISOM to deploy 2,000 additional troops. The offensive was eventually repelled. A significant factor in Al-Shabaab's failure, according to the UN Monitoring Group, may have been the overdependence on child soldiers who were unable to hold their own against AMISOM troops or, to a lesser degree, Somali government forces and pro-government militias. Al-Shabaab reportedly suffered major casualties, both foot soldiers and higher-ranking commanders, and in some cases lost territory to the pro-government forces. In the end, the Al-Shabaab offensive partially succeeded in further destabilizing a Somali government that was already in critical condition. It also spurred an internal debate within the nexus of Al-Shabaab and Al-Qaeda about tactics and the wisdom of trying to hold territory or overrun the capital city. In the meantime, the CIA was expanding its presence in Mogadishu. Anwar al-Awlaki definitely has a missile in his future. Yemen, 2011. In January 2011, Yemeni journalist Abdullah Haider Sheh was convicted of terrorism-related charges by a Yemeni court and sentenced to 5 years in prison, followed by 2 years of restricted movement and government surveillance. Throughout his trial, Sheh refused to recognize the legitimacy of the court and declined to present a legal defense. Human Rights Watch said the specialized court where Sheh was tried failed to meet international standards of due process, and his lawyers argued that the little evidence that was presented against him relied overwhelmingly on fabricated documents. What happened was a political, not judicial decision. It has no legal basis, said Abdul Rahman Barman, Sheh's lawyer, who boycotted the trial. Having witnessed his trial, I can say it was a complete farce, said Iona Craig, the Times of London journalist. Several international human rights groups condemned the trial as a sham and an injustice. There are strong indications that the charges against are trumped up and that he has been jailed solely for daring to speak out about U.S. collaboration in a cluster munitions attack which took place in Yemen, said Amnesty International's Philip Luther. There is no doubt that Shay was reporting on stories that both the Yemeni and US governments wanted to suppress. He was also interviewing people Washington was hunting, namely, Anwar al-Awlaki. Although the US and Yemeni governments alleged that he was a facilitator for al-Qaeda propaganda, close observers of Yemen disagreed. It is difficult to overestimate the importance of his work, said Gregory Johnson, the Yemen scholar at Princeton University who had been communicating with Shay since 2008. He told me, without Shay's reports and interviews we would know much less about al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula than we do, and if one believes, as I do, that knowledge of the enemy is important to constructing a strategy to defeat them, then his arrest and continued detention has left a hole in our knowledge that has yet to be filled. After Shay was convicted and sentenced, tribal leaders pressured President Saleh to issue a pardon. Some prominent Yemenis and tribal sheiks visited the president to mediate in the issue and Saleh agreed to release and pardon him, recalled Barman. We were waiting for the release of the pardon. It was printed out and prepared in a file for the president to sign and announce the next day. Word of the impending pardon leaked in the Yemeni press. That day, February 2, 2011, President Saleh received a call from President Obama. The two discussed counter-terrorism cooperation and the battle against AQAP. At the end of the call, Obama expressed concern over the release of Shay, whom Obama said had been sentenced to 5 years in prison for his association with AQAP. In fact, Shay had not yet been released at the time of the call, but Saleh did have the pardon for him prepared and was ready to sign it. It would not have been unusual for the White House to express concern about Yemen's allowing AQAP suspects to go free. Suspicious prison breaks of Islamist militants in Yemen had been a regular occurrence over the preceding decade, and Saleh had been known to exploit the threat of terrorism to leverage counter-terrorism dollars from the United States. But this case was different. Abdullah Haider Shay was not an Islamist militant or an al-Qaeda operative. He was a journalist. After the call from Obama, Saleh ripped up the pardon. Certainly Shay's reports were an embarrassment for the US and Yemeni government, because at a time when both governments were seeking and failing to kill key leaders within AQAP, this single journalist with his camera and computer was able to locate these same leaders and interview them, Johnson told me. There is no publicly available evidence to suggest that Abdullah was anything other than a journalist attempting to do his job, and it remains unclear why the US or Yemeni government refused to present the evidence they claim to possess. Shay staged a brief hunger strike to protest his imprisonment, ending it after his family expressed concerns about his deteriorating health. While international media organizations, including the Committee to Protect Journalists, the International Federation of Journalists and Reporters Without Borders, called for Shay's release, his case received scant attention in the United States. Yemeni journalists, human rights activists and lawyers charged that he remained in jail at the request of the White House. State Department spokesperson Beth Gosselin told me the United States wanted him kept behind bars. We remain concerned about Shay's potential release due to his association with al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. We stand by the president's comments. When asked whether the U.S. government should present evidence to support its claims about Shay's association with AQAP, Gosselin told me, "That is all we have to say about this case." When Times of London journalist Iona Craig questioned the U.S. ambassador to Yemen, Gerald Firestein, about Shay's case, she said Firestein laughed at the question before answering. Shay is in jail because he was facilitating al-Qaeda and its planning for attacks on Americans, and therefore we have a very direct interest in his case and his imprisonment, Firestein said. When Craig mentioned the shockwaves it had sent through the journalism community in Yemen, Firestein replied, "This isn't anything to do with journalism, it is to do with the fact that he was assisting AQAP, and if they are not doing that they don't have anything to worry about from us." For many journalists in Yemen, the publicly available facts about how Shay was assisting AQAP indicated that simply interviewing al-Qaeda, associated figures, or reporting on civilian deaths caused by U.S. strikes, was a crime in the view of the U.S. government. I think the worst thing about the whole case is that not only is an independent journalist being held in proxy detention by the U.S., said Craig, but that they've successfully other Yemeni journalists investigating airstrikes against civilians and, most importantly, holding their own government to account. She did both of those things. She added, with the huge increase in government airstrikes and US drone attacks recently, Yemen needs journalists like Shay to report on what's really going on. Anwar al-Awlaki's blog had been shut down by the US government and the internet imam had no presence on the web except for his essays in Inspire magazine. The one journalist who had dared to interview him was locked up. Now the White House wanted to finish the job. As it moved forward with its plans to assassinate al-Awlaki, the White House dispatched the U.S. government's top lawyer, Attorney General Eric Holder, for a high-profile television interview on ABC's flagship morning show, Good Morning America. The interview was advertised as a blunt warning on terror attacks, with a banner proclaiming that the threat of homegrown terror was causing the Attorney General sleepless nights. Holder said, "What I am trying to do in this interview is to make people aware of the fact that the threat is real, the threat is different, the threat is constant." He added, "The threat has changed from simply worrying about foreigners coming here, to worrying about people in the United States, American citizens raised here, born here, and who for whatever reason, have decided that they are going to become radicalized and take up arms against the nation in which they were born." As images of Anwar al-Awlaki appeared, a headline flashed on screen, "New top terror worry, cleric who rivals bin Laden." The reporter brought up the underwear bomber who tried to bring down the Northwest Airlines flight on Christmas Day and the cargo plane bomb plots. Al-Awlaki is an extremely dangerous man. He has shown a desire to harm the United States, a desire to strike the homeland of the United States, Holder said. He is a person who as an American citizen is familiar with this country and he brings a dimension, because of that American familiarity, that others do not. The danger al-Awlaki posed to the United States, Holder said, was an ability to incite potential terrorists to act. The ability to go into your basement, turn on your computer, find a site that has this kind of hatred spewed. They have an ability to take somebody who is perhaps just interested, perhaps just on the edge, and take them over to the other side, he said. Al-Awlaki would be on the same list with bin Laden. The reporter asked Holder whether the United States preferred to capture al-Awlaki and put him on trial or to kill him outright. "Well, we certainly want to neutralize him. And we will do whatever we can in order to do that," Holder replied. Al-Awlaki had now achieved epic status as the top U.S. outlaw across the globe. The lawyers from the ACLU and Center for Constitutional Rights who were fighting to stop the government from killing al-Awlaki were mystified that the government would present no evidence to back up the claims Holder and other officials were publicly making in the media and through leaks to a select group of journalists. Even if what is saying is criminal, charge him, try him. That's still not a reason to send a drone into Yemen and kill him, Pardis Kebri, one of his lawyers, told me. So whatever people may think, and whatever he may be saying, even if it has crossed the line, the point here is that the government cannot just determine, on the basis of some vague allegation of a threat, that he should be killed without due process. The Obama administration disagreed. The time clock in the game of cat and mouse with U.S. drones and al-Awlaki was running out. Obama was deploying teams from JSOC and the CIA to hunt him down and kill him. Former Navy intelligence officer Malcolm Nance told me at the time that al-Awlaki was dangerous on a strategic scale and that he definitely has a missile in his future. You cannot allow to shape the battlefield ideologically and turn that into combat capacity. Soon after the cargo bomb plot was foiled, British media outlets reported that British SAS forces were operating in Yemen alongside JSOC and Yemen CTU in missions to kill or capture AQAP leaders. In February 2011, the National Counterterrorism Center's director, Michael Leiter, briefed Congress on the top threats faced by the United States worldwide. Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, with al-Awlaki as a leader within that organization, is certainly the most significant risk to the U.S. homeland, he declared before the House Homeland Security Committee. Al-Awlaki is the most well-known English-speaking ideologue who is speaking directly to folks here in the homeland. The former DIA Yemen analyst Joshua Faust characterized Obama's response at the time like this: he immediately sent drones and special operations guys to Yemen. It was immediately, let's send JSOC. Send in the ninjas. Without providing details, which he said were classified, Faust asserted that he had seen targeted killing operations conducted that he believed were warranted and that he did not believe such strikes were theoretically a bad thing. Faust, however, told me he was deeply concerned about the standards that were being used to determine who would be targeted for killing. Frankly, most of the time when I was working on Yemen was spent arguing with Special Operations Command Yemen and other DIA analysts about evidentiary standards, he said. The evidentiary standard for actually killing people off, to me, is frighteningly low. I think it's like 3 separate corroborated human reports, and that's it. In a court of law, that only amounts to hearsay. I don't understand how people are that comfortable with killing people on evidence that thin. He added, if you are going to murder someone, you need to have a very good reason to do it, and you need to have absolutely unequivocal evidence that this is necessary, and will materially advance our interests. And that just doesn't happen. Eventually, Faust said, his branch chief at the DIA told me to back off and shut up. The curious case of Raymond Davis, Act I. Pakistan, 2011. The burly 36-year-old American would have blended in perfectly in his small hometown of Big Stone Gap, nestled in the mountainous countryside of rural Southwest Virginia. With his checkered flannel shirt and blue jeans and scruffy, graying stubble, perhaps the only unusual thing about him would have been his choice of vehicle, a white Honda Civic rather than a pickup truck. But on January 27, 2011, Raymond Davis was not driving around Big Stone Gap, Virginia. He was half a world away, stuck in traffic in the chaotic streets of Pakistan's second-largest city, Lahore. There, the Honda Civic blended in perfectly. It was a local rental car and bore a Lahore plate registered as LEC 10/5545. The full details of what happened at the Mozang Chowk intersection that day may never be known. And who exactly Raymond Davis is and what he was doing in Lahore or in Pakistan in general is even murkier. Within moments of Davis's vehicle coming to a stop, 3 people would be dead, the American would be on his way to a notorious Lahore jail, mobs of angry Pakistanis would be calling for his death, and the most significant diplomatic crisis between the Pakistani and American governments since the 1979 burning and ransacking of the U.S. Embassy in Islamabad would be in full swing. If the official version of that day's events, as provided by Davis and senior U.S. officials all the way up to President Obama, is to be believed, then Raymond Davis was working at the U.S. consulate in Lahore, a bureaucrat who stamped passports and performed administrative duties, essentially, a pencil pusher who found himself at the wrong place at the wrong time in a very dangerous city. According to this version of the story, Davis was the victim of an attempted armed robbery by 2 assailants who trailed him after Davis made a withdrawal from an ATM. As Davis sat in traffic, the would-be robbers pulled in front of him on a motorbike, one of them brandishing a weapon. Davis, fearing for his life, pulled out his .9mm semi-automatic Glock pistol and shot the men through the front windshield of his car in self-defense. After a brief car chase, Davis was arrested by the Punjab police. He held in his possession a diplomatic passport, entitling him to diplomatic immunity. President Obama called Davis our diplomat. Under the Vienna Conventions, no criminal charges could lawfully be filed against him in Pakistan, and Davis should have been handed back to U.S. custody. Case closed. To accept this version of the story would require believing that an administrative staffer at the consulate would, by chance, be so cool-headed and so skilled with a Glock that he would react with an assassin's precision to an attempted robbery, deftly taking down 2 assailants by firing his weapon from behind the steering wheel through the windshield of his car. That would be a remarkable feat for a technical advisor or a member of the administrative staff, as U.S. officials characterized Davis. Never mind that U.S. diplomats in Pakistan are not authorized to carry weapons. This, of course, is not the full story. In fact, the official version may actually be void of any substantial truth save the obvious, that an American named Raymond Allen Davis shot dead two Pakistanis in broad daylight at an intersection in Lahore. The most vital pieces of this story are not Raymond Davis's diplomatic passport, what type of visa he possessed, or that the United States publicly owned him as a diplomat once he was arrested. Those are details of a cover story, part of which was preconceived and part of which was cobbled together on the fly. The Kotlakpat jail on the outskirts of Lahore is home to scores of suspected militants and accused terrorists, men who would love nothing more than to have a chance in the dark of night to slit the throat of a suspected American spy. It was this jail where Raymond Davis was ultimately taken after a brief car chase through Lahore that ended in his apprehension by local police at the old Anarkali Bazaar. Davis was not placed in the general population, but rather in an isolation cell in the jail's high-security zone. Some 25 suspected jihadis were transferred out of the jail once Davis arrived. For extra measure, the paramilitary Punjab Rangers were brought in to ring the wing of the jail. Although it was portrayed as a safety measure to protect Davis, it also served another purpose, ensuring that no one could break the American free. Pakistani intelligence knew things about Davis that inspired fears of that happening. Soon after his arrest, Davis was brought into an interrogation room. His interrogation was captured in a grainy film shot by someone in the room. "I need to tell the embassy where I am," Davis insisted. "Just tell me the street." "You're from America?" someone shouted. "Yeah," Davis responded. Still wearing his U.S. government ID badges around his neck, Davis lifted them one by one to show his interrogators. "You belong to American Embassy?" one of them asked. "No. It's Consulate General." "It's not an ambassador in here, Lahore." "I just work as a consultant there," Davis responded, adding that he worked with the Regional Affairs Office, the RAO. They offered Davis a glass of water and Davis instead asked for a bottle of water. "Oh, pure water," one of his interrogators exclaimed, sparking laughter in the room. "No money, no water," the man added, inspiring more laughs. The questioning continued. Davis eventually signed a statement affirming his story that the shooting was in self-defense and the dead men were robbers. Davis repeatedly asked for his passport, which he claimed would show he was a diplomat. "Can you search the car for my passport?" Davis asked, adding that it might be under the seat or might have fallen on the road when he was arrested. The Pakistani authorities were indeed searching Davis's car, but his passport would be the least interesting item they'd discover. They had already recovered Davis's Glock .9mm with a stock of ammunition, including 5 magazines. In the vehicle, they also found 2 empty clips of ammo for the .9mm and another semi-automatic weapon, also with ammo. As the search continued of Davis and his car, they uncovered a cache of supplies that would seriously undermine the credibility of claims that Davis was a diplomat or a mere technical staffer at the consulate. Among the items, night vision equipment, multiple IDs, several ATM cards, masks, a makeup kit used for disguising identity, a survival kit, a telescope, a sophisticated GPS device, a forward-mounted flashlight, infrared equipment, a satellite phone and various wire cutters and knives. He also had an airline ticket. A check of the numbers on his multiple mobile phones revealed calls to 27 militants from the terrorist group Lashkar-e-Jhangvi and Tehrik-e-Taliban, the Pakistani Taliban, according to Pakistani law enforcement sources quoted by the Express Tribune. On the memory card of Davis's camera, investigators found photos of religious schools and government and military institutions near the Indian border. They also found an ID showing Davis as a U.S. Department of Defense contractor. Meanwhile, reporters in the United States tracked down Davis's wife, Rebecca, at their home in Highlands Ranch outside Denver, Colorado. She directed them to a phone number provided to her by the U.S. government. It was a number at CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. During his interrogation, Davis told his inquisitors that he had come from the American consulate when the attempted robbery took place. But according to the GPS device in his car, he had come from a private residence in the upscale Scotch Corner Upper Mall in eastern Lahore. The accused has concealed the fact, a police report later noted. He refused to reply to any question during investigations, saying the American consulate had forbidden him to answer any question. The house from which Davis departed earlier that day, if the recovered GPS data can be trusted, was well known to Pakistan's spy agency. "Boy, we're in a world of hurt." Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Schaefer recalled thinking the moment he heard of Davis's arrest. "The spy game between the ISI and CIA has gotten much worse." Schaefer, a veteran clandestine operator who had worked for the CIA and the Defense Intelligence Agency on highly classified operations, coordinated the human intelligence program in Afghanistan in the early stages of the war there and planned covert incursions into Pakistan. He knew how high the stakes were when Davis was taken into custody by the Pakistanis. The Obama administration, senior level, probably didn't know all of the details of what was going on, Schaefer said. Long before the shooting at Mozang Chowk, Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence Spy Agency knew Raymond Davis was not a diplomat and that he wasn't sweating it out in the U.S. consulate stamping passports. Davis had arrived in Pakistan a week before the Lahore shooting, but that was not his first time in the country. He was a seasoned Special Forces operator, an ex-Green Beret who served as a Special Operations Weapons Sergeant. His last assignment in the military was with the 3rd Special Forces Group based at Fort Bragg, where JSOC is headquartered. In 2003, as the Iraq occupation was swinging into full gear, Davis left the military to become a private contractor, a move that would send him straight to the heart of U.S. covert and clandestine operations. His first known trip to Pakistan was in December 2008, when he began working for the notorious private security firm Blackwater on a secret CIA contract. His job as a contractor for the agency's global response staff was to provide protection for CIA operatives deployed to Pakistan as part of the ever-widening presence of agency personnel coordinating Washington's covert war there. The gig often put him in direct proximity to case officers meeting with secret sources or preparing sensitive operations. His official cover, as a regional affairs officer at the embassy, was a common cover for CIA operatives and contractors. While Davis was working for Blackwater, the company was at the center of the CIA's most sensitive covert operations in Pakistan, helping to run its drone bombing campaign and targeted killing and capture operations. Blackwater, which had long been used by the Bush administration as an unattributable force that could conduct off-the-books operations cloaked in secrecy and layers of subcontracts, had its tentacles in almost every aspect of U.S. covert ops. Not only was the company working for the CIA on its assassination program, but it also worked closely with the Joint Special Operations Command. While at Blackwater, Davis was at the nexus of the key organizations running the covert campaign. Assigned to the company's CIA security detail, Davis moved between Islamabad, Lahore, and Peshawar. According to a former JSOC staffer who worked on its classified operations in Afghanistan and Pakistan, while Davis was working as a contractor for the CIA, he was approached by JSOC and asked to simultaneously work on its operations in Pakistan, utilizing his more palatable CIA cover. Davis was vanilla Special Forces, not a black ops guy, said the source. There is nothing cooler for those guys than being approached by JSOC and being asked to do something for them. It was like a pro bono side gig for JSOC. It was the beginning of Davis's foray into the muddiest realm of covert U.S. operations in Pakistan. Davis had worked with Blackwater in Pakistan until August 2010. In September of that year, he became a free agent and signed a contract worth $200,000 for overseas protective services. As a contract vehicle, he used a company called Hyperion Protective Services, LLC, which described itself as providing loss and risk management professionals. It was registered at an address in Las Vegas. Davis and his wife were listed, along with one other person, as its officers. The address was actually a post office box in a UPS store in a strip mall next to a Supercuts barber shop. Davis returned to Pakistan. The former JSOC staffer said that Davis helped to wash money and to establish safe houses for JSOC personnel, in addition to his work for the CIA. All over the world we have people that, literally, are peripheral to policy and are just in country to collect human intelligence or to facilitate special ops or espionage, he said. That is, at least in part, what Davis was doing in Pakistan. His various roles, some legit, some covers and some covers within covers: diplomat, technical advisor, Blackwater contractor, CIA bodyguard, Green Beret, JSOC asset, suggest that his story and that of the secret US war in Pakistan are far more complicated, and less benign, than official accounts have led us to believe. That someone like Davis would end up working with JSOC is hardly a stretch. Many Blackwater operatives, quite a few of whom were former special ops or special forces who originally went to Pakistan as security contractors, eventually started working with JSOC on its targeted kill and capture operations. The Blackwater individuals have the experience. A lot of these individuals are retired military, and they've been around 20 to 30 years and have experience that the younger Green Beret guys don't, said retired Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Adicott, a well-connected military lawyer who served as senior legal counsel for U.S. Army Special Forces. They're known entities. Everybody knows who they are, what their capabilities are, and they've got the experience. They're very valuable. Special ops veterans make much more money being the smarts of these operations, planning hits in various countries and basing it off their experience in Chechnya, Bosnia, Somalia, Ethiopia, said a U.S. military intelligence source. They were there for all of these things, they know what the hell they're talking about. He added, they hire back people that used to work for them and had already planned and executed these operations. When exactly this began in Pakistan is unclear. Blackwater had a presence along the Afghan-Pakistan border dating back to April 2002, when it won its first black contract to protect CIA operations in Afghanistan in the early stages of the U.S. war. It also held diplomatic security, logistical and CIA contracts in Pakistan. According to a former senior Blackwater executive and the military intelligence source, the relationship with JSOC intensified after President Bush authorized an expansion of special ops activities in Pakistan. I asked the former senior Blackwater executive, who had extensive experience in Pakistan, for confirmation of what the military intelligence source told me, that Blackwater forces were not actively killing people in Pakistan, but rather supporting JSOC and the CIA in doing so. That's not entirely accurate, he replied. He concurred with the military intelligence source's description of the JSOC and CIA programs, but he pointed to another role he said Blackwater played in Pakistan, not for the US government but for Islamabad. He said Blackwater worked on a subcontract for Kestrel Logistics, a powerful Pakistani firm that specialized in military logistical support, private security, and intelligence consulting. It was staffed with former high-ranking Pakistani army and government officials. Although Kestrel's main offices were in Pakistan, it also had branches in several other countries. Kestrel did a robust business in defense logistics with the Pakistani government and other nations, as well as top U.S. defense companies. Blackwater's founder, Eric Prince, had a pretty close relationship with Kestrel CEO Liaquat Ali Beg, according to the former Blackwater executive. They've met many times and struck a deal, and they mutual support for one another. Working with Kestrel, the former executive said, Blackwater provided convoy security for Defense Department shipments destined for Afghanistan that would arrive in the port at Karachi. Blackwater would guard the supplies as they were transported overland from Karachi to Peshawar and then west through the Turksam border crossing, the most important supply route for the U.S. military in Afghanistan. According to the former executive, Blackwater operatives also integrated with Kestrel's forces in sensitive counter-terrorism operations in the Northwest Frontier Province, where they worked in conjunction with the Pakistani Interior Ministry's paramilitary force, known as the Frontier Corps. The Blackwater personnel were technically advisors, but the former executive said that the line was often blurred in the field. Blackwater was providing the actual guidance on how to do, and Kestrel's folks are carrying a lot of them out, but they're having the guidance and the overwatch from some BW guys that will actually go out with the teams when they're executing the job, he said. You can see how that can lead to other things in the border areas. He said that when Blackwater personnel were out with the Pakistani teams, sometimes it's men engaged in operations against suspected terrorists. You've got BW guys that are assisting, and they're all going to want to go on the job, so they're going to go with them, he said. So, the things that you're seeing in the news about how this Pakistani military group came in and raided this house or did this or did that, in some of those cases, you're going to have Western folks that are right there at the house, if not in the house. Blackwater, he said, was paid by the Pakistani government through Kestrel for consulting services. That gives the Pakistani government the cover to say, hey, no, we don't have any Westerners doing this. It's all local and our people are doing it. But it gets them the expertise that Westerners provide for related work. The military intelligence source confirmed Blackwater worked with the Frontier Corps, saying, there's no real oversight. It's not really on people's radar screen. A spokesperson for the U.S. State Department's Directorate of Defense Trade Controls, which is responsible for issuing licenses to U.S. corporations to provide defense-related services to foreign governments or entities, would neither confirm nor deny that Blackwater had a license to work in Pakistan or to work with Kestrel. We cannot help you, said Department spokesperson David McKeeby after checking with the relevant DDTC officials. You'll have to contact the companies directly. Blackwater's spokesman said the company had no operations of any kind in Pakistan other than one employee working for the DOD. Kestrel did not respond to inquiries about its relationship with Blackwater. According to federal lobbying records, Kestrel had hired former Assistant Secretary of State for Western Hemisphere Affairs Roger Noriega, who served in that post from 2003 to 2005, to lobby the U.S. government, including the State Department, USAID, and Congress, on foreign affairs issues regarding capabilities to carry out activities of interest to the United States. Noriega was hired through his firm, Vision Americas, which he ran with Christina Rocca, a former CIA operations official who served as Assistant Secretary of State for South Asian Affairs from 2001 to 2006 and was deeply involved in shaping U.S. policy toward Pakistan. In October 2009, Kestrel paid Vision Americas $15,000 and gave a Vision Americas, affiliated firm, Fire Creek Limited, an equal amount to lobby on defense and foreign policy issues. In November 2009, as I worked on an investigative report for The Nation magazine on JSOC's targeted killing operations in Pakistan, I received an unprompted call on my cell phone the day before publication from Captain John Kirby, the spokesperson for Admiral Michael Mullen, chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, President Obama's most senior military advisor. Kirby wouldn't explain how he got my number or how he had heard about the story. Let's just leave it at, we heard about it, he told me bluntly. Kirby told me that my story was false but would not go on record saying that. Instead, he told me, we do not discuss current operations one way or the other, regardless of their nature. He told me bluntly that if we published the story, which connected Blackwater to JSOC's operations in Pakistan, I would be on thin ice. We had confidence in our sources, so despite this clear attempt at intimidation, The Nation ran the story. The next day, when the article, titled The Secret U.S. War in Pakistan, was published, Pentagon spokesperson Jeff Morrell called it conspiratorial and explicitly denied that U.S. Special Operations Forces were doing anything other than training in Pakistan. Morrell told reporters, we have basically, I think, a few dozen forces on the ground in Pakistan who are involved in a train-the-trainer mission. These are Special Operations Forces. We've been very candid about this. They have been for months, if not years now, training Pakistani forces so that they can in turn train other Pakistani military on how to uncertain skills and operational techniques. And that's the extent of our military boots on the ground in Pakistan, despite whatever conspiratorial theories that, magazines, may want to cook up. There's nothing to it. In fact, there was a lot to it. A year after my story in The Nation, WikiLeaks released a series of classified cables showing that a month before Morell denounced my report, the U.S. Embassy was aware that U.S. military special operations forces had been conducting offensive operations inside Pakistan, helping direct U.S. drone strikes and conducting joint operations with Pakistani forces against Al-Qaeda and Taliban forces in North and South Waziristan and elsewhere in the federally administered tribal areas. According to an October 9, 2009, cable classified by U.S. Ambassador to Pakistan Ann Patterson, the operations were almost certainly with the personal consent of Chief of Army Staff General Kiani. The operations were coordinated with the U.S. Office of the Defense Representative in Pakistan. A U.S. Special Operations source told me that the U.S. forces described in the cable as SOC-PAC were Forward Operating Troops from JSOC. In the fall of 2008, the U.S. Special Operations Command asked top U.S. diplomats in Pakistan and Afghanistan for detailed information on refugee camps along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border and a list of humanitarian aid organizations working in those camps. On October 6, Ambassador Patterson sent a cable marked confidential to Defense Secretary Robert Gates, Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice, the CIA, U.S. Central Command and several U.S. embassies saying that some of the requests, which came orally and in the form of emails, suggested that agencies intend to use the data for targeting purposes. Other requests, according to the cable, indicate it would be used for no-strike purposes. The cable, which was issued jointly by the U.S. embassies in Kabul and Islamabad, declared, "We are concerned about providing information gained from humanitarian organizations to military personnel, especially for reasons that remain unclear. Particularly worrisome, this does not seem to us a very efficient way to gather accurate information." What this cable said in plain terms is that at least one person within the U.S. Special Operations Command actually asked U.S. diplomats in Kabul and/or Islamabad point blank for information on refugee camps, information that was to be used in a targeted killing or capture operation. The cable also revealed that in addition to the requests from SOCOM and the U.S. Defense Attaché, a SOCOM contractor had also asked U.S. diplomats for information on camps along the Pakistan-Afghanistan border which are housing Afghan refugees and/or internally displaced persons. Specifically, the cable added, SOCOM and its contractor have requested information on camp names and locations, camp status, number of IDS/refugees and ethnic breakdown, and NGO/humanitarian relief organizations working in the camps. From the October 2008 cable, it is evident that U.S. diplomats in Kabul and Islamabad were disturbed by the requests, asking various U.S. military, intelligence and government entities for clarification of the origin and purpose of this tasker. At the same time, the cable suggested that if the CIA or Special Operations Forces wanted such information, they should send a front channel cable to the appropriate embassy or a representative of the Director of National Intelligence rather than by emailing or orally requesting the information from embassy personnel. Clearly, the back-channel approach was used for a reason. So close was Blackwater to the most highly classified, sensitive operations the CIA was conducting that its members were among the casualties in one of the deadliest known attacks against the agency in its history, the December 2009 suicide bombing at a CIA outpost at Forward Operating Base Chapman in Afghanistan. Blackwater operatives were serving as the security team for the agency's second highest ranking officer in Afghanistan. They were meeting with a source, someone traveling by car from Pakistan, whom they believed knew the whereabouts of Ayman al-Zawahiri, Al-Qaeda's number 2 man. Humam Khalil Abu Malal al-Balawi, it turned out, was a double agent whose true allegiance was to the Pakistani Taliban. In all, 7 CIA personnel and a Jordanian intelligence officer were killed when Bala'i walked onto the base and blew himself up. 2 of those killed were Blackwater operatives. In addition to working on covert action planning and drone strikes, Blackwater also provided private guards to perform the sensitive task of security for secret U.S. drone bases, JSOC camps, and Defense Intelligence Agency facilities inside Pakistan, according to the military intelligence source. The ability of U.S. Special Operations Forces to operate in Pakistan was clearly viewed as a major development by the U.S. Embassy. Patient relationship building with the military is the key factor that has brought us to this point, according to an October 2009 U.S. diplomatic cable. It also noted the potential consequences of the activities leaking. These deployments are highly politically sensitive because of widely held concerns among the public about Pakistani sovereignty and opposition to allowing foreign military forces to operate in any fashion on Pakistani soil. Should these developments and/or related matters receive any coverage in the Pakistani or U.S. media, the Pakistani military will likely stop making requests for such assistance. Such statements might help explain why Ambassador Richard Holbrooke, at the time the top U.S. envoy to Afghanistan and Pakistan, misled the world when he said bluntly in July 2010, "People think that the U.S. has troops in Pakistan, well, we don't." In late 2010, relations between the United States and the ISI began to rapidly deteriorate. In November, a civil lawsuit filed in New York accused the ISI's chief, Ahmed Shuja Pasha, of involvement in the 2008 Mumbai bombings carried out by Lashkar-e-Jhangvi. In December, the CIA scrambled to whisk its Islamabad station chief out of Pakistan after local media blew his cover and reported his name, Jonathan Banks. The top spy's identity was first revealed in a lawsuit filed in Pakistan by a man from North Waziristan who alleged that 2 of his relatives had been killed in a drone strike. U.S. officials accused the ISI of leaking the name in retaliation for the lawsuit that named Pasha. A U.S. intelligence official said that Banks had to be removed because terrorist threats against him in Pakistan were of such a serious nature that it would be imprudent not to act. A month later, on January 20, 2011, Raymond Davis returned to Pakistan. The Curious Case of Raymond Davis, Act 2. Pakistan, 2011. In Lahore, Raymond Davis lived and worked out of a U.S. safe house in Upper Mall that he reportedly shared with 5 CIA security personnel. JSOC operatives also used the house. Far from being a diplomat, Davis worked on an ultra-secret, highly compartmentalized, classified team of men tasked with conducting sensitive surveillance and intelligence operations that could lead to targeted killing or capture. Among their tasks, according to U.S. officials, was covertly gathering intel on the terror group Lashkar-e-Taiba. On January 27, Davis was conducting an area familiarization route, putting him out in the open on the streets of Lahore for hours. He scouted several locations, including religious schools and government buildings. That's why the Pakistani authorities found, in his car, the high-tech kit of a clandestine operative, weapons with enough ammo to fight a small street war, surveillance equipment, wire cutters, knives, and infrared equipment. It would also explain the collection of various identity cards bearing different job descriptions, as well as theatrical makeup. Lieutenant Colonel Schaefer told me it is common for covert operators to alter their appearance to blend in. It's acting without a script, he said. That is really what it comes down to. It's tradecraft. Davis also had in his possession a blood shit, which is distributed to all U.S. military personnel entering a hostile environment. According to the U.S. military's joint publication 3-50 on personnel recovery, a blood shit is a small sheet of material on which is imprinted an American flag, a statement in English and several languages common to the populace in the operational area, and numbers in each corner and, in some cases, centered under the flag, that identify the particular chit. The blood chit identifies the bearer as an American and promises a reward by the USG to anyone providing assistance to the bearer or helping the bearer to return to friendly control. They are to be used by U.S. military forces under siege, lost or in imminent danger of capture or harm after all other measure of independent evasion and escape have failed and the evader or escapee consider assistance vital to survival. At some point on January 27, as Davis traveled through Lahore, he came in contact with the men on the motorcycle, 22-year-old Faizan Haider and 26-year-old Fahim Shamshad, also known as Muhammad Fahim. According to the U.S. version of events, the two men scoped out Davis as he stopped at an ATM to withdraw money and then put in place a plan to rob him. But according to 4 Pakistani sources who spoke to ABC News shortly after the incident, the two men were actually working for the ISI and began tracking Davis after he had crossed a red line. Days before the incident, Davis was asked to leave an area of Lahore restricted by the military, according to ABC's sources. His cell phone was tracked, said one government official, and some of his calls were made to the Waziristan tribal areas, where the Pakistani Taliban and a dozen other militant groups have a safe haven. Pakistani intelligence officials saw him as a threat who was encroaching on their turf, an official said. Yes, they belong to the security establishment, a Pakistani security official told Karachi's Express Tribune newspaper. Hay found the activities of the American official detrimental to our national security. Complicating all of this, other Pakistani officials emphatically denied the men were ISI. Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Schaefer said he heard credible reports from his colleagues who work on Pakistan that the two men were in fact ISI. They were just going to pick him up and make a point. We know who you are, Schaefer said. Because Davis had not been declared as CIA to the ISI, they were gonna make the point to say, we know you're here. I know a lot more about this than I can say, unfortunately, Schaefer added. It suffices to say that the Davis issue was prompted by the ISI, there was a provocation, there was a reason why Davis reacted the way he did, and this gamesmanship had gotten to the point where CIA was basically being trailed by the very folks they're working with. Which red line Davis crossed, if in fact that is what prompted the two men to track him, may never be known. Perhaps it involved getting too close to Lashkar-e-Taiba. Perhaps he was working to expose its ties to the ISI. Maybe he was scouting targets for the agency's drone bombings. Some suggested that Davis was the CIA's new chief of station. Some Pakistani officials went so far as to offer up a wild conspiracy theory that Davis was actually working with the Taliban and other militant groups to plan attacks on civilian targets that could be blamed on terrorists. It was a common allegation hurled at Blackwater in places like Peshawar, the capital of the federally administered tribal areas, and a central front in the covert U.S. war in Pakistan. Despite the incendiary nature of these allegations, no evidence was ever produced to back up any of these charges. The Lahore killings were a blessing in disguise for our security agencies who suspected that Davis was masterminding terrorist activities in Lahore and other parts of Punjab, a senior Punjab police official alleged, adding that Davis had close ties with the Pakistani Taliban. Davis was instrumental in recruiting young people from Punjab for the Taliban to fuel the bloody insurgency. Police officials said that the call logs from Davis's phones showed records of links with more than 30 Pakistanis, including 27 militants from the Taliban and the militant group Lashkar-e-Taiba, which is designated as a terrorist group by both the United States and Pakistan. Other Pakistani government sources alleged that Davis was in the country and known to the ISI and had been authorized to work on a CIA program conducting surveillance of Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. Davis's job was to trail links of the Taliban and Al-Qaeda in different parts of Pakistan, a source told the Tribune. But, instead, investigators found that he had developed close links with the Taliban. The government and security agencies were surprised to know that Davis and some of his colleagues were involved in activities that were not spelled out in the agreement. The mainstream Pakistani conspiracy theories on Davis suggested that the American operative was setting up false flag bombings to force the Pakistani government to take a more aggressive approach toward militant groups or to give the impression that the country's nuclear weapons were not secure. No evidence was ever presented to support these allegations. The truth may never be known, but it is certainly possible that Davis was up to something with the Taliban and Al-Qaeda that Pakistan did not like and the US government would never want to acknowledge. All countries conduct espionage, asserted Colonel Patrick Lang. In the course of that task in the game of nations, some things are done in liaison with the country's service, in this case, the ISI, and others are not. They are done unilaterally, i.e., illegally in the country where they occur. If one does not do that, then one is vulnerable to the agenda of the liaison service. The US intelligence community, Lang argued, is often accused of not really knowing what is going on in a country. The way to avoid that is to do some things unilaterally. In this case, are the ISI irritated? I am sure they are. Do you think we believe that Pakistan does not operate unilaterally in the US? If we do, then we are fools. In any event, given the programs Raymond Davis was known to have worked on, the US version of events and its characterization of him as a diplomat or a technical advisor or, as the New York Times characterized the US position, a paper-shuffling diplomat who stamped visas as a day job, are impossible to believe. Perhaps he was CIA. It is also possible that his CIA status was a cover within a cover and that, as my military intelligence source suggested, he was working with JSOC. That's common, Lieutenant Colonel Schaefer told me. It all gets mishmashed together. The sad truth is, Schaefer asserted, US officials, including ambassadors and policy makers not directly looped into an operation, don't really know what's going on anywhere. It all gets kind of blurred together. Schaefer added that Davis's cover was all about layering. He said, "You always have a cover within a cover and it depends on how far you are trying to throw someone off, especially if you assume you are going to be rolled up at some point in time. You always have throwaways." It is not uncommon for CIA operatives to work undercover as diplomats. It is standard operating procedure for many nations. The RAW, where Davis said he worked, was a common cover for US spies. Everyone who needed to know was aware of such cover arrangements. When an operation goes south, it usually does not play out in public. Discreet arrangements are made, and sometimes prisoners are exchanged or payoffs authorized. It is all part of the spy game. But this particular incident occurred in broad daylight, in a crowded intersection, with scores of eyewitnesses. If Davis had been revealed to be working for JSOC in Pakistan, that would have been the scenario most offensive to the ISI. After Obama's 2008 election, while Pakistan's government tried to curb the flow of CIA operatives into the country, the United States began increasing the number of covered personnel it allowed cover as diplomats. The ISI had long dealt with the CIA, but JSOC was an entirely different beast, one the ISI would find terrifying. In addition to being the lead agency in U.S. targeted killing operations, JSOC was also the premier U.S. entity responsible for counterproliferation. In Pakistan, theories that the United States was plotting to snatch the country's nuclear weapons were rampant and the source of endless commentary on its news channels. The idea wasn't just paranoia. JSOC had in fact drawn up plans to secure Pakistan's nukes in the event of a coup or other destabilization. In the late 1990s, it was revealed that plans existed for JSOC to be prepared to deploy anywhere across the globe to recover sensitive NBC materials in the hands of terrorist groups, to slip undetected into rogue countries to gain evidence of a secret WMD development program, to sabotage such a program, and to detect, disarm, disable, or seize WMD. While such plans were hardly unique to Pakistan, they fueled the ISI's obsession with JSOC. Former Pakistani Brigadier F.B. Ali described two phases of JSOC's operations in Pakistan, the first being the hot pursuit arrangement with JSOC dating back to President Musharraf's time. The second phase of the JSOC influx occurred after the U.S. decided to undertake a large, long-term aid program for Pakistan, Ali observed. The U.S. applied for visas for a large number of staff and support personnel to manage the program. The ISI insisted on security vetting all visa applicants, which held up the process. The US exerted huge pressure on the government, warning that the aid program would be adversely affected. Pakistan's government, Ali alleged, acquiesced and allowed a large flow of Americans into Pakistan. That claim was backed up by an ISI official who claimed thousands of visas had been issued to U.S. Embassy personnel over a 5-month period leading up to the Davis incident, following a government directive to the Pakistan Embassy in Washington to issue visas without the usual vetting by the Interior Ministry and the ISI. According to an Associated Press report in late February 2011, within 2 days of receiving that directive, the Pakistani embassy issued 400 visas and since then thousands more have been issued. In all, according to the Pakistani embassy in Washington, more than 3,500 visas were issued to U.S. diplomats, military personnel, and employees of allied agencies in 2010. At the time of the Davis incident, Pakistan's foreign ministry stated that there were 851 Americans with diplomatic immunity in Pakistan, 297 of whom were not working in a diplomatic capacity. But the Interior Ministry listed more than 400 special Americans, suspected by Pakistani security officials to be operatives of U.S. intelligence agencies who are on covert missions in Pakistan, reporting to JSOC. The official version of what they are doing is gathering counter-terrorism intelligence, Brigadier Ali asserted. But the ISI rank and file knew otherwise, they just couldn't get the dominant US-friendly brass to do anything about it. Until Raymond Davis gunned down a couple of ISI auxiliaries on the streets of Lahore, and the US publicly came down like a ton of bricks to get him freed. Whatever Davis was doing and for whom he was doing it prior to pulling up at the Mozang Chowk intersection in Lahore on January 27, 2011, what happened that day was straight out of a spy movie. At some point, Davis pegged the 2 guys on the motorcycle in front of him as a threat. As he told it, one of the men brandished a firearm in a menacing way. Davis grabbed his Glock 9 and fired 5 shots through his front windshield, with deadly precision, taking down Muhammad Fahim, who was on the back of the bike. One shot hit him in the head, just above his ear. Another pierced his stomach. The driver of the motorcycle, Faizan Haider, hopped off the bike and started to flee. Davis, Glock in hand, stepped out of his car, aimed and fired 5 more shots. Haider fell 30 feet from his motorcycle. At least 2 shots hit him in the back. He later died in the hospital. According to eyewitnesses, after shooting the 2 men, Davis returned calmly to his vehicle and took out a military-grade radio. He called for backup. Before getting back into his vehicle, onlookers in the crowded intersection watched as Davis walked over to the blood-soaked bodies of the 2 men he had shot and photographed them. As crowds began to descend on the streets, the potential for a mob forming was strong. Traffic police called out for Davis to stop. He ignored them, got back in his car, the windshield riddled with the bullet holes made by his own Glock, and sped off. In the meantime, a Toyota Land Cruiser was speeding through the streets of Lahore. Its license plate, bearing the tag LZN6970, was a fake. The driver of Davis's backup vehicle was not about to wait in congested traffic. He punched it, hopping onto the median of a crowded road, and then darted into incoming traffic, weaving the vehicle toward Mozang Chowk. About 500 yards from the intersection where the shooting happened, the Land Cruiser slammed into the motorcycle of a Pakistani man, Ibadur Rehman, crushing him, and then continued on toward the scene. After discovering that Davis was already gone, the men in the Land Cruiser fled. By the time his backup vehicle arrived, Davis had made it 2 miles from Mozang Chowk. But the chase ended swiftly. He was confronted by local police at a crowded market in Old Anarkali in Lahore. Davis put up no resistance and was taken into custody. He worked for the U.S. government, Davis told them. His 7-week ordeal was just beginning. While Davis was on his way to a Punjab police station for questioning, the men on his backup team were making their getaway. Somewhere near Faletti's hotel, several items fell from their vehicle, among them 4 ammunition clips, 100 bullets, a black mask, a knife with a compass and a piece of fabric emblazoned with an American flag, another bloodshed. They returned to the CIA JSOC safe house, destroyed all government documents in their possession and headed for the U.S. consulate. The men inside that vehicle were never heard from nor seen again in Pakistan. The United States, claiming they had diplomatic immunity, whisked them out of the country before the Pakistanis could question them. They have flown the coop, they are already in America, a senior Pakistani official remarked. It took less than 24 hours for word of the incident to spread like wildfire through Pakistan. In Lahore, angry mobs of protesters called for Davis to be hanged. Reports began emerging in the Pakistani press that Davis was CIA and a Blackwater agent. As he stood inside Lahore's Lytton Road police station, chaos surrounded the calm American. Police officers, investigators, and others in the room spoke to one another heatedly. They stumbled to pronounce his name. Davis insisted that they find his passport. He insisted he was a consultant at the consulate in Lahore and that he had a diplomatic passport. Unlike his colleagues who had gotten themselves in trouble in Pakistan in the months before the shooting in Lahore, Davis would not be going home anytime soon. He was transferred to Kot Lakhpat jail as Pakistani authorities intensified their investigation, including a forensic review of the crime scene. Autopsies were performed on the 3 dead men before their bodies were handed over to their families for burial. According to the Pakistani police investigation, Davis's claim that he fired in self-defense is not correct. The post-mortem report indicated that both men who were killed by Davis were shot from behind. Witnesses told the Pakistani police that Haider was gunned down as he ran from the motorcycle to save his life. Davis told the police that Fahim had cocked his weapon and aimed it at him. When police recovered Fahim's weapon, the chamber of the deceased's pistol empty and the bullets were in the magazine. Moreover, according to police, no one saw them aiming at Davis. When police asked Davis for a license for his weapons, they said he couldn't produce one. To the Punjab police, the incident quickly became a murder investigation. Davis was ordered held for 6 days, pending further investigation. The particulars of the incident were not nearly as important as the high-stakes game that would play out between the United States and Pakistan. Unbeknownst to the Pakistani government, 5 months before Raymond Davis was taken into custody, U.S. intelligence had made a discovery of potentially incalculable value. The CIA had located a courier linked to Osama bin Laden. They tracked his movements, which ultimately led them to a large house in Abbottabad, Pakistan. Using satellite imagery, intelligence analysts noticed the movements of a mysterious figure inside the compound. The White House believed it had found bin Laden. Just as Admiral McRaven began gaming out scenarios JSOC could use to kill or capture the Al-Qaeda leader, Davis had shot the men in Lahore and now sat in a Pakistani jail. The United States feared that if it raided the house in Abbottabad, Davis could be killed in retaliation for the violation of Pakistan's sovereignty. Washington had to get its man out of there. Unaware of the U.S. planning to go after what Washington believed was bin Laden's home inside Pakistan, the government in Islamabad viewed the Davis incident as an opportunity to win the upper hand in its intelligence wars with the United States. For the ISI, the Davis incident is a godsend, an editorial in The Economist concluded. It is furious with the way American agents work independently, tracking Al-Qaeda, Taliban and other militants who have slipped into Lahore and Karachi to flee drone attacks on the mountainous border with Afghanistan. The U.S. government's response to Davis's arrest was clumsy. It is entirely possible that Davis's actual role in Pakistan, whether CIA, JSOC, or both, was not fully known by the U.S. Embassy. The day after Davis was arrested, a spokesman for the U.S. Embassy in Islamabad, Alberto Rodriguez, told a Pakistani television station, "I can confirm that the person that's involved in the incident is an employee of the consulate." Soon after, on January 27, the U.S. Embassy sent a diplomatic note to the Pakistani Foreign Ministry claiming Davis as an employee of U.S. Consulate General Lahore and holder of a diplomatic passport. That was consistent with the statement Davis gave to police. The problem for the United States, however, was that this designation meant that the Pakistani authorities could argue that he was not entitled to full immunity but was instead covered by the 1963 Vienna Convention on Consular Relations. That treaty provided that consular officers shall not be liable to arrest or detention pending trial, except in the case of a grave crime and pursuant to a decision by the competent judicial authority. Surely, the Pakistanis argued, murder is a grave crime. On February 3, the United States revised its position. This time, it labeled Davis a member of the administrative and technical staff of the U.S. Embassy. According to Pakistani officials, Davis had never been certified as a diplomat because of unresolved queries about him made by Pakistan to the United States. Rage was spreading across the country. 10 days after the shooting, in a hospital bed in Faisalabad, Shumaila Kanwal, Fahim's widow, was using her last breaths to record a video statement. She had swallowed rat poison and was ending her own life to protest what she called her husband's murder at the hands of a U.S. agent. "I want blood for blood," she said as she gasped for air and struggled to focus her eyes. "The way my husband was shot, his killer should be shot in the same fashion." Imran Haider, the brother of the other man shot by Davis, said his brother had recently learned that his wife was pregnant. He expressed anger that his brother was being smeared as a bandit. "He was clean," he declared. "All we want is for this American to go on trial and for a proper investigation to be done. He should face the death penalty. No deals." Shumaila died shortly after her statement was recorded. Her death further inflamed the already outraged Pakistani public. Islamic parties staged huge demonstrations, burning effigies of Davis and declaring him a terrorist, a spy and, perhaps worst of all, an agent of Blackwater. It soon became clear that Pakistan was not going to quietly release Davis. The United States began a feverish campaign to get him out. The CIA went so far as to cease its drone bombings in the country, reportedly at the request of the ISI. That the United States halted the drone attacks was remarkable, given their centrality to the U.S. strategy in Pakistan. "The arrest of this guy is a very positive thing for us," declared Mullah Jihad Yar, a Pakistani Taliban commander. "Our forces used to be hit by attacks every other day. Now we can move more freely." For agency veterans, U.S. moves indicated how badly they wanted Davis sprung. The embassy/station wants Davis back because they don't want him to start talking about whatever else they are up to unilaterally, Giraldi, the former CIA officer, suggested. As for the issue of immunity, Giraldi asserted that Davis did not have it. To be a diplomat, legally speaking, you have to be accredited to the foreign ministry of the country and they have to accept your accreditation. You are then entered on the diplomatic list, he asserted. Most U.S. Embassy employees in most overseas posts do not have diplomatic status and therefore do not have immunity except insofar as the local government might extend some protections to them as a courtesy. There is absolutely no indication that Davis went through the accreditation procedure or anything like that, even if he was traveling on a DIP passport. As reports flooded the Pakistani press of Davis's affiliation with the CIA, JSOC, and Blackwater, major U.S. media outlets and U.S. government officials promoted the line that Davis was a diplomat. "We continue to make clear to the government of Pakistan that our diplomat has diplomatic immunity, in our view was acting in self-defense and should be released," declared State Department spokesman P.J. Crowley in a February 7 statement that was reported by CNN, CBS, PBS, USA Today, and other major news outlets. Pakistan should fulfill its international obligations under the Vienna Convention. In response to pressure from Washington, the US-friendly government of Asif Zardari was preparing to recognize Davis as a diplomat but met resistance from its own officials. Pakistan's foreign minister, Shah Mahmood Qureshi, was asked to certify Davis as a diplomat but refused, saying the request did not match the official record on Davis at the foreign ministry. "Our expert opinion suggested that the blanket immunity the U.S. Embassy is asking for is unjustified," he later said. In response, Secretary of State Clinton snubbed Qureshi at an international security conference in Munich, Germany. Qureshi was then swiftly removed as foreign minister, he charged, because of his principled stance against granting Davis immunity. In taking this position, Qureshi passed the issue to the courts in Lahore, ensuring that the Davis saga would continue. Leading U.S. lawmakers threatened to withhold U.S. humanitarian aid to Pakistan if Davis was not released. President Zardari called such threats counterproductive, writing in the Washington Post, "In an incendiary environment, hot rhetoric and dysfunctional warnings can start fires that will be difficult to extinguish." As Raymond Davis sat in his cell in the Kotlakpat jail, U.S. officials feared for his safety. As many as 3 prisoners had been murdered by guards in the facility. Some Pakistani officials expressed concern that the CIA would try a spectacular prison break. Davis's food was tested for poison by dogs before being served to him. While his masters tried to free him, Davis remained cool and defiant. During an interrogation after the shooting, Davis, clean-shaven and wearing a blue pullover fleece, told his interrogator, "The U.S. ambassador says I have, so I'm not answering any questions." Davis demanded to see his passport. "Right on the front page," he said, motioning his hands in a framing motion. "Diplomatic passport." As the interrogator attempted to question him further, Davis announced he would not answer any more questions. "I'm going back to my room," Davis told the man, then got up from the table. "You can't go like this," the interrogator declared. "You are not a diplomat." Davis simply reiterated that he would not answer any more questions as he headed for the door. Back in Washington, the full weight of the Obama administration was being thrown behind the cause of his freedom. "In our view, he acted in self-defense," when confronted by 2 armed men on motorcycles, Crowley declared at the State Department. He had every reason to believe that the armed men meant him bodily harm. He demanded Davis's release. On February 15, with Davis still in jail and a Pakistani judge preparing to rule on whether he was entitled to immunity, Senator John Kerry, chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, arrived in Pakistan. Kerry was well known in Pakistan as the co-sponsor of a massive $7.5 billion aid package to the country. Kerry met with President Zardari and other top officials, and then with a group of Pakistani journalists in Lahore, where he made the case that Davis was a diplomat and should be released into U.S. custody. "We have to all of us respect the law," Kerry said, sitting in a lounge chair surrounded by the Pakistani media. Television networks in Pakistan carried his remarks live. "The law governing diplomatic immunity," Kerry said, "is not a law that Pakistan idly signed up to. Your leaders signed up for this long ago." Kerry spoke slowly, almost as though he were speaking to a class of children rather than journalists. "We didn't create this. We live with it, and it's important for us to live with it because there are incidents that occur sometimes in one part of the world or another where diplomats are not able to do the job that they are called on to do in very dangerous circumstances sometimes unless they have that immunity." The journalists pressed Kerry on Davis's status and asked why, in their eyes, it seemed the United States was not respecting Pakistan's laws and judicial process. "It is the strong belief of our government that this case does not belong in the court. And it does not belong in the court because this man has diplomatic immunity as an administrative, technical employee of the Embassy of the United States in Islamabad," Kerry responded. "We believe the documentation makes that clear. That's our position. We're not disrespecting your court. We completely respect your courts. We want your courts to be strong and to be vibrant, but we have to respect international law." Kerry called on Pakistan to let the facts and let the reality speak for itself here. It is highly doubtful that John Kerry actually believed that Davis was an administrative, technical employee of the embassy. As chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, Kerry was privy to the most sensitive U.S. intelligence and was thoroughly briefed before departing for Pakistan. As Kerry worked Pakistani officials, back in Washington, President Obama very publicly owned Davis. "With respect to Mr. Davis, our diplomat in Pakistan, we've got a very simple principle here that every country in the world that is party to the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations has upheld in the past and should uphold in the future. And that is if our diplomats are in another country, then they are not subject to that country's local prosecution, Obama declared at the White House. If it starts being fair game on our ambassadors around the world, including in dangerous places where we may have differences with those governments, and they start being vulnerable to prosecution locally, that's untenable. It means they can't do their job. Obama said the administration had been very firm in making the U.S. demands to Pakistan clear and was working to get this person released. Obama added, for those who aren't familiar with the background on this, a couple of Pakistanis were killed in an incident between Mr. Davis within in Pakistan. So, obviously, we're concerned about the loss of life. You know, we're not callous about that. But there's a broader principle at stake that I think we have to uphold. While Obama, Kerry, and other U.S. officials publicly characterized Davis as a diplomat, several major U.S. media outlets, most prominent among them the New York Times, had already learned that Davis was, in fact, working for the CIA. At the request of the Obama administration, the Times and other U.S. outlets agreed to withhold that fact from their reporting on the case. The Times later reported that it agreed not to report Davis's CIA connection after administration officials argued that disclosure of his specific job would put his life at risk. New York Times reports referred to Davis as an American official and described the mystery about what Mr. Davis was doing with this inventory of gadgets and the speculation it had sparked in the Pakistani media, even as the Times knew he was working for the CIA. It's one thing for a newspaper to withhold information because they believe its disclosure would endanger lives, constitutional lawyer and journalist Glenn Greenwald observed. But here, the U.S. government has spent weeks making public statements that were misleading in the extreme. Obama's calling Davis our diplomat in Pakistan while the New York Times deliberately concealed facts undermining those government claims because government officials told them to do so. That's called being an active enabler of government propaganda. The first major world media outlet to report the CIA connection was London's Guardian newspaper. Both the CIA and Britain's MI5 pressured the paper not to publish the information. Ultimately, the paper went ahead with the story, publishing it in its February 21 edition. We came to the view that his CIA-ness was a critical part of the story, bound to be a factor in his trial or in attempts to have him released, Ian Katz, the Guardian's deputy editor in charge of news, said. The reasons we were given for not naming him were, firstly, that it may complicate his release. That is not our job. If he was held hostage, other factors would kick in, but he is in the judicial process. The other reason given by the CIA was that he would come to harm in prison. Once the Guardian printed it, U.S. media outlets were given permission by the CIA to publish it themselves. In its first story identifying Davis as CIA, the Times quoted George Little, a CIA spokesman, "Our security personnel around the world act in a support role providing security for American officials. They do not conduct foreign intelligence collection or covert operations." In reality, the line between the agency's security guards and operatives was almost non-existent after a decade of operating together in Pakistan and Afghanistan. Senator Kerry held secret talks with Pakistan's ambassador to the United States, Hussain Haqqani, where they discussed the United States paying blood money to the families of Davis's victims and the man run over by his backup team. While the CIA and ISI waged a war through media leaks and accusations, both the US and Pakistani governments knew that Davis would be released. The question was when and what the ISI would get from the CIA before that happened. In mid-February, after Davis had been in custody for 2 weeks, CIA Director Panetta talked to ISI Chief Pasha, who demanded that the United States identify all the Ray Davises working in Pakistan, behind our backs. Following that discussion, the ISI agreed to help facilitate and support a plan to pay off the victims' families, paving the way for Davis's release. In testimony before the Senate Intelligence Committee a day after Kerry's visit to Pakistan, Panetta called the CIA's relationship to the ISI one of the most complicated relationships that I've seen in a long time. A few days later, the Associated Press obtained the draft of a statement that the ISI was preparing that indicated that the ISI is ready to split with the CIA because of its frustration over what it calls heavy-handed pressure and its anger over what it believes is a covert U.S. operation involving hundreds of contract spies. The statement, which was never released, declared that following the Davis shooting, post-incident conduct of the CIA has virtually put the partnership into question. It is hard to predict if the relationship will ever reach the level at which it was prior to the Davis episode, adding bluntly, the onus of not stalling this relationship between the two agencies now squarely lies on the CIA. In late February, Davis was hauled into a Lahore courtroom and asked to sign a charge sheet, acknowledging he had murdered the two men. Davis refused to sign and repeated his contention that he had immunity. In the meantime, the ISI was combing through the paperwork from the visa applications of hundreds of Americans issued visas over the previous 6 months. The ISI claimed that Davis's application contained bogus references and phone numbers and was looking for similar red flags in other visa files. On February 25, police in Peshawar arrested another U.S. security contractor, Aaron Dehaven, whose company, Catalyst Services, boasted that its team had been involved in some of the most significant events of the last 20 years, whether it was the breakup of the former Soviet Union, the U.S. effort in Somalia, or the global war on terror, and that its members had careers in the United States military and the United States Department of Defense. The Pakistani press immediately branded him a Davis-like spy. Reports soon appeared that dozens of contractors had fled the country. The Pakistani government had to be seen as cracking down, and the United States was resigned to let it do so as long as it resulted in Davis's freedom. The CIA's George Little said that the agency's ties to the ISI have been strong over the years, and when there are issues to sort out, we work through them. That's the sign of a healthy partnership. Despite the CIA's public declarations, that partnership was, in reality, at an all-time low. But for the U.S. military, the stakes were too high to let the Davis affair get any more out of hand. America's war in Afghanistan was entirely dependent on Pakistan's cooperation. Without Islamabad's support, crucial U.S. supply routes would be shut down. The generals had had enough. On February 23, the closing act to the Davis saga was initiated far away from the jail where the American sat awaiting his fate. In fact, the deal was sealed in neither Pakistan nor the United States, but at a secluded luxury beach resort in Muscat, the capital of Oman, a nation in the Arabian Peninsula. Where do you go to think seriously and bring sanity to a maddening situation? Far from the madding crowd to a peaceful Omani luxury resort, of course. So that's what the military leadership of the US and Pakistan did, declared a Pakistani military readout of the meeting. In a private conference room, the most powerful figures in the U.S. military met with their Pakistani counterparts. Led by Admiral Mullen, the U.S. delegation included Admiral Eric Olson, the commander of the U.S. Special Operations Command, General David Petraeus, and General James Mattis, the commander of CENTCOM. They met with Pakistan's top military official, General Ashfaq Parvez Kiani, and Major General Javed Iqbal, its Director General of Military Operations. The US-Pakistan relationship is heading downhill as speculation mounts about US intentions in Pakistan, the Pakistani readout stated. The Davis affair brought all these suspicions to the surface. Referring to the reported rift between the CIA and ISI, the readout indicated that the US military officials had to point out that once beyond a tipping point the situation would be taken over by political forces that could not be controlled. According to the readout, the US delegation asked the Pakistani generals to step in and do what the governments were failing to do, especially because the US military was at a critical stage in Afghanistan and Pakistan was the key to control and resolution. It concluded, the militaries will now brief and guide their civilian masters and hopefully bring about a qualitative change in the US-Pakistan relationship by arresting the downhill descent and moving it in the right direction. After the Oman meeting, sources within the ISI said that the CIA had agreed not to conduct unilateral operations in Pakistan in return for its support in freeing Davis. They will do nothing behind our backs that will result in people getting killed or arrested, a Pakistani official told The Guardian. That of course was not true. It is even unclear whether the CIA said it. The New York Times reported that U.S. officials insisted, the CIA made no pledges to scale back covert operations in Pakistan or to give the Pakistani government or its intelligence agency a roster of American spies operating in the country, assertions that Pakistani officials disputed. In any case, the United States and Pakistan began putting together a plot to use Islamic Sharia law to free Davis. From the moment Davis shot the two men in Lahore, the families of his victims and the third man killed by his backup team publicly insisted that they wanted no payments or bribes, but rather wanted Davis tried and hanged. On her deathbed, Shumaila Kanval, Fahim's widow, said she feared that justice would not be served because of a political deal. For weeks, mobs of angry protesters demonstrated at every court hearing, demanding that Davis be charged and tried. For both the United States and Pakistan, that was not an option. The show had gone on long enough. And its ending was carefully choreographed by both governments. Under the Diyat provision of Sharia law, the families of a victim could pardon the accused and in return accept a payment commonly referred to as blood money. That would result in the criminal case against Davis being dismissed. But it required the consent of the victims' families. On March 16, unidentified Pakistani agents forcibly took 19 of the victims' family members to Kot Lakhpat jail. It was to be the day of Raymond Davis's trial. The public was not allowed in, nor were reporters. Davis was, according to Punjab Law Minister Rana Sanaullah, charged with murder. But instead of witnessing the presentation of evidence, the testimony of eyewitnesses or the questioning of Davis, the family members were ordered to sign papers pardoning the American. I and my associate were kept in forced detention for hours, claimed an attorney for the family of Faizan Haider. Each of the family members was brought before the judge and asked if he or she pardoned Davis. Under intense pressure, all of them answered yes. The judge then dismissed the case against Davis and ordered his release. This all happened in court and everything was according to law, Sanaullah declared. The court has acquitted Raymond Davis. Now he can go anywhere. As retired Pakistani Brigadier F.B. Ali observed, the Diyat provision is much loved by the rich and powerful in Muslim societies where it is in force, it literally allows them to get away with murder. In all, the families were paid a total of $2.3 million. On a visit to Cairo, Secretary of State Clinton praised the arrangement. The families of the victims of the January 27 incident pardoned Mr. Davis, and we are very grateful for their decision, she said. We appreciate the actions that they took that enabled Mr. Davis to leave Pakistan and head back home. When asked about the payments to the families, she replied, the United States did not pay any compensation. Pakistan had in fact made the payment, which the United States would later repay out of the CIA's budget. As Raymond Davis walked from the court after his release was ordered, tears streamed down his face as his victims' families sat in stunned silence, some of them whimpering. Davis was swiftly escorted to a convoy of diplomatic vehicles and taken immediately to an airfield where he boarded a special plane, the type used in the CIA's extraordinary rendition program. The plane crossed into Afghanistan's airspace, headed for Bagram, and Davis disappeared. He's gone, Lieutenant Colonel Schaefer said, smiling. 24 hours after Davis was freed, a U.S. drone strike killed some 40 people in North Waziristan. Things, it seemed, could now go back to the way they were before l'affaire Davis. But just 6 weeks after Davis was whisked from Pakistan, the secret war he had been helping to fight would be thrust to front-page news the world over when JSOC helicopters penetrated Pakistani territory in the dead of night and headed for the garrison town of Abbottabad. Their mission, to kill the most wanted man in the world. The tsunami of change. Austria and Yemen, 2011. In mid-2011, Yemen was caught up in the revolution that was sweeping the Arab world. The popular revolt against oppressive regimes in the region had begun on December 17, 2010, when Mohamed Bouazizi, a 26-year-old street vendor in Tunisia, took the ultimate stand. The young fruit and vegetable seller struggled every day in the poor rural city of Sidi Bouzid to make ends meet, facing constant harassment from local police and municipal employees who demanded bribes from him. On this particular day, Tunisian officials stripped him of his only source of income when they confiscated his cart and goods because he did not have the proper permit. Bouazizi, enraged, ran to the governor's offices, but the governor refused to meet him. Then, desperate and furious, he went to a nearby gas station, filled a jug with gasoline and stood in the middle of traffic. It was 11:30 in the morning. "How do you expect me to make a living?" he shouted before dousing himself in gasoline. He lit a match and his body erupted in flames. Within months, massive protests against the US-backed regimes of the Arab world had broken out in Middle Eastern and North African capitals, an uprising that became known as the Arab Spring. Several dictators fell, one after another. Zine El Abidine Ben Ali in Tunisia was the first to go. On January 25, a rebellion began against Egyptian dictator Hosni Mubarak that would ultimately bring an end to his regime. Yemenis watched as their Arab brothers and sisters in other countries faced down the dictators that had ruled their lives for as long as they could remember. Less than 2 weeks later, tens of thousands poured into a square in central Sana'a and renamed it Change Square. They announced that they would not leave until President Saleh and his family were removed from power. A new issue of Inspire was released just as the protests were spreading in Yemen. Its cover story on the Arab uprisings, "The Tsunami of Change," was penned by Anwar al-Awlaki. The first and probably most important change that this monumental event brought is a mental one. It brought a change to the collective mind of the Ummah. The revolution broke the barriers of fear in the hearts and minds that the tyrants couldn't be removed, al-Awlaki wrote. "We do not know yet what the outcome would be, and we do not have to. The outcome doesn't have to be an Islamic government for us to consider what is occurring to be a step in the right direction." Al-Awlaki embraced the protests against the US-backed regime in Yemen, writing, "Any weakness in the central government would undoubtedly bring with it more strength for the Mujahideen in this blessed land." On March 18, 2011, more than 100,000 Yemeni protesters gathered for Friday prayers in the streets near Sana'a University. As the prayers ended and people began dispersing, government security forces and pro-Saleh militiamen opened fire on the crowd, killing more than 50 people. Some of them were shot in the head by snipers. 3 days later, a severe blow was dealt to the Saleh regime when the most powerful figure in Yemen's military, General Ali Mohsen al-Amr, commander of the 1st Armored Division, threw his support behind the protests and vowed to defend Yemen's peaceful youth revolution. Other senior military figures soon followed suit. Senior civilian officials, including scores of ambassadors and diplomats, announced their resignations. Important tribal leaders, long the most crucial element of Saleh's grip on power, swung to the opposition. As Yemen's revolution was heating up, the United States was beginning a bombing campaign to support armed rebels in Libya that would ultimately bring down the regime of Colonel Muammar al-Gaddafi. But in Yemen, the US government was playing a very different game. The prospect of losing Ali Abdullah Saleh made Washington very nervous. After all, AQAP in Yemen had been declared the most significant external threat facing the US homeland. Those running the US military and intelligence operations agreed with al-Awlaki's assessment that instability in Yemen would benefit AQAP. In Egypt, longtime US-backed dictator Hosni Mubarak had been overthrown, as had leaders of other Washington client regimes. Inspire published an ad in its Arab Spring issue that featured a picture of Ali Abdullah Saleh holding his finger up to his mouth in a SHHHH motion. "Hey Ali, Mubarak just fell," the ad read. "Guess who's joining the party next?" While Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and other US officials condemned the violence in Yemen, they stopped far short of calling for an end to the regime or for international military action to confront the brutality of the Yemeni security forces. Instead, the US position was to call for a political solution. A few days after the massacre in Sana'a, Defense Secretary Robert Gates, on a visit to Moscow, was asked if the United States still backs Saleh. "I don't think it's my place to talk about internal affairs in Yemen," Gates replied. What he said next spoke volumes about U.S. priorities. "We are obviously concerned about the instability in Yemen. We consider Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, which is largely located in Yemen, to be perhaps the most dangerous of all the franchises of Al-Qaeda right now. And so instability and diversion of attention from dealing with AQAP is certainly my primary concern about the situation." At the time, the Obama administration was in the midst of ramping up its training and equipping of Yemen's military and security forces, including some of the very forces that were now repressing peaceful anti-government protests. The feckless U.S. response is highlighting how short-sighted our policy is there, Joshua Faust, the former DIA Yemen analyst, told me at the time. "We meekly consent to Saleh's brutality out of a misguided fear that our counter-terror programs will be cut off, apparently not realizing that, in doing so, we are practically guaranteeing the next government will threaten those very programs." Gregory Johnson told me that he shared some of Washington's concerns but said the myopic obsession with terrorism was counterproductive. Saleh's fall could certainly have a negative impact on USCT operations in Yemen, he said, adding, "I'm particularly worried that AQAP is gaining weapons and money in some parts of the country as the military begins to break down in outlying areas. Yemen has a number of more pressing problems that will, if left unchecked, all help AQAP gain strength in the coming years," Johnson cautioned. In Yemen, there is no magic missile solution to the problem of AQAP. The US simply can't bomb them out of existence. Judging from its policies, the Obama administration apparently thought otherwise. Anwar al-Awlaki's youngest brother, Ammar, was nothing like him. While Anwar embraced a radical interpretation of Islam and was preaching for jihad against the United States, Ammar was pursuing a career working for an oil company in Yemen. Ammar was Canadian-educated and politically well-connected. He dressed in blue jeans, wore hip Armani eyeglasses and sported a goatee. His hair was slicked back and he had the latest iPhone. The last time he had seen Anwar was in 2004. In February 2011, Ammar was in Vienna, Austria, on a business trip. He had just returned to his hotel after sampling some local cuisine with an Austrian colleague when the phone rang in his room. "Hello, Ammar," said a man with an American accent. "My wife knows your wife and I have a gift for her." Ammar went down to the lobby and saw a tall, thin white man in a crisp, blue suit. They shook hands. "Can we talk a bit?" the man asked, and the two men sat down in the lobby. "I don't actually have a gift for your wife. I came from the States and I need to talk to you about your brother. I'm guessing you're either FBI or CIA," Ammar said. The man smiled. Ammar asked him for identification. "Come on, we're not FBI, we don't have badges to identify us," the man said. "The best I can do is I can show you my diplomatic passport." "Call me Chris," the American said. "Was that your name yesterday?" Ammar replied. Chris made it clear he worked for the CIA and told Ammar that the United States had a task force dedicated to killing or capturing your brother. He told Ammar that the United States wanted to bring Anwar in alive, but that time was running out. "He's going to be killed," Chris told him, "so why don't you help in saving his life by helping us capture him?" He added, "You know, there's a $5 million bounty on your brother's head. You won't be helping us for free." When Ammar told Chris he didn't want the money, the American replied, that $5 million would help raise kids. "America is very frank, and I'll just say it to you. There's a $5 million bounty, and it's up for grabs. And instead of someone else getting it, why don't you get it, and help Anwar's kids get raised decently? I don't think there's any need for me to meet you," Ammar told Chris, reiterating that he had no idea where Anwar was. Still, Chris told Ammar to think it over. "Discuss it with his family. We can meet when you go to Dubai in 2 weeks. Amer was stunned. His tickets for that trip had not even been purchased and the details were still being worked out. Chris gave Amer an email address, a Hotmail account, and said he'd be in touch. Amer returned to Yemen. I talked to my mom and my brother about it. And they said, you stop it. Don't even reply to them, don't contact them again. Just stop. Amer ignored the rest of the emails from Chris. The Fortress in Abbottabad. Washington, D.C., 2010 to 2011, Pakistan, 2011. As the U.S. manhunt for Anwar al-Awlaki intensified, the most wanted man in the world was spending his time hiding in plain sight. For years, it was assumed that Osama bin Laden was living in a cave or hiding in the tribal areas straddling the Afghanistan-Pakistan border. Some U.S. officials thought the United States might never catch him, while some terror analysts believed bin Laden might already be dead. But bin Laden was very much alive and was living in the middle-class Bilal town neighborhood of Abbottabad, Pakistan, in a large compound less than a mile from the Pakistani equivalent of the West Point Military Academy. It is unclear exactly when bin Laden had moved to Abbottabad, but construction on the residence had been completed in 2005. And it was clearly built for secrecy. The Al-Qaeda leader lived on the third floor of the largest house on the property with 3 of his wives and many of his children. Their residence was expertly designed to ensure that no one could see inside. It had almost no windows, save for some narrow openings on one of the walls. Ironically, on May 2, 2011, it was those very attributes of the home that would prevent bin Laden from seeing the well-armed U.S. Navy SEALs who were whizzing across Pakistan on a mission to end his life. The last serious chance the United States had of killing or capturing bin Laden had come a decade earlier, in the winter of 2001 in Tora Bora, Afghanistan. A collapse in coordination between the Pentagon and CIA had marred that operation, resulting in bin Laden and his deputy, Zawahiri, disappearing, some thought for good. For the next decade, a determined group of analysts from the CIA followed one lead after another to a seemingly endless string of dead ends. With no human intelligence resources inside Al-Qaeda, no signals intelligence coming from bin Laden himself, and little hope for support from authorities in the regions he was believed to be in, the CIA was stuck. In 2005, the bin Laden unit was shuttered, though a number of analysts continued to pursue the Al-Qaeda leader. Barack Obama had campaigned on a pledge to make Afghanistan and the fight against Al-Qaeda the centerpiece of his counterterrorism policy, and he blasted the Bush administration for dropping the ball in the hunt for bin Laden. As president, Obama had ordered CIA Director Leon Panetta to prioritize the search, labeling the killing or capture of bin Laden Panetta's #1 goal in May 2009. Obama's orders had injected new life and resources into the search that had, for 4 years, largely been conducted by a small group of CIA analysts. While the CIA was ratcheting up its efforts to find bin Laden, not everyone in the intelligence community thought they would produce any result. In April 2010, Major General Michael Flynn told Rolling Stone reporter Michael Hastings, "I don't think we're going to get bin Laden," adding, "I think we'll get a call one day from the Pax, bin Laden's dead, we captured al-Zawahiri." At the time, Flynn was the highest-ranking intelligence officer in Afghanistan and Pakistan and was serving directly under General McChrystal. As Hastings pointed out, Flynn had access to the most sensitive and detailed intelligence reports. But in August 2010, the CIA got its biggest break in the case since Tora Bora, when a CIA asset inside Pakistan spotted Abu Ahmed al-Kuwaiti in Peshawar. Kuwaiti had long been on the CIA's radar and had been identified by various al-Qaeda figures captured and interrogated by U.S. forces in the immediate aftermath of 9/11 as a top aide to bin Laden and his primary courier. The agency's asset in Pakistan followed Kuwaiti's white Suzuki Jeep on a 2-hour drive from Peshawar to the garrison town of Abbottabad. As the CIA analysts examined the details of the compound, which they likened to a fortress, they discovered it had no phone or internet connection and that its residents burned their trash. They grew their own vegetables and raised their own chickens and cows. Every week, they would slaughter 2 goats. The analysts knew they had one of bin Laden's trusted aides in their scope, but also knew there could be a bigger fish living in the compound, perhaps even the biggest. They decided not to try to capture Kuwaiti, hoping that he would lead them to bin Laden himself. In late autumn, Panetta directed his bin Laden analysts to compile a list of 25 ways to extract intelligence from within the compound. They had already considered placing devices in the sewage system or placing a camera in a tree near the compound. Eventually, the analysts came up with 38 options. According to author Peter Bergen, one idea was to throw in foul-smelling stink bombs to flush out the occupants of the compound. Another was to play on the presumed religious fanaticism of the compound's inhabitants and broadcast from outside the compound what purported to be the voice of Allah, saying, "You are commanded to come out into the street." Eventually, the CIA enlisted a Pakistani doctor to administer a false hepatitis B vaccination program in the neighborhood. The agency wanted the doctor and his fake medical team to gain access to the compound and to extract DNA samples from the occupants so that they could compare them to samples the agency already had from bin Laden's deceased sister. The doctor involved in the effort, Scahill Afridi, was from Pakistan's tribal regions. Eventually, the CIA would pay Afridi to run the fake program, which began in the poorer areas of Abbottabad in order to appear legitimate. In the end, the plan failed and Afridi and his team were unable to get any DNA samples. Afridi would later be arrested and imprisoned by Pakistani authorities for working with the CIA. In the late summer and early fall of 2010, CIA analysts had begun circulating memos regarding the significance of the courier and his relationship to bin Laden, including one that was titled "Closing in on Usama bin Laden's Courier" and another titled "Anatomy of a Lead." The CIA set up a safe house in Abbottabad and expanded its pattern of life analysis of the compound's residents. In addition to the families of Kuwaiti and his brother, they soon discovered that there was another family living in the secluded third floor of the biggest building on the property. By analyzing shadows through aerial imagery, CIA analysts detected someone they believed to be a man who would take daily walks in the courtyard inside the compound in a small vegetable garden, but only under the cover of a tarp, which prevented the drones or satellites from getting anything more than a silhouette of his image. They could not determine the man's height. Internally, the CIA analysts called him the Pacer. By January 2011, the general consensus at the CIA was that the Pacer was likely bin Laden himself. President Obama asked his counterterrorism team to develop a range of options for action. Undersecretary of Defense Michael Vickers, Panetta, and his deputy Mike Morrell met with Admiral McRaven at CIA headquarters and read him in on the intelligence out of Abbottabad. "First of all, congratulations on getting such a good lead," McRaven told them. "Second, this is a relatively straightforward raid from JSOC's perspective. We do these 10, 12, 14 times a night. The thing that makes this complicated is it's 150 miles inside Pakistan, and logistically getting there, and then the politics of explaining the raid, is the complicating factor. I want to think about it a little bit, but my instinct is to put a very seasoned member of a special unit to work directly with you who will come to the CIA every day and basically begin to plan and flesh out some options." The Wall Street Journal reported that McRaven assigned one senior special operations officer, a Navy captain from SEAL Team 6, one of the top special forces units, to work on what was known as AC-1, for Abbottabad Compound 1. The captain spent every day working with the CIA team in a remote, secure facility on the CIA's campus in Langley, Virginia. On paper, any raid against the compound was to be done using CIA cover so that if it went wrong, the United States could deny the operation. But in reality, McRaven's men would be running the show. Within the CIA, AC-1 soon became known as Atlantic City. The CIA and Obama's national security team considered a number of other options beyond the SEAL team assault. They explored doing a B-2 strike on the compound, similar to the operation that killed Zarqawi in Iraq. But that scenario presented a number of major league risks. It would be nearly impossible to extract DNA to confirm bin Laden was killed, and the bombing would certainly kill not only all of the women and children in the compound, but potentially residents of other homes in the neighborhood. A drone strike was always an option in Pakistan, but the conditions at the compound would have made the chance of a direct hit unpredictable. Looming over all of the planning was the fact that CIA contractor Raymond Davis was sitting in a Pakistani jail cell facing murder charges and widespread calls for his execution. Any unilateral action by the United States would undoubtedly infuriate the Pakistani government. Some analysts feared Davis could be killed in retaliation. Ultimately, Obama's counterterrorism team decided that a JSOC raid, conducted by veteran Navy SEALs under the command of McRaven, would provide the best opportunity to take out bin Laden. JSOC had conducted raids in Pakistan before, though never this deep into the country or with such a sizable force. The risk of the Pakistani government spotting the U.S. helicopters that would have to travel 150 miles into the country and the possibility that the helicopters could be shot down was serious. Admiral McRaven began assembling a team of SEALs to start preparing for a sensitive operation, but they were not yet briefed on what that mission would be. Once Raymond Davis was released from the Pakistani jail on March 16, momentum picked up for the operation. McRaven's men would prepare for the mission at a secret facility in North Carolina and at another in the desert in Nevada. One of the SEALs taking part in the exercises was 36-year-old Matt Bissonette, a veteran DevGru operator who had spent the last decade participating in a virtually non-stop run of combat deployments that put him behind enemy lines in the expansive post-9/11 U.S. War on Terror. Bissonette had carried out missions in Afghanistan, Iraq, the Horn of Africa and, as fate would have it, Pakistan. He had actually participated in a previous attempt to capture bin Laden in 2007 that he had dubbed a wild goose chase. He had risen through the special ops ranks to become a DevGru team leader. Bissonette and other JSOC operators were summoned to a sensitive compartmented information facility, where phones are prohibited and the walls are lined with lead to prevent the use of electronic listening devices. According to Bissonette, there were almost 30 people in the room, including SEALs, an EOD tech, plus 2 support guys. The men received little information other than the fact that they were going to be headed to North Carolina for a joint readiness exercise. They were offered no clues as to what was in store. Overall, there was a lot of experience in the room. They'd drawn us from different teams, Bissonette recalled. On most teams, the new guy usually carries the ladder and the sledgehammer. But looking around the room, we had all senior guys. He added, it looked like some kind of dream team they were putting together. According to Bissonette, speculation was rampant. Some of the men predicted they would be sent to Libya. Others wagered Syria or Iran. When the SEALs arrived at the North Carolina training base, they were briefed. The target of the mysterious mission was, in fact, Osama bin Laden. No fucking way, Bissonette declared. 28 of DevGru's most senior operators were chosen for the operation, including an explosives expert. Also on the team were a combat dog named Cairo and an interpreter. There were 4 alternates attached to the mission in the event one of the SEALs was injured in training. In Afghanistan, the all-star troop would be joined by a SEAL Bissonette called Will, a self-taught Arabic speaker who would be able to conduct interrogations on the mission. Together with the help of CIA analysts, the men committed to memory the intricately detailed mock-up of the compound that sat outside the main doors to the briefing room. The foam model stood on a 5-foot by 5-foot plywood base. It was locked up in a wooden box when not in use. The model showed the house in amazing detail, right down to the small trees in the courtyard and cars in the driveway and on the road that ran along the north side of the compound, Bissonette later wrote. It also had the location of the compound's gates and doors, water tanks on the roof, and even concertina wire running along the top wall. Grass covered the main courtyard. Even the neighbors' houses and fields were rendered in almost exact detail. The SEALs were introduced to the pacer. They were given a road to Abbottabad briefing from the CIA in which they were brought up to speed on the multi-year intelligence effort to track down the Al-Qaeda leader. A few days after the men arrived in North Carolina, they caught their first glimpse of the pacer via a black and white video feed. They watched him walk in circles under a makeshift awning in the compound's courtyard. On one occasion, a Pakistani military helicopter passed over the compound while the pacer was outside. We didn't see the pacer sprint to a car and run. Instantly, we all thought the same thing, Bissonnette recalled. This meant he was accustomed to hearing helicopters. The CIA assessment informed the men that bin Laden was believed to be living on the third floor of the compound, and his son Khalid on the second. Aside from educated guesses placing the occupants of the compound on certain floors, the DevGru operators had no idea what the layout of the buildings would look like once they were inside. The team would use a number of pro words to report on the progress of the mission via radio, the idea being that short, single words would reduce radio traffic and confusion. According to Bissonnette, on this mission, we chose pro words with a Native American theme. Bin Laden would be designated with the word Geronimo. As his SEALs readied for their mission, McRaven briefed the president and his national security team. In terms of difficulty, compared to what we're doing on a nightly basis in Afghanistan, what we're doing in Iraq, this is not among the most difficult missions technically. The difficult part was the sovereignty issue with Pakistan and flying for a long stretch of time over Pakistani airspace, McRaven said. Biden's national security advisor, Tony Blinken, described the impact of McRaven's analysis. First of all, it helps that he's from central casting, he told Bergen. He looks and sounds the part, so he inspires confidence, but you also got the very strong impression that this was not a guy who was going to be blustering or bragging. This was a guy who was going to give his very honest assessment, and so when he did, he had a lot of credibility, and it also created a tremendous amount of reassurance. And basically what McRaven told us was after they modeled this, and gamed it, and rehearsed it, he said, we can do this. As the SEALs wargamed for the operation in North Carolina and the Nevada desert, a string of VIPs from the administration, the military, and CIA attended some of the drills. According to Bissonnette, during one session, someone asked if the raid was a kill mission. A lawyer from either the Department of Defense or the White House made it clear this wasn't an assassination, he recalled. If he is naked with his hands up, you're not going to engage him, the attorney said. I am not going to tell you how to do your job. The SEAL team was dispatched to Jalalabad, Afghanistan, ahead of the mission. Bissonnette strung up a hammock in the plane in preparation for the lengthy trip. Some of the men popped Ambien pills for the long flight across the Atlantic. A number of analysts from the NSA and CIA joined the SEALs. As the plane took off, Bissonnette took an open seat next to one of the CIA analysts. He asked her, what are the odds the man in the compound was bin Laden? 100%, she told him. Bissonnette pushed back, reminding her that he had heard such proclamations from intelligence analysts before and they had fallen apart. The CIA analyst doubled down on her assessment, telling Bissonnette that she did not support the idea of the raid and would have preferred an air strike. Sometimes JSOC can be the big gorilla in the room, she said. I'd rather just push the easy button and bomb it. Bissonnette told her, you guys did all the hard work to get us here, adding, we're happy to have our 30 minutes of fun and be done. On Friday morning, April 29, at 8:20 a.m., Obama met with National Security Advisor Thomas Donilon, his deputy Dennis McDonough, John Brennan, and Chief of Staff William Daley in the White House diplomatic reception room. As they stood in a half-circle, Obama told the men, I've considered the decision, it's a go. And the only thing that makes it not a go is if Bill McRaven and his folks believe that either weather or conditions on the ground increase the risk to our forces. The mission would be called Operation Neptune Spear, a tip of the hat to the trident favored by the Roman god of the sea. It is also a common insignia on Navy SEAL paraphernalia and unit crests. On their second night in Jalalabad, Bissonnette and a number of other SEALs sat around a fire pit discussing where they should shoot bin Laden. Try not to shoot this motherfucker in the face, said a SEAL he called Walt. Everybody is going to want to see this picture. The men speculated about how the raid would advance the careers of their superior officers. Bissonnette predicted McRaven would be promoted to SOCOM commander. "And we'll get Obama re-elected for sure," Walt added. "I can see him now, talking about how he killed bin Laden." The raid, planned for the evening of Saturday, April 30th, coincided with the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which would have meant that the president and virtually every senior member of his national security team would be rubbing elbows with the media elite and Hollywood celebrities while the raid was taking place. Some of the president's advisors wanted the operation held back until after the dinner, concerned that if something went wrong, forcing the president and other officials to leave the event, the raid's cover could be blown. The raid was specifically planned to take place on a moonless night in order to allow the approaching helicopters to have the best cover possible. By chance, excessive cloud cover ultimately compelled McRaven to delay the raid until the next night. Obama called McRaven for a final check-in. It was late in the evening in Jalalabad when McRaven picked up the phone. He told the president his men were ready to go. "I couldn't have any more confidence in you than the confidence I have in you and your force," the president said. "Godspeed to you and your forces. Please pass on to them my personal thanks for their service and the message that I personally will be following this mission very closely." The president and the First Lady arrived at the Washington Hilton at 7 p.m. on Saturday night for the Correspondents' Dinner. Panetta, Gates, Vickers, and several other core members of the team planning the bin Laden raid were there as well. Obama's demeanor revealed nothing about the high-stakes preparations that were taking place on the other side of the globe. Instead, the president appeared calm and jovial, cracking a number of jokes, including one targeting billionaire Donald Trump, who was in the audience. Trump had been on a media rampage, promoting his inane theory that the president was not a U.S. citizen. Saturday Night Live star Seth Meyers, who hosted the dinner, actually made a joke about bin Laden, obviously unaware that a number of people in the room were intimately involved in planning his imminent demise. "People think bin Laden is hiding in the Hindu Kush," Meyers said. "But did you know that every day from 4 to 5 p.m. he hosts a show on C-SPAN?" The camera panned to the president laughing heartily. In Afghanistan, the final briefing before the launch of Operation Neptune Spear was standing room only, Bissonnette wrote, with SEALs from the other squadron on the base packing in. The president had authorized the SEALs to fight off any Pakistani units that confronted them on the mission. An officer briefing the teams informed them of their cover story: should they find themselves in Pakistani custody, you were recovering a drone that had crashed. The proposal drew laughter. The story was preposterous. We were allies with Pakistan on paper, so if we did lose a drone, the State Department would negotiate directly with the Pakistani government to get it back, an incredulous Bissonnette asserted. The story didn't wash and would be very difficult to stick to during hours of questioning, he wrote. The truth is, if we got to that point, no story we could come up with was going to cover up 22 SEALs packing 60 pounds of high-tech gear on their backs, an EOD tech, and interpreter for a total of 24 men, plus a dog, raiding a suburban neighborhood a few miles from the Pakistani military academy. The briefing was closed by the commanding officer of DevGru. McRaven, he said, had given them the green light. In 24 hours, the SEALs would be on their way to Abbottabad. Obama's national security staffers began arriving at the White House around 8 a.m. on Sunday, May 1. Sandwich platters were purchased from Costco. Multiple pizzerias were called upon to avoid making one large conspicuous order. At around 1 p.m., Obama's national security team began to assemble in the Situation Room. Obama was finishing up a round of golf at Andrews Air Force Base, part of the attempt to send the signal publicly that business was as usual. Over at the CIA, Panetta and his deputy, Mike Morrell, huddled with SOCOM's commander, Eric Olson, in a secure room. On paper, Panetta was in charge of the operation. In reality, Admiral McRaven was running Neptune Spear. Obama returned to the White House at approximately 2 p.m. and, still wearing his golf shoes and a windbreaker, went downstairs to the Situation Room, where Panetta's final overview of the operation was relayed. But Obama and his team would not monitor the most sensitive mission in U.S. history from the Situation Room, which was built for such operations. Instead, the most powerful decision makers in the United States wound up confining themselves to a much smaller room next door. The room had the same secure video and phone communications as the Situation Room but could only seat 7 people. 2 modest-sized flat-screen televisions were installed side by side on one wall of the room. On the day of the Bin Laden raid, the conference room was initially occupied by Brigadier General Marshal Brad Webb, JSOC's Assistant Commanding General. Webb and another JSOC officer were monitoring the operation in real time through a laptop. The feed was provided by an RQ-170 stealth drone hovering over Abbottabad. They also had secure communications with McRaven in Jalalabad, Panetta at CIA headquarters and General Cartwright at the Pentagon's Ops Center. When the men proposed moving their command center to the Situation Room, they were told to stay put. Next door in the Situation Room, Obama's inner circle was arguing about whether the president should monitor the mission live. As that debate dragged on, various senior officials, including Secretary of State Clinton and Vice President Biden, began streaming into General Webb's small room. A short time later, the president walked into the room. "I need to watch this," he said. The commander-in-chief seated himself in a folding chair to the right of Webb. Obama later discussed the seating arrangement, saying, "Started to get up and people were starting to go through the protocol and figuring out how to rearrange things. I said, you don't worry about it. You just focus on what you're doing. I'm sure we can find a chair and I'll sit right next to him." And that's how I ended up folding chair. It was 11 p.m. in Abbottabad, and the families at the Bin Laden compound were already in bed. Many miles to the west, across the Pakistan-Afghanistan border, in the city of Jalalabad, 23 members of SEAL Team 6 were at an air base preparing to embark on their mission. Half an hour later, the Black Hawks took off. By 2:30 p.m., the White House had received the first word that the choppers were off the ground. "It was nail-biting time and we were holding our breath," recalled Brennan. For the mission, the SEALs would utilize 2 specialized MH-60 Black Hawk helicopters, flown by JSOC's Night Stalkers. The helicopters were a stealth version of the Black Hawk that the United States had long been rumored to be developing. The unique aircraft had never been discussed publicly. The Black Hawks had been specially modified with advanced technology that would allow it to fly silently and to avoid radar detection. To further mask their presence, the pilots would fly at high speeds as close to the ground as possible, using a tactic known as nap of the earth. General Hugh Shelton, the former commander of SOCOM, whose son is a JSOC pilot, said the Night Stalkers are the best in the U.S. military. The pilots can fly a helicopter upside down if they want to, they can land on a moving train at night, he told me. Anytime that you've got a mission that you don't want to fail, those are the guys that you want to have doing it. 3 MH-47 Chinooks took off from the same Jalalabad airfield once the Black Hawks had entered Pakistan. One set down on the Afghan side of the border with Pakistan. The other 2 flew to a remote riverbank in Kala Dacca, located in the Swat region, roughly 50 miles north of Bin Laden's compound. There the Quick Reaction Force would wait. In the event that the SEALs raid ran into serious trouble, the QRF could get to Abbottabad in approximately 20 minutes. Meanwhile, the Black Hawks whizzed quietly toward the compound and eventually made it to the outskirts of Abbottabad. In Afghanistan, Admiral McRaven was running the operation from a secure location in Jalalabad. In Kabul, General David Petraeus and one of his aides monitored the events in a classified control room. If the Pakistanis scrambled their fighter jets, Petraeus was poised to mobilize U.S. warplanes to respond. "We got him. We got him." Pakistan, 2011. President Obama and his team huddled around a table in the small room adjacent to the Situation Room, watching grainy footage of the Black Hawks approaching Abbottabad from the northwest. It was standing room only, but everyone was silent, save for the occasional question for McRaven's deputy, General Webb. On board the choppers, some of the SEALs had tried to catnap en route to what was undoubtedly the most important mission of their careers. Navy SEAL Matt Bissonette said he awoke fully when his helicopter was 10 minutes outside of the city. He pulled his night vision goggles down and prepared the fast roping equipment. With his legs dangling outside the helicopter, he observed the landscape passing below his feet. Several of the houses we passed over had lighted pools and manicured gardens behind tall stone walls. I was used to seeing mountains or villages made up of clusters of mud huts, he recalled. From above, Abbottabad reminded me of flying over the suburbs in the United States. Passing over the southeast wall of the compound, the Black Hawk hovered near the area where the SEALs had planned to insert. Through his night vision goggles, Bissonette could make out details of the ground below. Looking down 30 feet into the compound, I could see laundry whipping on a clothesline. Rugs hung out to dry were battered by dust and dirt from the rotors. Trash swirled around the yard, and in a nearby animal pen, goats and cows thrashed around, startled by the helicopter. That's when things began to diverge from the original plan. The Black Hawk began to drop suddenly. The high temperature was partly to blame, but it was also a consequence of the added weight of the stealth system on the aircraft. At high altitudes, a pilot can attempt to fly vertically in order to avoid the drop, but it can be deadly at low altitudes. The pilot of the struggling Black Hawk tried to control the aircraft as it spun 90 degrees to the right. Bissonette felt his body lifting from the floor of the chopper as he fumbled for a handhold. Packed so tightly with the other commandos, he could not scoot back. Holy fuck, we're going in, Bissonette thought to himself, as the wall of the compound came closer and closer. Bissonette pulled his legs to his chest, hoping to prevent them from being smashed under the helicopter, should it roll onto its side. The helicopter shuddered as the nose dug into the soft ground like a lawn dart. 1 minute, the ground was rushing up at me. The next minute, I was at a dead stop. It happened so fast, I didn't feel the impact, Bissonette remembered. The Chalk 1 pilot had managed to follow through on his contingency plan to bring the helicopter down in the compound's larger courtyard. The Black Hawk's tail was pressed against the property's 12-foot perimeter wall at an angle that prevented the chopper's rotors from digging into the dirt and breaking into dangerous pieces of shrapnel. If any other part of the helicopter hit the wall, or if we had tipped and the rotor hit the ground first, none of us would be walking away unscathed, Bissonette later wrote. The pilots, he said, pulled off the impossible. The hard landing saved the lives of the SEAL team members, but the possibility of a deniable mission was gone. So, too, was any hope of surprising the compound's occupants. The original plan had to be nixed. Instead of rappelling into the compound, the SEALs would now have to launch their raid from outside the walls. Losing the element of surprise could potentially allow their targets to arm themselves and prepare to face down against the American commandos. My heart sank, Bissonette recalled. Up until I heard the go-around call, everything was going as planned. We had evaded the Pakistani radar and anti-aircraft missiles on the way in and arrived undetected. Now, the insert was already going to shit. We had rehearsed this contingency, but it was Plan B. If our target was really inside, surprise was the key and it was quickly slipping away. There was silence in the White House as Obama and his advisors waited to hear word from the downed aircraft. We were able to monitor the situation in real time, the president later said. So right off the top everybody, I think, was holding their breath. That wasn't in the script. Those were really intense moments, Secretary of State Clinton recalled. She later told author Peter Bergen, this was like any episode of 24 or any movie you could ever imagine. Biden, who had opposed the raid option, nervously caressed his rosary as he watched the crash unfold. What you see there is the very first thing that was needed to happen in order for the mission to be a success as we were told, didn't happen, said Biden. That helicopter didn't make it in the right spot and everyone went, like, whoa. While Obama's national security team was shaken by the crash, Admiral McRaven was not. At least he didn't give that impression. "We will now be amending the mission," McRaven calmly told Panetta. "Director, as you can see, we have a helicopter down in the courtyard. My men are prepared for this contingency and they will deal with it." McRaven's calm confidence impressed the officials in the room. Admiral McRaven was extraordinarily unflappable and professional, Deputy National Security Advisor Ben Rhodes later said. His demeanor did not change. Obama later called McRaven a cool customer. According to Obama, "We had a sense that, despite that helicopter having landed in a violent way, that the passengers inside had not been hurt and that they were still going through with the mission." The SEALs in the crashed chopper had all survived with no serious injuries. As the second Black Hawk, which was supposed to drop its SEALs onto the roof of the building, landed instead outside the gates of the compound, Plan B kicked into gear. Bissonnette and Will, the SEAL translator, made their way toward the guest house, where they say they came under attack from AK-47 rounds and fired back. Moments later, a woman emerged from the guest house carrying a small child in her arms. It was Maryam al-Kuwaiti, the courier's wife. "He is dead," Maryam said. "You shot him." "He is dead." "You killed him." Will searched her for weapons and passed her message on to Bissonnette. Crouching low, Bissonnette opened the door and looked inside. "I spotted a pair of feet lying in the doorway of the bedroom," he said. With Will at his back, he entered the guest house and shot Kuwaiti several more times. Although Bissonnette claimed he was fired upon, other accounts, including that of Bergen, suggested that Kuwaiti was unarmed. The courier's AK-47 was later found by his bedside. "It seems unlikely that he fired it, given its location and the fact that no casings from such a weapon were later found at the scene," Bergen wrote. Meanwhile, another group of SEALs made their way toward the main building in the compound, shooting dead 2 more members of Kuwaiti's family, as women and children looked on in horror. The men had been on the ground for roughly 10 minutes. The SEALs from Chalk 2 had managed to enter the compound through the main gate. When the commandos stepped into bin Laden's building, they fell out of contact with Obama's team at the White House. The president later said, "There were big chunks of time in which all we were doing was just waiting. And it was the longest 40 minutes of my life with the possible exception of when Sasha got meningitis when she was 3 months old, and I was waiting for the doctor to tell me that she was all right. It was a very tense situation." In Targeting bin Laden, a documentary for the History Channel, Obama added, "We were really in a blackout situation and it was hard for us to know what exactly was taking place. We knew that gunshots were taking place, and we knew some explosions were taking place. Meanwhile, inside, the gate blocking the stairway was blown. The SEALs began making their way up the stairs, which were set at 90-degree angles, creating a sort of spiral staircase separated by small landings. There were 4 doors on the 2nd floor. The SEALs cleared each room and began moving toward the 3rd floor, where they believed the pacer and his family resided. As they did so, they saw a head briefly pop out from behind the wall at the top of the staircase. Intelligence analysts had indicated that bin Laden's son Khalid lived on the 2nd floor. The intelligence reports also indicated Khalid was clean-shaven. So was the man who peered around the corner. "Khalid," a SEAL whispered. "Khalid." When the 23-year-old worked up the nerve to peek around the corner again, he took a bullet in the face. What was Khalid thinking at that time? Bissonnette later asked. "Look around the corner. Curiosity killed the cat. I guess Khalid, too." The commandos made their way up the stairs, passing over tiles wet with Khalid's blood. As the SEALs walked through the hallway of the 3rd floor, they saw a man's head pop out from a doorway. One of the SEALs fired 2 suppressed rounds at the figure. The man vanished into the room. When they entered, the men encountered 2 women. Believing they might have had suicide vests on, one of the SEALs grabbed them and forced them into a corner, so his colleagues could continue on. Another SEAL stood face to face in the dark with a tall man. In that second, I shot him, 2 times in the forehead. Bap! Bap! The second time as he's going down, he recalled. He crumpled onto the floor in front of his bed and I hit him again, bap, same place. That time I used my EOTech red dot hollow sight. He was dead. Not moving. His tongue was out. I watched him take his last breaths, just a reflex breath. Bissonnette and another SEAL entered the room. We saw the man lying on the floor at the foot of his bed, he recalled. Blood and brains spilled out the side of his skull. In his death throes, he was still twitching and convulsing. Another assaulter and I trained our lasers on his chest and fired several rounds. The bullets tore into him, slamming his body into the floor until he was motionless. The room was still completely dark, so Bissonnette flipped on his helmet light to better examine the man's face. It was covered in blood. A hole in his forehead collapsed the right side of his skull, he recalled. His chest was torn up from where the bullets had entered his body. He was lying in an ever-growing pool of blood. The SEAL who originally shot the man said, "The American public doesn't want to know what that looks like." The SEALs were not certain that the man they had shot was Ben Laden. His face was now a mangled mess. They began taking DNA samples from the body and one of the SEALs sprayed the man's bloodied face with his camel buck. Bissonnette began wiping the face. With each swipe, the face became more familiar. He looked younger than I expected. His beard was dark, like it had been dyed. I just kept thinking about how he didn't look anything like I'd expected him to look, he wrote. One of the SEALs radioed over the command net, "We have a possible, I repeat possible touchdown on the third deck." Bissonnette began snapping photos of the man's body. He then knelt down to focus on the man's face. He pulled his lifeless head from side to side for profile photos. He had his teammate open one of the man's eyes so he could get a tight shot of it. On the balcony, the Arabic-speaking SEAL was questioning the women and children. An order came over the radio to prep the downed Black Hawk for demolition. Meanwhile, because the mission had gone on longer than planned, fuel for the remaining helicopters, including the rescue CH-47 hovering nearby, was running low. Bissonnette continued to take photos while his teammate collected samples of the man's blood and saliva. The SEALs had 2 identical sets of the photos and DNA that would be carried back to Jalalabad in each of the Black Hawks. This had been carefully planned so if one of the helicopters was shot down on our flight back to Jalalabad, a DNA sample and a set of pictures would survive, Bissonnette later explained. The Arabic-speaking SEAL questioned the older woman in the room. When he asked who the dead man was, she told him, "The Sheikh," but declined to clarify. After being given several aliases, the SEAL turned to the children. He asked one of the little girls, and she told him the man was Osama bin Laden. When he asked if she was sure, the little girl said, "Yes." The SEAL turned back to the older woman. "Stop fucking with me now," he demanded, as he asked her again who the man in the bedroom was. She cried as she confirmed that it was Osama bin Laden. The SEAL reported the dual confirmation. Just then, 2 lead SEALs on the operation, including Bissonnette's squadron commander, entered the room. The commander examined bin Laden's face. "Yeah, that looks like our guy," he said. The senior SEAL stepped out of the room and radioed McRaven. "For God and country, I pass Geronimo," he said. Geronimo E.K.I.A. Enemy killed in action. In the packed White House conference room halfway around the world, Obama's national security team was overwhelmed. "We got him," Obama said quietly. "We got him." Admiral McRaven was careful to dispel any premature celebration. "Look, I've got a Geronimo call, but I need to tell you it's a first call. This is not a confirmation. Please keep your expectations managed a little here. Most operators when they are on a mission their adrenaline is sky high. Yes, they are professional, but let's not count on anything until they get back and we have some evidence. The JSOC chief added, "We've got SEALs on the ground without a ride." The SEALs had been at the compound for a little over half an hour by the time bin Laden was killed. The possibility of an encounter with the Pakistani military was increasing with each passing second. Back on the second floor of the compound, the SEALs were attempting to gather as many of bin Laden's belongings and potential intelligence clues as possible. Once the process of taking bin Laden's photos and DNA samples was completed, a pair of SEALs dragged his corpse out of the bedroom by the legs. Bissonnette began searching the area, grabbing papers and some cassettes. They also found 2 guns, an AK-47 and a holstered Makarov pistol. Neither was loaded. Time was running short. The interpreter and the SEALs outside the compound had managed to deter curious onlookers, but Abbottabad was waking up. Pakistani authorities could arrive at any moment, and the choppers circling above were running out of fuel. The interpreter's presence was warranted, as residents of the typically tranquil neighborhood heard the sounds of helicopters and explosions, and some found their electricity had been cut off. Gul Khan told India Today, "I saw soldiers emerging from the helicopters and advancing towards the house. Some of them instructed us in chaste Pashto to turn off the lights and stay inside." An unidentified man interviewed by CNN in the aftermath of the raid said through a translator, "We never saw their clothes, but they were speaking Pashto and told us to go away. After a while, electricity blackout ended and the light came back on. They told us to turn them all off." Another man speaking to CNN through a translator added, "We tried to go there and they pointed their laser guns on us and said, 'No, you can't go.' They were speaking Pashto, so we thought that they were from Afghanistan, not America." The SEALs inside were overwhelmed with the volume of materials on hand but could only gather and carry so much. They had 5 minutes. "We all knew the risks of running out of gas or remaining on target too long, giving the local police or military time to react," Bissonnette later recalled. "We got what we came for, bin Laden. It was time to get out while we still could." Bissonnette proceeded to the landing zone. He was soon joined by the SEALs from the second floor of bin Laden's compound, who were overloaded with materials they had gathered from inside. "We looked like a gypsy camp, or like Santa Claus on Christmas Eve," he wrote. "Guys had mesh bags over their shoulders so full they seemed to waddle more than run. I saw one SEAL carrying a CPU in one hand and a leather gym bag overflowing in the other." Bin Laden's corpse, now in a body bag, was loaded on the remaining stealth Black Hawk, which the SEALs thought had the best chance of escaping Pakistan unscathed. The big Chinook, the CH-47, would carry the remaining SEALs. Before taking off, the commandos blew up the downed Black Hawk so that its stealth technology could not be examined by the Pakistanis. Obama and his team watched the video feed of the $60 million bonfire. News of unusual events unfolding in Abbottabad traveled fast. At 1 a.m., just before the SEALs took off from the compound, General Ashfaq Parvez Kiani, chief of Pakistan's army, was in his study when he received a call from his director of military operations, Major General Ishfaq Nadeem. From the initial reports he had heard, Kiani thought India might be launching some sort of a strike inside Pakistan. He called Air Chief Marshal Rao Qamar Suleiman and ordered the force to confront any unidentified aircraft. At approximately 1:08 a.m., the SEALs took off from Abbottabad. Obama told his national security team, "Inform me as soon as our helicopters are out of Pakistani airspace." The Black Hawk and the Chinook took more direct but separate routes as they exited Pakistan, with the Black Hawk stopping at a refueling point inside the country. All of the U.S. personnel crossed the border into Afghanistan unscathed, with bin Laden's body in tow. On the tarmac in Jalalabad, a white Toyota Hilux pickup was waiting to transport bin Laden's corpse to a nearby hangar. When the Black Hawk landed, 3 Army Rangers approached the helicopter to grab the Al-Qaeda leader's body. "Fuck no," one of the SEALs told the Rangers. "We got this." After bin Laden's body was flown to Bagram and further DNA samples were taken, it was choppered out to the Arabian Sea, where the USS Carl Vinson was positioned. Traditional procedures for Islamic burial was followed, read a May 2 email sent from the Carl Vinson by Rear Admiral Charles J. Wood to Mullen and other military officials. The deceased's body was washed, then placed in a white sheet. The body was placed in a weighted bag. A military officer read prepared religious remarks, which were translated into Arabic by a native speaker. After the words were complete, the body was placed on a prepared flat board, tipped up, whereupon the deceased's body slid into the sea. Now thereafter, my son. Somalia, Washington, D.C., and Yemen, 2011. It was 11:35 p.m., Washington time. President Obama walked down the hallway leading to the East Room of the White House. He took his place at the lectern in a dark suit with a red tie and an American flag pin on his left lapel. "Good evening," the president began. "Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children." The president did not mention the SEALs or Admiral McRaven. "At my direction, the United States launched a targeted operation against that compound in Abbottabad, Pakistan. A small team of Americans carried out the operation with extraordinary courage and capability," the president asserted. "No Americans were harmed. They took care to avoid civilian casualties. After a firefight, they killed Osama bin Laden and took custody of his body." In the ensuing weeks, controversy would swirl as White House officials leaked details of the operation that turned out to be wildly false or exaggerated. Although the administration explicitly said that the operation was kill or capture, and not an assassination, bin Laden was unarmed when he was killed and the weapons that were recovered in his bedroom were not loaded. Yet a senior administration official who briefed reporters soon after the raid claimed that bin Laden did resist the assault force and was killed in a firefight as our operators came onto the compound. In reality, the raid was far from the dramatic firefight described initially by White House officials. In the span of less than 20 minutes, the SEALs had shot 7 of the 11 adults in the compound, killing 4 men and 1 woman. According to Pakistani officials, both women and children were injured in the raid. Peter Bergen, who gained access to the compound, and many witnesses, alleged that all of those who were injured appeared to have been unarmed. The international human rights group Amnesty International described the raid as illegal in its annual report for 2011. The U.S. administration made clear that the operation had been conducted under the USA's theory of a global armed conflict between the USA and Al-Qaeda, in which the USA does not recognize the applicability of international human rights law, the report asserted. In the absence of further clarification from the U.S. authorities, the killing of Osama bin Laden would appear to have been unlawful. The day after the operation, Brennan delivered an error-filled press conference that purported to give details of the raid. Brennan opened by claiming bin Laden was killed in a firefight and that there was no opportunity to take him alive. He later added that bin Laden used women in the compound as human shields. Thinking about that from a visual perspective, here is bin Laden, who has been calling for these attacks, living in this $1 million-plus compound, living in an area that is far removed from the front, hiding behind women who were put in front of him as a shield, he said. I think it really just speaks to just how false his narrative has been over the years. And so, again, looking at what bin Laden was doing hiding there while he's putting other people out there to carry out attacks again just speaks to, I think, the nature of the individual he was. Brennan also alleged that one woman who died was shot while shielding bin Laden, though she was actually killed with her own husband. The White House was later forced to retract Brennan's comments. The leaks from the White House sparked outrage in the special ops community and ultimately led Bissonnette, one of the SEALs who had shot bin Laden, to write his own book on the raid, under the pen name Mark Owen, called No Easy Day, which he said he wrote to set the record straight. So many former SEALs and other special ops veterans began speaking out that McRaven issued a directive ordering all current and former special ops forces to stop speaking to the media. The night Obama had announced bin Laden's death, thousands of Americans poured into the streets in front of the White House and in New York's Times Square, chanting, "USA, USA." Victims' families from the 9/11 attacks spoke of bin Laden's death bringing closure. But the al-Qaeda leader's demise had breathed new life into Washington's global war. JSOC, once shrouded in secrecy, had overnight become a household name and was lionized in the media. The Disney Corporation actually tried to trademark the term SEAL Team 6, and Zero Dark 30, a high-profile Hollywood film, was put into production. The filmmakers were even given access to sensitive material. While the battle over the leaks and varying and contradictory narratives over how exactly bin Laden was killed raged in the media, behind the scenes the White House was deeply immersed in planning more lethal operations against high-value targets. Chief among these was Anwar al-Awlaki. In April 2011, Ahmed Abdul Qadir Warsame, a Somali man the United States alleged had links to Somalia's al-Shabaab, had been captured by JSOC forces in the Gulf of Aden. Warsame was aboard a small skiff when he was snatched by an amphibious team. U.S. counterterrorism officials alleged that he had met with Awlaki and was building ties between al-Shabaab and AQAP. The JSOC forces took him to a military brig aboard the USS Boxer, where Warsame was held incommunicado for more than 2 months before being transferred to New York and indicted on conspiracy charges and providing material support to al-Shabaab and AQAP. Although the Obama administration won praise from some in the civil liberties community for trying him in federal court rather than sending him to Guantanamo, the International Committee of the Red Cross was not permitted to see him until after he had endured 2 months of regular interrogation on board the Boxer. Nor was Warsame given access to lawyers. Warsame's case ignited a legal debate over the Obama administration's policies on capturing and detaining terror suspects, particularly in light of the widening counterterrorism campaigns in Somalia and Yemen. The executive orders that President Obama had issued 2 days after he was sworn into office required the U.S. government to provide the ICRC with notification of, and timely access to, any persons in the custody of the U.S. government. To those who had long fought the Bush administration's detainee policies, the Warsame case indicated that Obama was violating his own executive orders. This is illegal and inexcusable. It means in effect that Mr. Warsame was disappeared for this period with all the attendant dangers such hidden detention engenders. It is reminiscent of early Guantanamo Bay and CIA black site detention, alleged the Center for Constitutional Rights. The group accused the Obama administration of stretching the meaning of the original authorization for use of military force granted by Congress to enable pursuit of the 9/11 attackers and using it a decade later to capture and detain, perhaps indefinitely, anyone it claims is a terrorism suspect anywhere in the world. But the Obama administration was not simply capturing or detaining suspects, it was interrogating them as part of its intensifying campaign to hunt down terrorists. After Warsame's capture, U.S. officials anonymously boasted to major U.S. media outlets that he had provided them with actionable intelligence. The action sparked by that intelligence would not be in Somalia, but in Yemen, against one of Washington's most wanted targets. "I want Awlaki," President Obama told his counterterrorism team. "Don't let up on him." Bin Laden was dead and Ayman al-Zawahiri would soon take his place as the head of al-Qaeda Central, but it was the U.S. citizen running around the badlands of Yemen that Obama and his team had labeled America's new public enemy number one. Obama was a constitutional law professor in a different lifetime, but as president he had developed an alternative legal structure for dealing with Awlaki. President Obama's executive branch had served as prosecutor, judge, and jury. As the ultimate authority, he had rendered his verdict. Now his hand-picked forces would perform the execution. 3 days after Obama announced to the world that JSOC had killed Osama bin Laden, the president's counterterrorism team presented him with an urgent intelligence update on Yemen. The CIA and JSOC believed they had pinpointed Awlaki's location in the south of Yemen and said they had to seize this moment to take him out. Emboldened by the bin Laden raid, Obama's generals had been agitating for the president to authorize a blitzkrieg of sorts to deliver a knockout blow to al-Qaeda in a variety of countries. In Yemen, JSOC was talking about running the table and taking the fight to the enemy. President Obama had ordered John Brennan to update him at every Terror Tuesday meeting on all available intelligence on al-Awlaki. Now the president was presented with a concrete opportunity to finish him off. According to Daniel Klaidman's account, Warsame had provided crucial intelligence on al-Awlaki. The Navy SEALs who captured Warsame had also taken possession of his laptop, thumb drives and other data storage devices. The hardware was filled with emails and other evidence tying him directly to al-Awlaki. Warsame had met with the cleric only 2 days before, completing a major weapons deal, according to Klaidman. Warsame's exposure to al-Awlaki and other high-ranking members of AQAP gave him access to critical patterns of life intelligence, which he divulged to U.S. officials when they interrogated him. He told them how al-Awlaki traveled, including the kinds of vehicles he used and the configuration of his convoys. He provided information about al-Awlaki's modes of communications as well as the elaborate security measures he and his entourage took. Along with signals intercepts by JSOC and the CIA and vital details of al-Awlaki's whereabouts from Yemeni intelligence, the White House now had what it believed was its best shot to date at killing al-Awlaki. U.S. military aircraft were at the ready. Obama gave the green light. JSOC would run the operation. A special ops Dragon Spear aircraft mounted with short-range Griffin missiles blasted through Yemeni airspace, backed by Marine Harrier jets and Predator drones, and headed toward Shabwa. A Global Hawk surveillance aircraft would hover above to relay a live feedback to the mission planners. The American cleric, well aware that the United States was trying to kill him, had taken precautions to limit the number of people with whom he communicated. He changed locations frequently and switched vehicles often. On the evening of May 5, al-Awlaki and some friends were driving through Yawa, in rural southern Shabwa, when their pickup truck was rocked by a massive explosion nearby, shattering its windows. Al-Awlaki saw a flash of light and believed a rocket had been fired at the car. "Speed up!" Al-Awlaki yelled at the driver. He looked around the truck and took stock of the situation. No one was hurt. The back of the truck was filled with canisters of gasoline, yet the vehicle had not exploded. Alhamdulillah, al-Awlaki thought. Praise God. He called for backup. While al-Awlaki and his colleagues scrambled to get away from what they thought was an ambush, JSOC planners watched via satellite as his car emerged from the dust clouds the Griffin had caused. They'd missed. There had been a malfunction of the targeting pod, and the guidance system was unable to keep a lock on al-Awlaki's vehicle. It would now be up to the Harriers and the drone. Strike 2. A massive fireball lit up the sky. Just as the celebrations were to begin, the mission's planners watched in shock as the truck emerged once again. Its back bumper had been hit, but the truck was on the run. The Harriers were running low on fuel and had to abandon the mission. The third strike had to come from the drone. Al-Awlaki peered out the window, looking for the perpetrators of the ambush. It was then he saw it, a drone hovering in the sky. As smoke and dust engulfed the area, Al-Awlaki told the driver not to head toward any populated areas. They pulled into a small valley with some trees. Two brothers, Abdullah and Musad Mubarak al-Daghari, known in the AQAP community as the Al-Harid brothers, had seen the strike from a distance and were speeding to Al-Awlaki's rescue. As the drone hovered overhead, the U.S. war planners could not see what was happening below. A former JSOC planner, who read the U.S. after-action reports on the failed mission, told me that the mission only had satellites that provided top-down imagery. With such satellites, he said, you can't see shit. You're looking down at ants moving. All they saw were vehicles and the people in the vehicles were smart. Dust, gravel, smoke, and flames had shielded the high-value target. The Harid brothers quickly marshaled Al-Awlaki and his driver into their Suzuki Vitara SUV and they took Al-Awlaki's vehicle. They gave Al-Awlaki directions to a cliff where he could go to take shelter, if he could make it past the American missiles. Al-Awlaki hastily said goodbye and sped off in the Suzuki. The Harid brothers then headed in the opposite direction, driving in the truck the Americans had tried to blow up moments earlier. As two vehicles took off in opposite directions, the American war planners had to decide which one to follow. They stuck with Al-Awlaki's truck. Al-Awlaki looked up and saw the drone still hovering. He managed to make it to the cliff in the mountains. From there, he watched as another round of missiles shot out of the sky and blew up the truck, killing the Harrod brothers. As JSOC celebrated what it thought was a successful hit, Al-Awlaki performed the evening prayers and reflected on the situation. "Tonight has increased my certainty that no human being will die until they complete their livelihood and appointed time," he thought. He fell asleep in the mountains, awakened later by colleagues who took him to safety at the home of his old friend Sheikh Naderi. Naderi was asleep when the strikes happened, but he awoke to the sound of the explosions and had felt the ground shake. When the time of dawn approached and as the light began to spread, it brought about with it Sheikh Anwar, Naderi later recalled. "He entered upon us with a cheerful smile, so we all knew that he was the one targeted." The men embraced and Al-Awlaki debriefed him on the strikes. He estimated that 10 or 11 missiles had been fired during the attacks. Naderi asked him what it was like to be bombed by the Americans. "I found it much easier than we think of it. Something of fear befalls you, but the Almighty Allah sends down tranquility," Al-Awlaki told his friend. "This time 11 missiles missed target, but the next time, the first rocket may hit it." Al-Awlaki stayed with Naderi for a few days and then moved on. It was the last time the men would see each other. "We were hoping it was him," said a U.S. official after the strike. As news spread of the attack, anonymous U.S. officials confirmed that the strike had been aimed at Al-Awlaki. And for a moment, they thought they had accomplished the mission. The U.S. drone operators did not know that vehicles were exchanged and resulted in the wrong people dying and Al-Awlaki still alive, according to a Yemeni security official. Al-Awlaki may have escaped, but the United States now had a serious beat on him. "The U.S. government has been targeting Al-Awlaki now for some time. Pace of that operation has been increasing," said Fran Townsend, the former senior Bush administration official. "You've got to believe they had an operational plan to attack the entire leadership, that the drone attack against Al-Awlaki, if they had the opportunity, was going to be timed to the operation against bin Laden, so that they were going to send a very distinct message that the entire leadership of Al-Qaeda, wherever they could be found, would be under attack." Nasser Al-Awlaki could not reach his son, but he had heard from intermediaries that Anwar was alive. He knew that, having failed yet again in its mission to find and kill him, the United States would be more determined than ever to finish the job. He watched the international news reports on the bin Laden raid and listened as commentators, pundits, and senior U.S. officials compared his son to the Al-Qaeda leader and even suggested that Al-Awlaki would now succeed him as its leader. "They've killed bin Laden and now they're after my son," he said. It was cold-blooded. Pakistan, 2011. 3 weeks after the raid that killed Osama bin Laden, the leaders of Pakistan's ISI were still fuming. President Obama and Pakistan's President Zardari publicly presented a unified front in celebrating the death of the Al-Qaeda leader, and Obama thanked the Pakistani government for its assistance over the years, saying, "Our counter-terrorism cooperation with Pakistan helped lead us to bin Laden and the compound where he was hiding." Zardari penned an op-ed in the Washington Post, praising the raid and asserting that Pakistan did its part. Prime Minister Yusuf Raza Gilani declared, "We will not allow our soil to be used against any other country for terrorism, and therefore I think it's a great victory, it's a success, and I congratulate the success of this operation." Notwithstanding the diplomatic niceties, however, the violation of Pakistan's sovereignty was a scandal in the country. "It was cold-blooded," a senior Pakistani security official said. A day after the raid, Pakistan's Foreign Office issued a statement calling the raid an unauthorized unilateral action, asserting, "Such an event shall not serve as a future precedent for any state, including the United States." Pakistan's former Foreign Minister Shah Mahmood Qureshi, who was sacked for his bold stance in the Raymond Davis case, called the raid an unprovoked aggression against the country, while opposition leader Chaudhry Nisar Ali Khan called for the Pakistani president and prime minister to step down. "The operation tramples on our honor and dignity," and the president and prime minister must either give an explanation or resign, he said. The government is keeping silent and there appears to be nobody to respond to propaganda against Pakistan. Every Pakistani wants to know how the US troops crossed over into a sovereign and independent Pakistan without permission, said the Muttahida Qawmi movement chief, Altaf Hussain. How was it possible that a raid was conducted well inside Pakistani territory? How was it possible that the raiders managed to leave unhurt and undetected? How come the government and intelligence agencies remained in the dark about all this? The Pakistani parliament condemned the operation as a violation of Pakistan's sovereignty and called on Islamabad to revisit and review its terms of engagement with the United States. Despite the delicate state of relations between the two governments, some U.S. officials appeared to throw gasoline on the fire. During a press conference after the raid, Brennan charged that it was inconceivable that bin Laden did not have a support system in Pakistan. As a group of 1,500 Pakistanis protested the killing of bin Laden, the United States had resumed its drone strikes. Just 4 days after the raid, a CIA strike targeted a house in North Waziristan. Coming on the heels of the Raymond Davis saga, the bin Laden raid was seen as an ominous symbol by Pakistan's intelligence services. Washington was becoming ever bolder in its operations in Pakistan and would strike with or without the ISI's permission. Obama had made good on his threat to use unilateral force inside Pakistan. Although the ISI could not do much to strike back at the United States directly, it began a hunt to track down any Pakistanis it believed might have assisted the Americans in the bin Laden operation. 3 weeks after the raid, intelligence agents arrested Dr. Scahill, the doctor who had helped the CIA run the fake hepatitis B vaccination program in Abbottabad. He was locked up, tried and sentenced to 33 years in prison. Secretary of State Clinton and leading U.S. lawmakers pushed for Afridi's release. Senators John McCain and Carl Levin said the sentence was shocking and outrageous and asserted that Afridi was a hero. Dr. Afridi set an example that we wish others in Pakistan had followed long ago, the lawmakers wrote in a joint letter. He should be praised and rewarded for his actions, not punished and slandered. The Pakistani foreign minister later pushed back. For us, he's no hero, believe me, she said. He is somebody whose activity has endangered our children. The death of Osama bin Laden certainly did not impede the pace of killing in Afghanistan. Since the killing of the Al-Qaeda leader, ISAF shows no sign of slowing down or cutting back on its mission. In fact, the pace has been higher than usual the past 3 months, boasted an ISAF press release issued just 1 week after bin Laden was killed. Incursions into Pakistan continued as well. On several occasions, NATO forces based in Afghanistan conducted operations along the border, in one case killing 25 Pakistani soldiers. At times, teams of SEALs or members of the CIA's Special Activities Division would cross into Pakistan to conduct operations. Drone strikes continued unabated. Despite Pakistan's protests, it was clear that the Obama administration would continue to act unilaterally in Pakistan, even after bin Laden's death. The US sees Al-Qaeda as terrorism, and we consider the drones terrorism. Yemen, late 2011. While the Obama administration was basking in the success of the bin Laden killing and JSOC and the CIA were closing in on Anwar al-Awlaki, the Arab uprisings were spreading. 3 weeks after the raid in Abbottabad, Pakistan, President Ali Abdullah Saleh's government in Yemen was on the brink of collapse. The protests were growing and President Saleh had played almost every card he had to keep the Americans on his side. He had given the U.S. counter-terrorism machine a virtual free hand to bomb Yemen and opened the doors wide for the evolution of a not-so-covered war. But as his grip on power weakened, AQAP saw opportunity in the chaos. By the summer of 2011, the elite US-backed counter-terrorism units were pulled away from the fight against AQAP to defend the regime from its own people. In southern Yemen, where AQAP had its strongest presence, the Mujahideen sought to take advantage of an imploding state whose leaders had earned a reputation for corruption as they failed to provide basic goods and services. On May 27, 2011, several hundred militants laid siege to Zinhabar, 30 miles northeast of the strategically important southern city of Aden, killing several soldiers, driving out local officials and taking control of the city within 2 days. Who exactly these militants were was a matter of some dispute. According to the Yemeni government, they were AQAP operatives. But the militants who took the city did not claim to be from AQAP. Instead, they announced themselves as a new group, Ansar al-Sharia, or supporters of Sharia. Senior Yemeni officials told me that Ansar al-Sharia was simply a front for al-Qaeda. They pointed out that the first known public reference to the group was made a month before the attack on Zinhabar by AQAP's top cleric, Adil al-Abab. The name Ansar al-Sharia is what we use to introduce ourselves in areas where we work to tell people about our work and goals, and that we are on the path of Allah, he said, adding that the new name was intended to put the focus on the message of the group so as to avoid the associations of the Al-Qaeda brand. Whether Ansar al-Sharia had more independent origins or was merely a product of AQAP's crude rebranding campaign, as Abab claimed, the group's significance would soon extend well beyond Al-Qaeda's historically limited spheres of influence in Yemen, while simultaneously popularizing some of AQAP's core tenets. Months after Zinhabar was taken, I traveled to Aden, Yemen, where I met the Yemeni general whose job it was to retake the area seized by Ansar al-Sharia. General Mohammed al-Somali sat in the passenger seat of his armored Toyota Land Cruiser as it was down the deserted highway connecting Aden to Abiyan province, where the Islamist militants had overrun Zinhabar. Somali, a heavy-set man with glasses and a mustache, was the commander of the 25th Mechanized Brigade of the Yemeni Armed Forces and the man charged with cleansing Zinhabar of the militants. Somali's task carried international significance. Retaking Zinhabar was seen by many as a final test of the flailing Saleh regime. The only real traffic on the road consisted of refugees fleeing the fighting and heading toward Aden, and military reinforcements moving toward Zinhabar. Somali did not want to drive out to the front lines on the day I met him. "You know there could be mortars fired at you," he told me. Twice, the militants in Zinhabar had tried to assassinate the general in that very vehicle. There was a bullet hole in the front windshield, just above his head, and another in his side window, the spiderweb cracks from the bullet's impact clearly visible. When I agreed not to hold him or his men responsible for what might happen, he relented, and we piled in and took off. As we rode along the coast of the Arabian Sea, past stacks of abandoned mortar tubes, Russian T-72 tanks dug into sand berms and the occasional wandering camel, General Somali gave me his account of what had happened on May 27, 2011, when Ansar al-Sharia took the town. Somali attributed the takeover to an intelligence breakdown, explaining, "We were surprised in late May with the flow of a large number of terrorist militants into Zinhabar." He added that the militants raided and attacked some security sites. They were able to seize these institutions. "We were surprised when the governor, his deputies, and other local officials fled to Aden." As the Yemeni military began fighting the militants, General Somali told me, troops from Yemen's Central Security Forces fled, abandoning heavy weaponry as they retreated. The CSF, whose counter-terrorism unit was armed, trained and funded by the United States, was commanded by President Saleh's nephew Yahya. A media outlet associated with the militants reported that Ansar's forces seized heavy artillery pieces, modern anti-aircraft weapons, a number of tanks and armored transports in addition to large quantities of different kinds of ammunition. Somali said that as his forces attempted to repel the attack on Zinhabar a week later, they were attacked by the militants using the artillery seized from the CSF units. "Many of my men were killed," he told me. The Islamist fighters also conducted a series of bold raids on the base of the 25th Mechanized on the southern outskirts of Zinhabar. In all, more than 230 Yemeni soldiers died in battles with the militants in under a year. "These guys are incredibly brave," the general conceded, speaking of the militants. "If I had an army full of men with that bravery, I could conquer the world." Somali said Zinhabar fell because of bad intelligence, but critics of the crumbling Saleh regime told me a different story. They alleged that President Saleh's forces allowed the city to fall. The fighting there began as Saleh faced mounting calls both inside and outside Yemen for his resignation. Several of his key allies had defected to the growing opposition movement. After 33 years of outwitting his opponents, they said, Saleh saw that the end was near. Saleh himself actually handed over Zinjibar to these militants, charged Abdul Ghani al-Aryani, a well-connected political analyst. He ordered his police force to evacuate the city and turn it over to the militants because he wanted to send a signal to the world that, without me, Yemen will fall into the hands of the terrorists. That theory, while unproven, was not baseless. Ever since the Mujahideen war against the Soviets in Afghanistan in the 1980s and continuing after September 11, Saleh has famously milked the threat of Al-Qaeda and other militants to leverage counter-terrorism funding and weapons from the United States and Saudi Arabia to bolster his power within the country and neutralize opponents. A Yemeni government official, who asked to remain anonymous because he was not authorized to speak publicly about military issues, admitted that troops from the US-trained and supported Republican Guard did not respond when the militants entered the town. Those forces were commanded by Saleh's son Ahmed Ali Saleh. Neither did those forces loyal to one of the most powerful military figures in the country, General Ali Mohsen, commander of the 1st Armored Division, move in. 2 months before Zinjibar was seized, Mohsen had defected from the Saleh regime and was publicly supporting his overthrow. General Somali told me he could not confirm or deny that Ansar al-Sharia was actually a QAP. What is important for me, as a soldier, is that they have taken up arms against us. Anyone who is attacking our institutions and military camps and killing our soldiers, we will fight them regardless of if they are Al-Qaeda affiliates or Ansar al-Sharia, he told me. We don't care what they call themselves. And I can't confirm whether Ansar al-Sharia is affiliated with Al-Qaeda or if they are an independent group. Rather than fighting a QAP, the elite US-backed Yemeni units created and funded with the explicit intent to be used only for counter-terrorism operations redeployed to Sana'a to protect the collapsing regime from its own people. The US-supported units existed mostly for the defense of the regime, said Aryani. In the fighting in Abiyan, the counter-terrorism forces have not been deployed in any effective way. They are still here in the palace, protecting the palace. That's how it is. At the time, John Brennan acknowledged that the political tumult had caused the US-trained units to be focused on their positioning for internal political purposes as opposed to doing all they can against a QAP. So it was left to General Somali and his conventional forces to fight the Islamists who had taken over Zinjibar. As we passed the first front line on the outskirts of Zinjibar, Tiger 1, and drove a half-mile to Tiger 2, Somali agreed to let me get out of the vehicle. We will only stay for 2 minutes, he told me. It's dangerous here. The general was soon besieged by his men. They looked thin and haggard, many with long beards and tattered uniforms or no uniforms at all. Some of them pleaded with Somali to write them notes authorizing additional combat pay. One of the soldiers told him, "I was with you when you were ambushed. I helped fight off the attack." Somali scribbled on a piece of paper and handed it to the soldier. The scene continued until Somali got back into the Toyota. As we drove away, he spoke from his armored vehicle through a loudspeaker at his men. "Keep fighting. Do not give up." Whether it was a crass ploy on the part of a failing regime to allow the militants to overrun Zinjibar or an opportunistic power grab by a QAP, the taking of several towns across southern Yemen by Islamist forces was significant. Unlike the militant movement Al-Shabaab in Somalia, AQAP had never taken control of significant swaths of territory in Yemen. But Ansar al-Sharia was determined to do just that, declaring an Islamic emirate in Abiyan. Once Ansar al-Sharia and its allies solidified their grip on Zinjibar, they implemented an agenda aimed at winning popular support. Ansar al-Sharia has been much more proactive in attempting to provide services in areas in Yemen where the government has virtually disappeared, Johnson, the Yemen scholar at Princeton University, told me at the time. It has claimed that it is following the Taliban model in attempting to provide services and Islamic government where the central government in Yemen has left a vacuum. Ansar al-Sharia repaired roads, restored electricity, distributed food, and began security patrols inside the city and its surroundings. It also established Sharia courts where disputes could be resolved. Al-Qaeda and Ansar al-Sharia brought security to the people in areas that were famous for insecurity, famous for thefts, for roadblocks, said Abdul Razak al-Jamal, the independent Yemeni journalist who regularly interviewed al-Qaeda leaders and had spent extensive time in Zinhabar. The people I met in Zinhabar were grateful to al-Qaeda and Ansar al-Sharia for maintaining security. Although the militants in Abiyan brought law and order, the policies were, at times, enforced with brutal tactics such as limb amputations against accused thieves and public floggings of suspected drug users. In one incident in the Ansar al-Sharia held town of Jar, residents said they were summoned to a gruesome event at which militants used a sword to chop off the hands of two young men accused of stealing electrical cables. The amputated hands were then paraded around the town as a warning to would-be thieves. One of the young men, a 15-year-old, reportedly died soon after from blood loss. In another incident, Ansar al-Sharia in Jar publicly beheaded two men it alleged had provided information to the United States to conduct drone strikes. A third man was executed in Chabwa. AQAP took advantage of the Yemeni government's unpopularity, shrewdly recognizing that its message of a Sharia-based system of law and order would be welcomed by many in Abiyan who viewed the Saleh regime as a U.S. puppet. The U.S. missile strikes, the civilian casualties, an almost total lack of government services and a deepening poverty all helped create the opportunity AQAP seized. As these groups of militants took over the city, then AQAP came in, and also tribes from areas that have been attacked in the past by the Yemeni government and by the U.S. government. Aryani, the Yemeni political analyst, told me. They came because they have a feud against the regime and against the U.S. There is a nucleus of AQAP, but the vast majority are people who are aggrieved by attacks on their homes that force them to go out and fight. As Ansar al-Sharia took control of towns in the south, Washington debated how to respond. Some within the Obama administration agitated for the United States to jump into the fight. General James Mattis, who took over from Petraeus as CENTCOM commander, proposed that the president sign off on a massive air assault on the Unity Soccer Stadium on the outskirts of Zinhabar, where Ansar al-Sharia fighters had created a makeshift base from which to attack the Yemeni military. President Obama shot down the proposal. "We're not in Yemen to get involved with some domestic conflict," the president said. "We're going to continue to stay focused on threats to the homeland. That's where the real priority is." Instead, the United States would fly supply runs into southern Yemen via helicopter to back up General Somali's conventional forces. The Americans also provided real-time intelligence, obtained by drones, to Yemeni forces in Abiyan. It has been an active partnership. The Americans help primarily with logistics and intelligence, Somali told me. Then we pound the positions with artillery or air strikes. On a few occasions, Somali told me, the United States conducted unilateral strikes around Zinhabar that targeted al-Qaeda leaders who are on the U.S. terrorist blacklist, though he added, "I did not coordinate directly in these attacks." As cities throughout southern Yemen began to fall to Ansar al-Sharia and the Saleh regime crumbled, in late 2011, the Obama administration decided to pull out most of the U.S. military personnel in Yemen, including those training Yemen's counter-terrorism forces. They have left because of the security situation, Abu Bakr al-Kurbi, Yemen's foreign minister, told me at the time. Certainly, I think if they do not return and the counter-terrorism units are not provided with the necessary ammunition and equipment, it will have an impact on counter-terrorism operations. The United States was shifting tactics. With the Saleh regime severely weakened, the Obama administration calculated that it had little to gain from that alliance at this stage. The United States would double down on its use of air power and drones, striking in Yemen at will to carry on its campaign against AQAP. The Obama administration began quick construction of a secret air base in Saudi Arabia, closer than its base in Djibouti, that could serve as a launching pad for expanded drone strikes in Yemen. Target number 1 remained the same, Anwar al-Awlaki. The key to accomplishing anything in Yemen is navigating its labyrinthine tribal system. For years, a tribal patronage network helped bolster Saleh's regime. Many tribes had a neutral view of AQAP or saw it as a minor nuisance. Some fought against al-Qaeda forces, though others gave them safe haven or shelter. The stance of many tribes toward al-Qaeda depended on how they believed AQAP could forward or hurt their agendas. But the Obama administration's Yemen policy had enraged many tribal leaders who could potentially keep AQAP in check and, over the course of 3 years of regular bombings, had taken away the motivation for many leaders to do so. Several Southern leaders angrily told me stories of U.S. and Yemeni attacks in their areas that killed civilians and livestock and destroyed or damaged scores of homes. If anything, the U.S. airstrikes and support for Saleh family-run counter-terrorism units had increased tribal sympathy for al-Qaeda. Why should we fight them? Why? Asked Ali Abdullah Abdul Salam, a southern tribal sheikh from Shabwa who adopted the nom de guerre Mullah Zabra. Out of admiration, he told me, for Taliban leader Mullah Mohammed Omar. If my government built schools, hospitals, and roads and met basic needs, I would be loyal to my government and protect it. So far, we don't have basic services such as electricity, water pumps. Why should we fight al-Qaeda? He told me that AQAP controlled large swaths of Shabwa, conceding that the group did provide security and prevent looting. If your car is stolen, they will get it back for you. In areas controlled by the government, there is looting and robbery. You can see the difference. Zabra added, if we don't pay more attention, al-Qaeda could seize and control more areas. Zabra was quick to clarify that he believed AQAP was a terrorist group bent on attacking the United States, but that was hardly his central concern. The US sees al-Qaeda as terrorism, and we consider the drones terrorism, he said. The drones are flying day and night, frightening women and children, disturbing sleeping people. This is terrorism. Zabra told me that several U.S. strikes in his region had killed scores of civilians and that his community was littered with unexploded cluster bombs, which at times detonated, killing children. He and other tribal leaders asked the Yemeni and U.S. governments for assistance in removing them, he said. We did not get any response, so we use our guns to explode them. He also said the U.S. government should pay money to the families of civilians killed in the missile strikes of the past 3 years. We demand compensation from the U.S. for killing Yemeni citizens, just like the Lockerbie case, he declared. The world is one village. The U.S. received compensation from Libya for the Lockerbie bombing, but the Yemenis have not. I met Mullah Zabra and his men at the airport in Aden, along the coast where the USS Cole was bombed in October 2000, killing 17 U.S. sailors. Zabra was dressed in black tribal clothes, complete with a yambaya, the traditional dagger, at his stomach. He was also packing a beretta on his hip. Zabra was a striking figure, with leathery skin and a large scar that formed a crescent moon along his right eye. I don't know this American, he said to my Yemeni colleague. So if anything happens to me as a result of this meeting, if I get kidnapped, we'll just kill you later. Everyone laughed nervously. We chatted for a while on a corniche, a cliffside road along the coast, before he drove us around the city for a tour. About 20 minutes into the tour, he pulled over on the side of the road and bought a 6-pack of Heineken from a shanty store, tossing one to me before cracking open a can for himself. It was 11 a.m. Once I got stopped by AQAP guys at one of their checkpoints, and they saw I had a bottle of Johnny Walker, he recalled as he guzzled his second Heineken in 10 minutes and lit a cigarette. They asked me, "Why do you have that?" I told them, "To drink it." He laughed heartily. I told them to bother another guy and drove off. The message of the story was clear: the Al-Qaeda guys don't want trouble with tribal leaders. I am not afraid of Al-Qaeda. I go to their sites and meet them. We are all known tribesmen, and they have to meet us to solve their disputes. Plus, he added, I have 30,000 fighters in my own tribe. Al-Qaeda can't attack me. Zabara served as a mediator with AQAP for the Yemeni government and was instrumental in securing the release of 3 French aid workers held hostage by the militant group for 6 months. Zabara was also asked by the Yemeni Minister of Defense to mediate with the militants in Zinjibar on several occasions, including to retrieve bodies of soldiers killed in areas held by Ansar al-Sharia. I have nothing against Al-Qaeda or the government, he told me. I started the mediation in order to stop bloodshed and to achieve peace. In Zinjibar, his efforts were unsuccessful. He told me that while mediating, he met AQAP operatives from the United States, France, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. I asked him if he ever met with top AQAP leaders. Fad al-Quso is from my tribe, he replied with a smile, referring to one of the most wanted suspects from the Cole bombing. I saw al-Shiri and al-Wahashi 5 days ago in Chibwa, he casually added, referring to the 2 senior AQAP leaders, both of them us designated terrorists. We were walking, and they said, peace be upon you. I replied, peace be upon you, too. We have nothing against them. In the past, it was unthinkable to run into them. They were hiding in the mountains and caves, but now they are walking in the streets and going to restaurants. Why is that? I asked. The regime, the ministers and officials are squandering the money allocated to fight Al-Qaeda, while Al-Qaeda expands, he replied. The United States funds the political security and the national security, which spend money traveling here and there, in Sanaa or in the US, with their family. All the tribes get is air strikes against us. He added that counter-terrorism has become like an investment for the US-backed units. If they fight seriously, the funds will stop. They prolonged the conflict with Al-Qaeda to receive more funds from the United States. In January 2013, Zabara was assassinated in Abiyan. It is unknown who killed him. That same month, the Yemeni government announced that Shiri had died after succumbing to wounds received in a counter-terrorism operation. There is no doubt that when President Obama took office, Al-Qaeda had resurrected its shop in Yemen. But how big a threat AQAP actually posed to the United States or Saleh at that historical moment was the subject of much debate. What went almost entirely undiscussed in the U.S. discourse on AQAP and Yemen was whether U.S. actions, the targeted killings, the Tomahawk and drone strikes might backfire, handing AQAP an opportunity to recruit and provoking the group to escalate its own violence. We are not generating goodwill in these operations, Emil Nakli, the former senior CIA officer, told me. We might target radicals and potential radicals, but unfortunately, other things and other people are being destroyed or killed. So, in the long run, it is not necessarily going to help. These operations will not necessarily help to de-radicalize potential recruits. To me, the bigger issue is the whole issue of radicalization. How do we pull the rug from under it? He added, these operations might be successful in specific cases, but I don't think they necessarily contribute to a de-radicalization of certain segments of those societies. Colonel Patrick Lang, who spent his entire career in covert operations leading sensitive missions, including in Yemen, told me that the threat posed by AQAP had been greatly exaggerated as a threat to the United States. In fact, most Americans think that anything that might kill you personally, in an airplane or walking down Park Avenue or something, is the biggest threat in the world, right? Because they're not accustomed to dealing with conditions of danger as a standard of life, you know? So to say, is AQAP a threat to the United States? Yeah. They could bring down an airliner, kill a couple hundred people. But are they an existential threat to the United States? Of course not. Of course not. None of these people are an existential threat to the United States. We've gone crazy over this. We had this kind of hysterical reaction to danger. In the same way that Afghanistan and Iraq provided a laboratory for training and developing a whole new generation of highly skilled, seasoned special operators, Yemen represented a paradigm that is sure to permeate U.S. national security policy for decades to come. It was under the Bush administration that the United States declared the world a battlefield where any country would be fair game for targeted killings, but it was President Obama who put a bipartisan stamp on this worldview that will almost certainly endure well beyond his time in office. This is going to go on for a long time, said Lang. The global war on terror has acquired a life of its own. It's a self-licking ice cream cone. And the fact that this counterterrorism/counterinsurgency industry evolved into this kind of thing, involving all these people, the foundations, and the journalists and the book writers, and the generals, and the guys doing the shooting, all of that together has a great, tremendous amount of inertia that tends to keep it going in the same direction. Lang added, it continues to roll. It will take a conscious decision, on the part of civilian policy makers, somebody like the president, for example, to decide that okay, boys, the show's over. But Obama was far from deciding the show was over. The Pink House, Washington, D.C., and Somalia, 2011. A month after the Bin Laden raid, Admiral McRaven was still the toast of Washington. In June 2011, he appeared before Congress for his confirmation hearings to become head of the U.S. Special Operations Command. The new post was a promotion from the Commander-in-Chief and would officially put McRaven in charge of the military's global targeted killing program. As he sat before the Senate Armed Services Committee, praise was heaped upon McRaven by Republicans and Democrats alike for his running of the Bin Laden raid and his role in other operations. I salute you and your colleagues in the SEALs for extraordinary operations, said Democratic Senator Jack Reed. I think your decisiveness and your feel for every level of the conflict, from the villages of Afghanistan and Pakistan all the way up here to the more complicated rooms in Washington, was amply demonstrated. Republican John McCain echoed those comments, telling McRaven, what you had achieved in your distinguished career is already extraordinary before May 2, 2011. But on that day, by leading the mission that killed Osama bin Laden, you and your men won an enduring place in American military history. But then the real focus of the hearings unfolded. Were McRaven and his Special Ops forces prepared and capable to expand their operations at a moment's notice worldwide? Reed asked. McRaven told the senators that because of the dramatically increased deployment of Special Ops in the widening global battle space, more resources would be required and a new generation of operators had to be trained. Then the Admiral zeroed in on the current prime targets. From my standpoint as a former JSOC commander, I can tell you we were looking very hard at Yemen and Somalia, he declared. McRaven said that in order to expand successful kinetic strikes there, the United States would have to increase its use of drones, as well as on-the-ground intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance operations. Any expansion of manpower is going to have to come with a commensurate expansion of the enablers, McRaven declared. When I flew into Mogadishu in the month McRaven was promoted, a rather large symbol of the not-so-quiet presence of American enablers was in full view from the moment I landed. Nestled in a back corner of Aden Ad International Airport was a sprawling walled compound. Set on the coast of the Indian Ocean, the facility looked like a small gated community, with more than a dozen buildings behind large protective walls and secured by guard towers at each of its four corners. I later learned from multiple Somali and U.S. intelligence sources that it was a new counterterrorism center run by the CIA and used by JSOC operators. Somalis called it the Pink House because of its color. Others simply called it Guantanamo. Adjacent to the compound were 8 large metal hangars, and the CIA had its own aircraft at the airport. The site, which airport officials and Somali intelligence sources said was completed in early 2011, was guarded by Somali soldiers, but the Americans controlled access. At the facility, the CIA ran a counterterrorism training program for Somali intelligence agents and operatives aimed at building an indigenous strike force capable of snatch operations and targeted combat operations against al-Shabaab. As part of its expanding counterterrorism program in Somalia, the CIA also utilized the secret prison buried in the basement of Somalia's National Security Agency headquarters, where prisoners suspected of being al-Shabaab members or of having links to the group were held. Some of the prisoners, like al-Qaeda leader Saleh Ali Saleh Nabhan's alleged right-hand man, had been seized off the streets of Kenya and rendered by plane to Mogadishu. Others had been yanked off commercial flights after landing or taken from their homes in Somalia and brought to the dungeon. Although the underground prison was officially run by the Somali NSA, U.S. intelligence personnel paid the salaries of local agents and also directly interrogated prisoners. Among the sources who provided me with information on the prison and the CIA Counterterrorism Center were senior Somali intelligence officials, senior members of Somalia's transitional federal government, former prisoners held at the underground prison and several well-connected Somali analysts and militia leaders, some of whom worked with U.S. personnel, including from the CIA. A U.S. official, who confirmed the existence of both sites, told me, "It makes complete sense to have a strong counterterrorism partnership with the Somali government." The elevated CIA presence in Mogadishu was part of the Obama administration's counterterrorism focus on Somalia, which included targeted strikes by JSOC, drone attacks, and expanded surveillance operations. "The U.S. agents are here full-time," a senior Somali intelligence official told me. At times, he said, there were as many as 30 of them in Mogadishu, but he stressed that those working with the Somali NSA did not conduct operations. Rather, they advised and trained Somali agents. "In this environment, it's very tricky. They want to help us, but the situation is not allowing them to do however they want. They are not in control of the politics, they are not in control of the security," he added. "They are not controlling the environment like Afghanistan and Iraq. In Somalia, the situation is fluid, the situation is changing, personalities changing." According to well-connected Somali sources, the CIA was reluctant to deal directly with Somali political leaders, who, despite public praise, were regarded by U.S. officials as corrupt and untrustworthy. Instead, the United States put Somali intelligence agents directly on its payroll. Somali sources with knowledge of the program described the agents as lining up to receive $200 monthly cash payments from Americans, in a country where the average annual income was about $600. "They support us in a big way financially," said the senior Somali intelligence official. "They are the largest by far." It was unclear how much control, if any, Somalia's president had over this counter-terrorism force or if he was even fully briefed on its operations. The CIA personnel and other U.S. intelligence agents do not bother to be in touch with the political leadership of the country, and that says a lot about the intentions, Abdirahman Ain Ali, the al-Shabaab researcher who also had extensive sources within the Somali government, told me. Essentially, the CIA seems to be operating, doing the foreign policy of the United States. You should have had State Department people doing foreign policy, but the CIA seems to be doing it across the country. The Somali officials I interviewed said the CIA was the lead U.S. agency on the Mogadishu counterterrorism program, but they also indicated that U.S. military intelligence agents are at times involved. When asked if they are from JSOC or the Defense Intelligence Agency, the senior Somali intelligence official responded, "We don't know. They don't tell us." As the CIA built up its Somali intelligence agency, CIA Director Leon Panetta appeared before Congress and was asked about the fight against al-Qaeda and its affiliates in Yemen, Somalia, and North Africa. "Our approach has been to develop operations in each of these areas that will contain al-Qaeda and go after them so that they have no place to escape," he said. "So we are doing that in Yemen. It's obviously a dangerous and uncertain situation, but we continue to work with elements there to try to develop counterterrorism. We're working with JSOC as well in their operations. Same thing is true for Somalia." After I broke the story of the CIA's counterterrorism program in Somalia for the nation, one Somali official told the New York Times that the CIA-backed spy service was becoming a government within a government. "No one," Not even the president knows what the NSA is doing, he said. The Americans are creating a monster. According to former detainees, the NSA's underground prison, which was staffed by Somali guards, consisted of a long corridor lined with filthy small cells infested with bedbugs and mosquitoes. One said that when he arrived in February 2011, he saw two white men wearing military boots, combat trousers, gray tucked-in shirts and black sunglasses. The former prisoners described the cells as windowless and the air as thick, moist, and foul-smelling. Prisoners, they said, were not allowed outside. Many developed rashes and scratched themselves incessantly. Some had been detained for a year or more without charges or access to lawyers or family. According to one former prisoner, inmates who had been there for long periods would pace around constantly, while others leaned against walls, rocking. A Somali journalist who was arrested in Mogadishu after filming a sensitive military operation told me that he was taken to the prison and held in a windowless underground cell. Among the prisoners he met during his time there was a man who held a Western passport. Some of the prisoners told him they were picked up in Nairobi and rendered on small aircraft to Mogadishu, where they were handed over to Somali intelligence agents. Once in custody, according to the senior Somali intelligence official and former prisoners, some detainees were freely interrogated by US and French agents. Our goal is to please our partners, so we get more of them, like any relationship, the Somali intelligence official told me. The Americans, he said, operated unilaterally in the country, but the French agents were embedded within AMISOM at its airport base. Indeed, in July 2011, I witnessed a French intelligence agent, with an AMISOM commander, monitoring the passengers disembarking a flight from Nairobi. Somali intelligence sources told me the French sometimes ask for passengers to be snatched from flights and questioned. According to AINT, in some cases, the US and other intelligence agencies have notified the Somali intelligence agency that some people, some suspects, people who have been in contact with the leadership of Al-Shabaab, are on their way to Mogadishu on a plane, and to essentially be at the airport for those people. Catch them, interrogate them. The underground prison was housed in the same building once occupied by Somalia's infamous National Security Service during the military regime of Mohammed Siad Barre, who ruled from 1969 to 1991. A former prisoner told me he actually saw an old NSS sign outside. During Barre's regime, the notorious basement prison and interrogation center, which sat behind the presidential palace in Mogadishu, was a staple of the state's apparatus of repression. It was referred to as Godka, the hole. The bunker is there, and that's where the intelligence agency does interrogate people, said AINT, who maintained contact with Somali intelligence officials. When CIA and other intelligence agencies who actually are in Mogadishu want to interrogate those people, they usually just do that. Somali officials start the interrogation, but then foreign intelligence agencies eventually do their own interrogation as well, the Americans and the French. The US official made available to me for comment said that American operatives' debriefing of prisoners in the facility had been done on only rare occasions and always jointly with Somali agents. In a dramatic flourish that appeared to fulfill his campaign promise to close the CIA's infamous black sites established under President Bush, Obama had signed Executive Order 13491 on January 22, 2009. The order required that the CIA shall close as expeditiously as possible any detention facilities that it currently operates and shall not operate any such detention facility in the future. To human rights groups, the use of the underground prison appeared a backdoor subversion of that order. After the publication of my report on the prison in the Nation and a subsequent, related article by Jeffrey Gettleman in the New York Times, a coalition of human rights groups wrote a letter to President Obama. The articles, they said, further call into question whether the United States is in compliance with its obligations to respect, and ensure respect for, international human rights requirements relating to non-refoulement, arbitrary detention, and humane treatment. Citing Obama's signing of Executive Order 13491, they told the president, "You made clear your deep commitment to ensuring that counterterrorism operations are conducted with respect for human rights and the rule of law. We urge you to reaffirm that commitment by disclosing, to the fullest extent possible, the nature of U.S. involvement in overseas detention, interrogation, and transfer operations relating to the prison in Somalia, so that there can be meaningful public dialogue regarding the extent to which such operations comply with the law." Despite the early rhetoric from President Obama and his surrogates about the need to balance liberty and security, 2 years into his administration it was clear that the White House had repeatedly chosen national security over civil liberties. And though some of the excesses of the Bush era were ended and others curbed, the kill-slash-capture program was growing, not abating. Many serious questions still loomed over the targeted killing program. Was it actually making America safer? Would these operations result in less terrorism or more? Would the actions taken by the White House in the name of defeating terrorism, drone strikes, assassinations, renditions actually aid groups like Al-Shabaab, AQAP, and the Taliban in recruiting new members and supporters? In early 2011, Al-Shabaab was in firm control of a greater swath of Somalia than the transitional federal government, even though the TFG was supported by thousands of US-trained, armed and funded African Union troops. In Mogadishu, despite increased U.S. funding and weapons, AMISOM forces were largely confined to their bases. Instead of fighting a counterinsurgency, they opted for regular shelling of Al-Shabaab, held neighborhoods teeming with civilians. JSOC was bumping off militant figures, but the civilian death toll of AMISOM's shelling pushed some clan leaders to lend support to Al-Shabaab. Meanwhile, the Somali government was viewed as weak, illegitimate, or worse. 99% of the government are corrupted, immoral, dishonest people, selected by the international community. Mohammed Faraz Syed, a Mogadishu businessman, told me when I visited him at his home near the port of Mogadishu during the summer of 2011. Syed, who had owned his business since 1967, complained of having to regularly pay bribes and of government officials stealing from him and other importers. "I think those people must be selected by being in the category of the worst. The more you are criminal, the more you are a drug abuser, the more you will be selected as member of the Somali parliament. The government," he declared, "existed to cheat money." Syed, who adamantly condemned Al-Shabaab and Al-Qaeda, said that Al-Shabaab was far better organized than the Somali government, and he believed that if the AMISOM troops pulled out, Al-Shabaab would take power. "Immediately, in half an hour," he exclaimed. Less than a half an hour. Somalis, he said, were faced with a choice between the government thieves and the Al-Shabaab criminals. "We are like orphans," he concluded. Al-Shabaab controlled what amounted to be about half of Somalia, which is the size of Texas. So you could imagine the large amount of the country, including a portion of Mogadishu, the capital city, ain't estimated. It was abundantly clear that if the Somali government was incapable of building police and military forces that could stabilize even the capital, the influence of Al-Shabaab would continue to grow. Each suicide bombing was evidence that the government was vulnerable, and every mortar that crashed into civilian areas sent a message that the government and the US-backed African Union force was not on the side of the people. With most Somalis caught between a government they despised and Islamic militants they feared, the Obama administration unveiled what it referred to as a dual-track approach to Somalia. It would simultaneously deal with the central government in Mogadishu, as well as regional and clan players in Somalia. The dual-track policy only provides a new label for the old Bush administration's approach, observed Somalia analyst Afir Abdi Elmi. It inadvertently strengthens clan divisions, undermines inclusive and democratic trends, and most importantly, creates a conducive environment for the return of the organized chaos or warlordism in the country. The dual-track policy encouraged self-declared, clan-based regional administrations to seek recognition and support from the United States. "Local administrations are popping up every week," said Ain't at the time. "Most of them don't control anywhere, but people are announcing local governments in the hopes that CIA will set up a little outpost in their small village. By mid-2011, in Washington, American officials said debates were underway about just how much the United States should rely on clandestine militia training and armed drone strikes to fight the Shabaab, according to the New York Times. Over the past year, the American embassy in Nairobi, according to one American official, has become a hive of military and intelligence operatives who are chomping at the bit to escalate operations in Somalia. While the United States ratcheted up both its rhetoric and its strikes against al-Shabaab, its tactical successes were largely in rural areas outside of Mogadishu. In the Somali capital, the CIA-trained and funded counter-terrorism force brought few tangible gains. So far what we have not seen is the results, the senior Somali intelligence official told me in the summer of 2011. He conceded that neither US nor Somali forces had been able to conduct a single successful targeted mission in al-Shabaab controlled areas in the capital. In late 2010, according to the official, US-trained Somali agents conducted an operation in an al-Shabaab area that failed terribly and resulted in the death of several agents. There was an attempt, but it was a haphazard one, he recalled. On February 3, 2011, al-Shabaab broadcast the execution of an alleged CIA informant on its Al-Kataib television channel. While the CIA's newest project in Somalia struggled to achieve any victories, the United States waged its campaign against al-Shabaab primarily by continuing to support the AMISOM forces, which were not conducting their mission with anything resembling surgical precision. AMISOM regularly put out press releases boasting of gains against al-Shabaab and the retaking of territory, but the reality was far more complicated. As I walked throughout the areas AMISOM had retaken in 2011, I saw a honeycomb of underground tunnels once used by al-Shabaab fighters to move from building to building. By some accounts, the tunnels stretched continually for miles. Leftover food, blankets, and ammo cartridges lay scattered near pop-up positions once used by al-Shabaab snipers and guarded by sandbags, all that remained of guerrilla warfare positions. Not only had the al-Shabaab fighters been cleared from the above-ground areas, the civilians that once resided there were cleared, too. On several occasions when I was there, AMISOM forces fired artillery from their airport base at the Bakara market, where whole neighborhoods had been totally abandoned. Houses lay in ruins and animals wandered, chewing trash. In some areas, bodies had been hastily buried in trenches with dirt barely masking the remains. On the side of the road in one former al-Shabaab neighborhood, a decapitated corpse lay just yards away from a new government checkpoint. In a series of interviews in Mogadishu, several of the country's internationally recognized leaders, including President Sharif, called on the U.S. government to quickly and dramatically increase its assistance to the Somali military in the form of training, equipment, and weapons. Moreover, they argued that without viable civilian institutions, Somalia would remain vulnerable to terrorist groups that could further destabilize not only Somalia but the region. I believe that the U.S. should help the Somalis to establish a government that protects civilians and its people, Sharif said. But the United States had little faith in Sharif and other government officials, and with good reason. If they were doing anything but pocketing all the money that has been given to it, it would have a lot more resources than al-Shabaab, said Ken Menkhaus, the Davidson College Somalia scholar. According to the UN Monitoring Group on Somalia, weapons and ammunition given to the Somali government and its affiliated militias were increasingly surfacing on the black market and ultimately ending up in the hands of al-Shabaab. The United Nations estimated that the government and pro-government forces sell between 1/3 and 1/2 of their ammunition on the black market. In the battle against al-Shabaab, the United States did not cast its lot with the Somali government. The emerging U.S. strategy on Somalia, borne out in stated policy, the expanded covert presence and funding plans, was two-pronged. On the one hand, the CIA was training, paying and at times directing Somali intelligence agents who were not firmly under the control of the Somali government, while JSOC conducted unilateral strikes without the prior knowledge of the government. On the other, the Pentagon increased its support for and arming of the counter-terrorism operations of non-Somali African military forces. By 2011, one Somali who was exercising a lot of control over his territory was Indhaad, the former Islamic Courts Union defense minister and erstwhile al-Shabaab ally. When I visited him in the summer of 2011, he had rebranded himself as General Yusuf Mohammed Syed and was decked out in a military uniform bearing 3 stars. He had become a high-ranking officer in the Somali military. While the United States and other Western powers conducted specialized training exercises and armed and equipped the Ugandan and Burundian militaries under the auspices of AMISOM, to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars, the Somali government could barely pay its own soldiers. The Somali military was underfunded and underarmed, its soldiers poorly paid, highly undisciplined and, at the end of the day, more loyal to their clans than to the central government. That's how the Rent-A militia program was born. And Indhaad was a prime example of how it operated. While Washington went to great lengths to shield its support for Somali warlords and militias, it was a barely masked public secret in Mogadishu that its proxies from Ethiopia, Kenya, and AMISOM were making deals with warlords similar to those brokered with the CIA's Alliance for the Restoration of Peace and Counterterrorism in the early 2000s. As the United States focused on its own unilateral kinetic ops, the Somali government and AMISOM turned to some unsavory characters in a dual effort, to independently build something vaguely resembling a national army and much in the way the United States attempted with its awakening councils in the Sunni areas of Iraq in 2006 to purchase strategic loyalty from former allies of the current enemy. Indhaad was given a military rank, despite never having served in an official army, while others were given government ministries in return for allocating their militia forces to the fight against al-Shabaab. Several were former allies of al-Qaeda or al-Shabaab, and many had directly fought the US-sponsored Ethiopian invasion or had rallied against the US-led mission in Somalia in the early 1990s that culminated in the Black Hawk Down incident. Other militias were little more than proxies for the Ethiopian or Kenyan governments, both of which are heavily backed by Washington. In 2011, Indhaad had become sort of a hybrid of his former selves, an Islamic warlord who believed in Sharia law, taking money and weapons from AMISOM and cultivating friendly relations with the CIA. Large parts of Mogadishu were not accessible without Indhaad's permission, and he controlled one of the largest militias and possessed more technicals in the city than any other warlord. His mechanic, who built specially weaponized pickups for Indhaad's forces, was said to be the best in Mogadishu. With a senior military rank and a flow of modern weapons, Indhaad was more powerful and, at least as far as he saw it, respectable than ever. As I sat outside one of Indhaad's homes, waiting for his entourage to prepare to head out for the front lines, a white Toyota Corolla pulled into the drive. Within moments, box after box of fresh ammunition was being unloaded. Indhaad took me to several front lines where his militia was fighting al-Shabaab. As we made our way to various positions, we were repeatedly fired on by al-Shabaab snipers. A few months earlier, Indhaad's personal bodyguard was shot in the head as he stood in front of his boss in a battle with al-Shabaab fighters. According to witnesses, Indhaad slung the man's body over his shoulder, carried him to a secured area, picked up an automatic weapon and then charged at his killers. One night I fired 120 AK-47 rounds, 4 magazines, and 250 machine gun bullets. I am the #1 fighter on the front lines, he told me as we walked through the bombed-out remains of a neighborhood his men had recently retaken from al-Shabaab. Unlike the forces from AMISOM, Indhaad did not wear any body armor, and he regularly stopped to take calls on his hands-free mobile. The role of general is two-way street. In a conventional, well-funded war, the generals lead from behind with orders, he declared. But in a guerrilla war, as we are in, the general has to be at front line to boost the morale of his men. As we walked alongside trenches on the outskirts of Bakara Market, once occupied by fighters from al-Shabaab, Indhaad's entourage stopped. In one of the trenches, the foot of a corpse poked out from a makeshift grave consisting of some sand dumped loosely over the body. One of Indhaad's militiamen said the body was that of a foreigner who fought alongside al-Shabaab. "We bury their dead, and we also capture them alive," Indhaad told me in his low, raspy voice. "We take care of them if they are Somali, but if we capture a foreigner, we execute them so that others will see we have no mercy." I asked Indhaad why he was now fighting on the side of the United States and against his former al-Shabaab allies, and he spat what sounded like memorized verses without skipping a beat. "Foreign international terrorists came into our country, started to kill our people. They killed some of our fathers, raped our women and looted our houses. It is my obligation to defend my people, my country, and my religion. I have to either liberate my people or die in the course." "The militants from Al-Qaeda and Al-Shabaab changed," he said, "not him. The terrorists are misinterpreting the religion," he said. "If I would have known what I now know, that the guys I was protecting were terrorists, I would have handed them to the CIA without asking for any money." One of the more powerful forces that emerged in Somalia's anti-Al-Shabaab government militia nexus was Al-Sunnah wal Jamaa, a Sufi Muslim paramilitary organization. Originally founded in the 1990s as a quasi-political organization dedicated to Sufi religious scholarship and community works and avowedly non-militant, ASWJ viewed itself as a buffer against what it saw as the encroachment of Wahhabism in Somalia. Its proclaimed mandate was to preach a message of peace and delegitimize the beliefs and political platform of fundamentalist movements. It ran madrasas and taught Quranic memorization. The sect's prayer services, which featured a lot of group chanting, more closely resembled an evangelical Sunday service than conventional Friday prayers at mosques throughout the Muslim world. In 2008, al-Shabaab began targeting Al-Sunnah leaders, carrying out assassinations and desecrating the tombs of ASWJ's elders. Al-Shabaab considered ASWJ to be a cult whose practices of celebrating the dead and speaking in tongues were heresy. After much debate within the ASWJ community, militias were formed to take up arms against al-Shabaab. At the beginning, its fighting force of undisciplined clan fighters and religious scholars left much to be desired. Then, quietly, Ethiopia started arming and financing ASWJ, as well as providing its forces with training and, eventually, boots on the ground. By early 2010, ASWJ was widely seen as an Ethiopian and therefore U.S. proxy. In March 2010, after heated debate within its community, ASWJ signed a formal cooperation agreement with the Somali government. One of the prime beneficiaries of ASWJ's new status as a paramilitary militia was Abdul Qadir Molan Noor, simply known as the Khalifa, or the successor. His father, a widely revered holy man, died in 2009 at the age of 91 and had designated Noor as the new spiritual leader of the movement. Noor was educated in London and managed his family's business investments outside of Somalia. When his father died, he left his life of safety and comfort to return to Mogadishu, where he was given the title of Minister of State for the presidency. Noor, however, still enjoyed the luxuries of the West. He rolled around Mogadishu in an armored SUV with animal skins over the seats. He set up a wireless internet network in an ASWJ camp outside of the capital that didn't have indoor plumbing, and his Quran was housed in a shiny new iPad. He showed me an email from Ethiopia's Minister of Foreign Affairs on his recently acquired white iPhone. Noor, who regularly met with Western officials and intelligence agents, declined to outline who exactly was funding ASWJ from the outside, but he did single out the United States as Somalia's #1 ally. "I'm here to thank them, because they are helping us, fighting against the terrorists," he told me. "What about on a military level?" I asked him. "I don't want to mention a lot of things," he replied. "But, they are in deep. They are working with our intelligence, they are giving them training. They are working with the military personnel. They have special trained forces fighting against al-Shabaab here. I don't want to disclose, but I know they're doing a good job. They do have people here, fighting al-Shabaab. And by the help of Allah, we hope this mayhem will end soon." By mid-2011, the ASWJ militias had emerged as some of the most effective fighters battling al-Shabaab forces outside of Mogadishu, winning back territory in the Mudug region and several other pockets of the country. But, like most powerful paramilitary groups in Somalia, there was far more to the group than met the eye. The UN Monitoring Group on Somalia declared that some ASWJ militias appear to be proxies for neighboring states rather than emergent local authorities. ASWJ also received support from Southern ACE, a private security firm. Technically registered in Hong Kong in 2007 and run by a white South African, Edgar Van Tonder, Southern ACE committed egregious violations of the arms embargo on Somalia, according to the United Nations, and also began to explore prospects for arms trafficking and engaged in horticultural experiments aimed at the production of narcotic drugs, including marijuana, cocaine, and opium. Between April 2009 and early 2011, according to the United Nations, Southern ACE and its local associates recruited and operated a well-equipped, 220-strong militia, supervised by a dozen Zimbabweans and 3 Westerners, at an estimated cost of $1 million in salaries and at least $150,000 in arms and ammunition. The result was one of the strongest forces, with the potential to change the balance of power in the area. Southern ACE began acquiring arms from the weapons market in Somalia, including scores of Kalashnikovs, heavy machine guns, rocket-propelled grenade launchers and an anti-aircraft Zu-23 machine gun with 2,000 rounds of ammunition. The company's arms purchases were so substantial that local officials noted a significant rise in the price of ammunition and a shortage of Zu-23 rounds. Some of the weapons were mounted on four-wheel drive vehicles and pickup trucks. The company also imported to Somalia Philippine Army-style uniforms and bulletproof jackets in support of their operations, according to the United Nations. Backed by Ethiopia and Southern ACE, ASWJ conducted a series of major offensives against al-Shabaab that the United Nations alleged were supported through violations of the arms embargo. Although Ethiopia and the United States undoubtedly saw ASWJ as the best counterbalance to the rhetoric of al-Shabaab and al-Qaeda, in just 3 years they transformed a previously nonviolent entity into one of the most powerful armed groups in Somalia. To a certain extent, the resort to Somali proxy forces by foreign governments represents a potential return to the warlordism of the 1990s and early 2000s, a UN report soberly concluded. Such practices, it added, historically proved to be counterproductive. Southern ACE was hardly the only mercenary company to intervene in Somalia. No modern U.S. war would be complete without the involvement of Blackwater founder Eric Prince. Even though his company's crimes and scandals were closely associated with the neoconservatives and the Bush era, Blackwater forces continued to play a significant role in the CIA's global operations under the Obama administration. With Blackwater under intense investigation and his top deputies indicted on federal conspiracy and weapons charges, Prince left the United States in 2010 and relocated to Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates, a major hub for the mercenary industry and the war contracting business as a whole. Prince had close ties to the royals, particularly the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi. He said he chose Abu Dhabi because of its great proximity to potential opportunities across the entire Middle East, and great logistics, adding that it has a friendly business climate, low to no taxes, free trade, and no out-of-control trial lawyers or labor unions. It's pro-business and opportunity. From his adopted home in the UAE, Prince continued his mercenary activities. He left the United States, he said, to make it harder for the jackals to get my money, adding that he wanted to explore new opportunities in the energy field. A few days before Christmas 2010, Prince landed at Mogadishu's international airport, disembarked a private jet and was taken to the VIP lounge, where he met with unidentified individuals for an hour. He then got back aboard his jet and took off. We have been hearing more and more about Blackwater's ambitions to make its mark in Somalia, a Western official told me at the time. Prince had long been interested in building a privatized counter-piracy force that could deploy off the coast of Somalia. In late 2008, he was in talks with more than a dozen shipping companies about hiring Blackwater to protect their ships and vessels through the Horn of Africa and the Gulf of Aden. In 2006, he had purchased a 183-foot vessel, the MacArthur, and transformed it into an anti-piracy mothership that could be equipped with Little Bird helicopters, inflatable boats, 35 private soldiers and a .50 caliber machine gun. We could put vessels out there and go and stop fishing boats the pirates are using a lot cheaper than the Navy could using $1.5 billion to $2 billion warships, Prince said. The European Union, he said, was out there with 24 ships, trying to cover 2 million square miles of ocean in the Indian Ocean dealing with Somali pirates. That comes out to 80,000 square miles per vessel. That's just not getting it done. Prince suggested that his force could operate like the privateers during the American Revolution. A privateer was a private ship, with a private crew, with a private master, and they would receive a hunting license. It's called a letter of marque. It's actually provided for in the Constitution, Prince declared in a speech shortly before he left for the UAE. They were allowed to go hunt enemy shipping and they did very well. Even General Washington was an investor in one of those privateer operations. There was no doubt that piracy was expanding off Somalia's coast. Pirate attacks continued to climb during the second half of 2010. From September 2010 to January 2011, the number of hostages held by pirates rose from 250 to 770. Pirates had begun demanding increasingly exorbitant ransoms and were using commandeered motherships to carry out more ambitious attacks. In January 2011, U.S. soldiers conducted a counter-piracy incursion inland, snatching 3 young Somali men and bringing them aboard a ship for questioning. Soon after, the head of CENTCOM's naval forces, Vice Admiral Mark Fox, suggested that the United States should employ counterterrorism measures in the fight against Somali piracy. Citing the increasing sophistication of the pirates' technology, as well as their links to Al-Shabaab, Fox spoke of countering nascent pirate attacks inland. Al-Shabaab is responsible for a lot of training activity and camps and that sort of thing in Somalia, he declared. The pirates use these things. There cannot be a segregation between terrorist activity, in my mind, and counter-piracy. Although Fox may have been overstating links between Al-Shabaab and the pirates, many accounts indicate that Al-Shabaab was extorting from the pirates more than it was coordinating with them. He was correct that the pirates were becoming bolder. On February 16, 2011, Abdulwali Muse, the lone pirate prosecuted for the hijacking of the Maersk Alabama, was sentenced to 33 years in prison. 2 days later, an SOS was sent from a personal yacht, the SV Quest, owned by California residents Gene and Scott Adam. They were captured, along with Seattle-based crewmates Phyllis Mackey and Robert Riggle, 275 miles from the coast of Oman. An ad hoc flotilla of naval vessels from the U.S. Fifth Fleet began trailing the Quest soon after its capture was reported, supported by helicopters and unarmed surveillance drones. The rescue mission caught up to the Quest in international waters between the northernmost tip of Puntland and the Yemenite island of Socotra. By the next day, President Obama had authorized the use of lethal force. But in all the ways that the takedown of the pirates who took the Maersk Alabama was a success, the mission to liberate the passengers on board the Quest was a disaster. An unusually large, unwieldy band of 19 pirates had boarded the yacht, making the succinct 3 shots, 3 dead pirates conclusion of the Alabama rescue impossible to replicate. So the stalemate continued until 2 pirate representatives from the Quest willingly boarded one of the ships to negotiate with the FBI. The talks soon stalled, and FBI agents detained the pirates. The next morning, a rocket-propelled grenade was fired at one of the Navy ships, before gunfire erupted within the yacht. 2 pirates were killed. U.S. forces then sprang into action. 2 motorboats carried 15 Navy SEAL commandos to the yacht, where intense hand-to-hand combat ensued. 2 pirates were killed by the SEALs, 1 shot and the other stabbed. It was already too late for the hostages. 2 had died, and the others had suffered fatal gunshot wounds. It is unclear whether the hostages had been executed or caught in the crossfire. In a telephone press conference, Admiral Fox stated that the hostages were shot prior to the boarding and violent clearing operation. A BBC correspondent who spoke with the pirates reported that they took credit for killing the captives but had done so only after the U.S. Navy fired the first shots, which killed the first 2 pirates. The 15 remaining pirates were taken into U.S. custody, and 14 were later indicted on charges of piracy and kidnapping. Manifesting one of the qualities that defined Blackwater's ascent, Erik Prince again saw opportunity in crisis. In 2009, Blackwater had inked a deal with the government of Djibouti to operate the anti-piracy ship MacArthur from its territory. The arrangement was the result of a series of meetings between Djiboutian officials, Prince, and Kofor Black, the former head of the CIA's Counter-Terrorism Center, who at the time was a senior executive at Blackwater. Initial estimates indicated that the company could make about $200,000 per escort job for shipping companies. The crew would consist of 33 U.S. citizens, including 3 6-man shooter teams that would operate on a continual rotation. Blackwater does not intend to take any pirates into custody, but will use lethal force against pirates if necessary, according to a classified U.S. diplomatic cable on the agreement, noting that Blackwater has briefed AFRICOM, CENTCOM, and Embassy Nairobi officials. The cable added that there was no precedent for a paramilitary operation in a purely commercial environment. Somalia's piracy industry was based in the semi-autonomous Puntland region, which had little interest in cooperating with the US-backed government in Mogadishu. The Puntland authorities were facing mounting pressure from the international community to crack down on the pirates, and a local Islamic militant movement was threatening its ability to sign lucrative oil and mineral exploitation contracts with large corporations. Somalia is home to significant deposits of uranium and largely unexploited reserves of iron ore, tin, gypsum, bauxite, copper, salt, natural gas, likely oil reserves, according to the CIA. In late 2010, Puntland's government announced that it was creating its own counter-piracy/counter-terrorism force, saying that it had received funding from an anonymous donor nation from the Gulf. It was later revealed that the anonymous donor country was none other than the UAE and that the company that had been contracted to train the security force was bankrolled by one of its newest residents, Erik Prince. The company, Saracen International, was run by several veterans of the mercenary firm Executive Outcomes and had offices and shell companies in multiple countries, including South Africa, Uganda, Angola, and Lebanon. Among the key figures in the company was Lafras Luiting, a former officer in Apartheid South Africa Civil Cooperation Bureau, a notorious security force known for hunting down and killing opponents of the apartheid regime. According to a confidential intelligence report from AMISOM, Prince was at the top of the management chain of Saracen and provided seed money for the Saracen contract. According to the UN Monitoring Group on Somalia, Prince and Luiting met in Washington, D.C., in October 2009, and the two then met with officials from Abu Dhabi. The UAE also hired a former U.S. diplomat, attorney Pierre Richard Prosper, who had served as the ambassador at large for war crimes issues under President Bush, and an ex-CIA officer, Michael Shanklin, the former CIA Mogadishu station chief. By late 2010, Saracen was training a 1,000-member counter-piracy force in northern Puntland. The force also began preparing to take on Islamic militants who were threatening big business opportunities. The Islamic militants had complained that they had been cut out of energy exploration deals in their region. "You cannot have oil exploration if you have insecurity," declared Mohammed Farali, the son and advisor of Puntland's president, Abdirahman Mohammed Farali. By May 2011, Saracen's Puntland operations were well underway. At the Bandar Siyata base near Bosaso, 470 soldiers and drivers had completed training. Plans were in place to equip the force with 3 transport aircraft, 3 reconnaissance aircraft, 2 transport helicopters and 2 light helicopters. The projected force, according to the UN Monitoring Group, would be the best equipped indigenous military force anywhere in Somalia and the second largest externally supported military effort after AMISOM. Photographic evidence indicated that Saracen personnel had already been deployed for VIP security and humanitarian operations. Saracen also brokered a deal with President Sheikh Sharif's administration in Mogadishu to build a personal security detail for the president and other senior officials. Saracen's Mogadishu operations were visible by October 2010. Luading, Shanklin, and a small group of Saracen personnel traveled to Mogadishu on October 5. Over the next 3 weeks they received 4 armored vehicles, complete with machine gun turrets, from the UAE. It seemed that President Sharif and his Prime Minister had been making secret deals with Saracen and at least 5 other private companies that had set up shop around Mogadishu's international airport. These conspicuous activities quickly aroused the suspicions and concerns of AMISOM forces and Somali politicians. AMISOM's commander, Major General Nathan Mugisha, expressed concern about unknown armed groups in the mission area, in reference to Saracen's operations. Meanwhile, Somali lawmakers announced at the end of 2010 that they were demanding the suspension of contracts with private security contractors, claiming that they had no idea what the contractors had actually been hired to do. Just as Prince and Saracen's latest private war was getting underway, scandal hit. The UN monitoring group declared that Saracen had been operating in flagrant violation of the arms embargo on Somalia, concluding in its report that notwithstanding Southern ACE's short-lived and unsuccessful attempts at arms dealing and drug trafficking, the most egregious violation of the arms embargo by a private security company during the course of the UN monitoring group's mandate was perpetrated by Saracen International, in association with an opaque web of affiliated entities. The UN monitoring group suggested that Saracen's continued operations could actually increase support for local Islamist militias and, possibly, Al-Shabaab. Saracen's presence has increased tension in northeastern Somalia, it concluded. A year later, in response to a subsequent UN report, Saracen's lawyer accused the monitoring group of publishing a collection of unsubstantiated and often false innuendo. In early 2011, when Prince's involvement in Saracen became public, his spokesman, Mark Corallo, said that Prince was merely compelled by humanitarian imperative to help Somalia overcome the scourge of piracy and claimed he had no financial stake in Saracen's work. "We don't want to have anything to do with Blackwater," Somalia's information minister, Abdul Karim Jama, told the New York Times, recalling Blackwater's killing of innocent Iraqis at Baghdad's Nisaur Square in 2007. "We need help, but we don't want mercenaries." Jama didn't mention that he was among the Somali officials present during negotiations around the Saracen deal. In the spring of 2011, Puntland announced that it was suspending Saracen's operations, pending approval by the United Nations. But a senior Somali official told me that the company was still discreetly operating in Mogadishu, working with Somali security forces. Among the other private security companies based at the Mogadishu airport were Ecom Technology Corporation, Osprey Logistics, PAY, Agility, RA International, International Armored Group, Hart Security, DynCorp, Bancroft, and Threat Management Group. Some of them trained Somali security services or supported AMISOM, while others provided logistical support for aid groups and journalists. Some companies, like Bancroft, were well known, but the roles of some others were secret and their activities shielded from effective oversight. In that way, they fit in perfectly in Somalia. They were also convenient for Washington. "We do not want an American footprint or boot on the ground," said Johnny Carson, the Obama administration's lead official on Somalia. Despite the increased role of the CIA and JSOC and the use of warlords turned generals and mercenary firms, the greatest tactical victory won in recent years in Somalia was delivered not by AMISOM, the CIA, or JSOC, or by any US-backed indigenous forces, but by members of a militia fighting as part of the Somali government's chaotic local military. And it happened purely by accident. Total savagery throughout the country. Somalia, 2011. Fazul Abdullah Mohammed's world had grown very small. Almost all of his East African Al-Qaeda comrades had been assassinated by JSOC, and he lived life on the run. He had a $5 million bounty on his head, courtesy of the US government. Some intelligence reports indicated that he may have had plastic surgery, and there were periodic reports of him popping up throughout the Horn of Africa using aliases and fake passports. With many of the veteran Al-Qaeda leaders gone, Fazol was increasingly isolated and dealing with the complexities of Somalia's clan politics. Then, on May 2, Osama bin Laden was killed. "We shall redouble our jihad and we shall overpower our enemies," Al-Shabaab spokesman, Sheikh Raj, declared after bin Laden's death. "We shall never divert from the path of Sheikh Osama and we shall continue the battle till we taste the death our brother Osama faced, or achieve victory and rule the whole world." Despite such declarations, Al-Shabaab found itself in a weakened state. It had taken severe losses as a result of the Amisom bombings, JSOC's targeted killings and various clan-based militias fighting to retake territory from Al-Shabaab. If the group was to survive and continue its remarkable ascent in Somalia, it would need to adapt. By the time bin Laden died, Fazol had spent most of his adult life focused on Somalia and had grown frustrated with both Al-Qaeda and the Al-Shabaab leadership. He wrote to Zawahiri complaining that Al-Shabaab was not being sufficiently supported by Al-Qaeda Central. He was criticizing them for ignoring what he calls an organization that has proven its effectiveness, said a Somali source with close connections to the Somali intelligence services that read the letter. Fazol, the source said, argued that Al-Qaeda Central is channeling resources to other AQ outfits, who are not as effective as Al-Qaeda in Somalia. The source added, "He's right on that. Al-Qaeda in East Africa has proven that it could actually manipulate an organization like Al-Shabaab, connect with its leadership, be part of its highest command, and do whatever it wants with it." But Fazol was finding it increasingly difficult to deliver adequate resources from Al-Qaeda to Al-Shabaab, and Al-Shabaab sought out different means of financing and support, instead making deals with powerful clans. So Fazol found himself at odds with Al-Shabaab Somali leadership. My Somali source, who was given access to some of Fazol's writings from 2011, described growing fissures, revealing that Fazol thought, essentially, that Al-Shabaab is going the wrong way, that the traditional warfare that's going on between Al-Shabaab and the government was not sustainable anymore, that Al-Shabaab started to lose significant ground in Mogadishu, and that they had too little fighters, about 4,000 or so fighters, against about 8,000 African Union peacekeepers, and maybe 10,000 Somalis. Fazol criticized the Al-Shabaab leadership for failing to recruit young Somalis ideally between the ages of 13 and 16 and train them for a long-term struggle. Fazol alleged that Al-Shabaab was recruiting young people, but then in a few months they're just sending them as suicide bombers. And he thought that that was such a bad idea, and that in the long run would just erode fighters out of Al-Shabaab. The source added, "I mean, this guy's looking way ahead, and he's accusing the Al-Shabaab leadership of being short-sighted." A month after bin Laden died, Al-Shabaab was in serious trouble. Amisom had increased the size of its forces and its role shifted from a peacekeeping operation to one that increasingly involved offensive operations. US-trained Ugandan and Burundian troops began pushing into Al-Shabaab territory on the outskirts of Mogadishu, including the Bakara market. The United States was feeding Amisom targeting data and providing it with new technology, including small Raven surveillance drones, night vision and communications equipment and other surveillance gear. The pro-government militia ASWJ had routed Al-Shabaab's forces in several key areas outside of the city, while other US-supported militias, including those of Indhaad and Ahmed Madobi, fought them elsewhere. Al-Shabaab, as Fazol had warned, was relying too heavily on young, inexperienced recruits to fight on the front lines against far better trained and more experienced Somali militias and foreign-backed forces. It was a defining moment in the history of Al-Shabaab, and also for Fazol. Late on the evening of June 7, 2011, a man whose South African passport identified him as Daniel Robinson was in the passenger seat of a Toyota SUV driving on the outskirts of Mogadishu when his driver, A Kenyan national, missed a turn and headed straight toward a checkpoint manned by some kids from a Somali militia. It was unheard of during this time for any vehicles to be on the streets of Mogadishu late at night, so the Somalis at the checkpoint, some of whom were high on khat, were immediately suspicious. After the men in the vehicle refused to comply with instructions to properly identify themselves and show their faces by turning on the lights of the car's cab, the militia guys sensed a threat and opened fire. A firefight broke out as the men in the vehicle shot back. By sunrise, the vehicle was pocked with bullet holes. When the Somali forces finally approached the vehicle, they discovered laptop computers, cell phones, documents, weapons and $40,000 in cash. The soldiers promptly looted the car and took their booty back to their villages. They left the passports and a few other items at the scene. As soon as it was discovered that the men killed at the checkpoint were foreigners, CIA-funded Somali intelligence agents were dispatched to the scene to launch an investigation and recover the items that had been looted. There was a lot of English and Arabic stuff, papers, recalled a Somali intelligence official who helped lead the investigation that day. The papers, he said, contained very tactical stuff that appeared to be linked to Al-Qaeda, including 2 senior people communicating. The Somali agents realized it was an important man and informed the CIA in Mogadishu. The men's bodies were taken to the Somali NSA. The Americans took DNA samples and fingerprints, then flew them to Nairobi for processing. Within hours, the United States confirmed that Robinson was in fact Fazul Abdullah Mohammed. At its facilities in Mogadishu, the CIA and its Somali NSA agents pored over the materials recovered from Fazul's car, which served as a mobile headquarters for the Al-Qaeda leader. Some deleted and encrypted files were recovered and decoded by U.S. agents. The senior Somali intelligence official who reviewed the documents predicted the intelligence might prove more valuable on a tactical level than the cash found in Osama bin Laden's house in Pakistan, especially in light of the increasing U.S. and Al-Qaeda focus on East Africa. The Americans, he said, were unbelievably grateful. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton called Fazul's death a significant blow to Al-Qaeda, its extremist allies and its operations in East Africa. It is a just end for a terrorist who brought so much death and pain to so many innocents. According to Aint, the Al-Shabaab expert, Al-Shabaab's leadership at the time was primarily concerned with tactics and operations that would allow the group to take over as much land as possible. But according to the source who reviewed Fazul's writings, Fazul advised the Al-Shabaab leadership to instead go back to their old ways of hit-and-run insurgency and underground operations, and to disband the areas that they control. Fazul was arguing that Al-Shabaab essentially give up the vast areas that they control in Somalia, in exchange for going underground across the country, including peaceful areas in Somaliland and Puntland, and disrupting the whole country. Fazul believed that Al-Shabaab simply cannot retain the status quo, cannot retain 40% of Somalia under its domain, that it had better give those lands up, and just wreak havoc, carry out small operations, assassinations, throughout Somalia. His vision was to allow the U.S. puppet government to fail, while Al-Shabaab created a total savagery throughout the country. On June 23, the United States carried out a strike against alleged Al-Shabaab members near Kismayo. As with the Nabhan operation, a JSOC team swooped in on helicopters and snatched the bodies of those killed and wounded. The men were taken to an undisclosed location. On July 6, 3 more U.S. strikes targeted Al-Shabaab training camps in the same area. When I met President Sheikh Sharif in Mogadishu just after that series of strikes, he denied any knowledge of the U.S. attacks. I asked him if such strikes strengthened or weakened his government. Both at the same time, he replied. For our sovereignty, it's not good to attack a sovereign country. That's the negative part. The positive part is you're targeting individuals who are criminals. A week after the June 23 strike, President Obama's chief counterterrorism advisor, John Brennan, described an emerging U.S. strategy that would focus not on deploying large armies abroad but delivering targeted, surgical pressure to the groups that threaten us. Brennan singled out al-Shabaab, saying, "From the territory it controls in Somalia, al-Shabaab continues to call for strikes against the United States," adding, "We cannot and we will not let down our guard. We will continue to pummel al-Qaeda and its ilk." Since 1991, Somalis had been pounded by two powerful fists: the violence of civil war, foreign intervention and terrorism, and the punishing climate of their country. In 2011, the two hit them hard in tandem. A drought, combined with misused and mismanaged international aid programs, had taken an extreme toll on Somali civilians. Rural Somalis were so desperate that thousands began flocking to the violence-rocked capital, Mogadishu, seeking food. Others fled across the border to the massively overcrowded Dadaab refugee camp in Kenya. When a famine was officially declared in July 2011, the monthly rate of refugees streaming across the border had tripled. Some 30,000 refugees had arrived that month. By that time, al-Shabaab had lost a crucial funding source as a result of the AMISOM offensive at the Bakara market. When al-Shabaab ceded control of the market, the most important commerce point in Mogadishu, to AMISOM, it also lost its ability to collect taxes from the businesses and residents. The drought, which crippled tax-paying farmers in the south, produced a similar loss of income for al-Shabaab. Then the monsoon season hit, severely limiting sea-based trade and port activity. Al-Shabaab could literally no longer afford the war it had fought for years. On Saturday, August 6, al-Shabaab fighters carried out a well-organized retreat from many of their main strongholds throughout Mogadishu. In the early morning, they left by the truckload, reportedly heading for their southern strongholds of Barawa and Merka. The retreat came after an evening of attacks on Somali government military bases and troop positions and fierce gun battles. As news of the al-Shabaab retreat spread, there were reports of celebrations in the street throughout the beleaguered capital. Al-Shabaab spokesman Sheikh Raj announced that the group had completely vacated Mogadishu for tactical purposes, but that they be back soon. "The retreat by our forces is only aiming to counter-attack the enemy. People will hear happy news in the coming hours. We shall fight the enemy wherever they are." The Somali government and the US-backed AMISOM forces celebrated the al-Shabaab retreat as a great victory and the beginning of the end of al-Shabaab. Somalia welcomes the success by the Somali government forces backed by who defeated the enemy of al-Shabaab, President Sharif told reporters at Villa Somalia, and he called on Somalis to harvest the fruits of peace. AMISOM soon announced that its forces, together with those of the Somali government, were in control of 90% of the city. In a sobering footnote, AMISOM noted that it would need 20,000 troops to effectively secure Mogadishu. In September, U.S. Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence Michael Vickers, a key player in U.S. covert ops and the targeting of al-Qaeda's leadership, said that al-Qaeda's elements in East Africa continue to be a primary focus of the United States in light of clear indications of their ongoing intent to conduct attacks. But Vickers added that he believed the United States had decimated the leadership ranks of al-Shabaab and al-Qaeda in East Africa. That may have been true, but the victory declarations were premature. In the fall of 2011, al-Shabaab carried out a series of major attacks in Somalia, including a massive strike in central Mogadishu, showing that despite its tactical retreat, al-Shabaab could still strike deep into government-controlled territory. Its operatives drove a 15-ton truck rigged with a bomb and positioned it outside a fortified government compound and detonated the vehicle, killing more than 100 people and injuring scores more. The scene of the attack, in the K4 neighborhood, also housed an office of the Ministry of Education, where many students had come to check the results of a recent exam. K4 was one of the few neighborhoods the government had claimed to fully control. "This is the biggest attack since al-Shabaab was defeated," an AMISOM spokesman said, apparently with no sense of the irony of his statement. In response to al-Shabaab's tactical shift and recent attacks, a Burundian-led AMISOM force launched an offensive to push al-Shabaab from Dainile, a crucial al-Shabaab stronghold north of Mogadishu. The offensive, while partially successful, resulted in scores of Burundian troops being killed, as many as 76, by some estimates, which would have made it the greatest loss of AMISOM lives in a single battle ever. After what Al-Shabaab dubbed the Battle of Dainile, its fighters piled up the bodies of Burundian soldiers onto trucks and paraded them through town. Dozens of people lined the roads cheering them on and chanting, Allahu Akbar, and shouting praise for Al-Shabaab. The trucks eventually pulled into an open field, where they dumped the bodies. Some residents prostrate themselves before the fighters. Mukhtar Rabo and other Somali Al-Shabaab leaders examined the dead Burundians still wearing their combat fatigues. In one of the uniformed corpses of an AMISOM soldier, an Al-Shabaab fighter's machete remained driven into the chest. We want to tell the Muslim people to rejoice in the fact that the ones who have displaced you from your homes, caused you so much trouble and violated the honor of your women today, Allah has humiliated them too, said Al-Shabaab's Sheikh Rage. Holding up a crucifix and a Bible he said was seized from one of the soldiers, Rage continued. We also want to let the Muslims know that this is a war between Islam and Christianity. This is also a stern warning to the Kenyans who are entering our Muslim land. This will be the end that awaits your sons, by the will of Allah the Almighty. The disbelievers have sustained heavy losses, but we've only managed to carry 76 of their corpses. And these were the original disbelievers, particularly those from Burundi. Claims of Al-Shabaab's imminent collapse, observed Christopher Anzalone, a PhD candidate at the Institute of Islamic Studies at McGill University, whose work focused on Al-Shabaab, are exaggerated and belied by the movement's continued ability to launch major attacks inside Mogadishu as well as inflict significant numbers of casualties on AMISOM and forces. Al-Shabaab was fighting for its survival and not just on the battlefield. It appeared to realize that no matter how many military victories it achieved, it would ultimately need popular support, the kind that brought the Islamic courts to power and chased out the CIA warlords to survive. It needed its own version of the U.S. counterinsurgency doctrine. Forced to relinquish military control of certain areas, Al-Shabaab redoubled its political efforts. Al-Shabaab organized a series of meetings with clan elders from various regions in an effort to mend relations with them and negotiate agreements. A month after it killed the Burundian troops, Al-Shabaab allowed reporters access to one of its own aid camps for internally displaced people, Al Yasir camp in southern Somalia. Although part of the point was to push back against claims that Al-Shabaab was responsible for the humanitarian disaster and had prevented aid from reaching Somalia, a special guest was also there. Introduced as the Al-Qaeda envoy to the humanitarian crisis in Somalia, a white man with a keffiyeh wrapped around his face was identified as Abu Abdullah al-Muhajir. Local Al-Shabaab leaders said he was an American citizen. Journalists watched as Muhajir and his allies distributed food, Islamic books, and clothes at the camp, which housed more than 4,000 people. The Al-Qaeda delegation also brought an ambulance. To our beloved brothers and sisters in Somalia, we are following your situation on a daily basis, Muhajir declared in English. And, though we are separated by thousands of kilometers, you are consistently in our thoughts and prayers. Journalists reported that the man handed out bags full of Somali shillings, equaling about $17,000. Perhaps Al-Shabaab was truly on the ropes, as the Somali government and AMISOM claimed. Or maybe the group had begun to implement Fazul's vision of a guerrilla terror campaign that gave up territory in favor of sowing fear throughout the country, while effectively exposing the Somali government's inability to bring stability. Al-Shabaab certainly faced an uphill battle in reasserting its control over territory it won as a result of the disastrous US-backed Ethiopian invasion and the overthrow of the Islamic courts, but its future could well be determined, as so much of modern Somalia's has been, by foreign intervention. The United States may have killed a slew of prominent Al-Qaeda and Al-Shabaab figures, but in doing so it had simultaneously inspired successors to those militants, including U.S. citizens, to rise up and continue the fight. Unlike AMISOM's forces or any other foreign troops, the members of Al-Shabaab were largely Somali and could reintegrate into society or rebrand themselves and regroup. Whoever thinks today that a government other than that of Islam will rule Somalia, he is indeed deluding himself and is not following the affairs of the world, Ahmed Abdi Godane, the emir of Al-Shabaab, declared in late 2011. A time will come in the very near future, when the Sharia of Allah rules the entire country from one corner to the other, and Somalia becomes the foundation of the Islamic Caliphate, upon the methodology of the Prophethood. And our jihad will continue until we reach the objective that has been defined by Allah. Al-Shabaab's meteoric rise in Somalia, and the legacy of terror it wrought, was a direct response to a decade of disastrous U.S. policy, which had strengthened the very threat it was intended to crush. The multi-pronged U.S. operations in Somalia, in the end, may have given the greatest boost to warlords, including those who once counted al-Shabaab among their allies and friends. They are not fighting for a cause, Mohammed Ahmed Nur, the Mogadishu mayor, told me. And the conflict will start tomorrow, when we defeat Shabaab. These militias are based on clan and warlordism and all these things. They don't want a system. They want to keep that turf as a fixed post. Then, whenever the government becomes weak, they want to say, we control here. Washington seemed to have cast history aside and, with it, the hard work of supporting indigenous Somali movements that could potentially stabilize their country, opting instead to wage a war of attrition. Under President Obama, the large-scale conventional military deployments of Iraq and Afghanistan were replaced by an expansion of drone strikes and special ops teams conducting targeted killings. President Obama seemed intent on a strategy that presumed peace would come by killing the bad guys. But, as happened in Afghanistan, Iraq, and elsewhere, this strategy appeared to fuel the movements that created those bad guys in the first place. If you use the drone, and the selected killings, and do nothing else on the other side, then you get rid of individuals. But the root causes are still there, observed the former Somali foreign minister, Ismail Mahmoud Boubacar. The root causes are not security. The root causes are political and economic. The history of Somalia has been marred by extreme violence and social division. But the country has also displayed a capacity to unite in the face of foreign intervention. Although al-Shabaab may have been a severely weakened movement, the conditions that turned it into a Frankenstein remained. The end result of U.S. policy from 1991 through the first term of the Obama administration was to ensure that warlordism would continue and that Somalia would remain a breeding ground for violent jihadists and an enduring interest for al-Qaeda. Together, the Bush and Obama administrations managed to rewind the clock of history to the time U.S. troops withdrew from Somalia after Black Hawk Down and abandoned the country to gangsters and warlords. From there, the hellish realities of Somalia grew even worse. Nonetheless, by late 2011, the Obama administration had established a new drone base in Ethiopia in addition to the ones in the Seychelles and Saudi Arabia. Abdul Rahman vanishes. Yemen, 2011. Abdul Rahman Al-Awlaki, the oldest son of Anwar Al-Awlaki, was born in Denver, Colorado. Like his father, he spent the first 7 years of his life in the United States, attending American schools. When he returned to Yemen, his grandparents Anwar's mom and dad played a huge role in his upbringing, particularly after Anwar went underground. Anwar always thought that it is best for Abdul Rahman to be with me, Nasser told me. Anwar believed that his wife and children should not be involved at all in his problems. Nasser knew that Anwar would never return to the United States and that he was on a collision course with the U.S. government. But still, he had hopes for his grandson. Nasser wanted Abdul Rahman to excel in school and he had dreams of sending his grandson back to the United States for a college education. Abdul Rahman looked just like his father when he was a young boy, but with long wavy hair. We were pressuring him to go to the mosque, and to perform the prayers on time, things like that, recalled Nasser, adding that Abdul Rahman was not particularly religious and preferred to hang out with his friends. His hair was very long, and his mother wanted him to have a haircut. I mean, he was as normal as anybody. He was acting like other American teens. Anwar used to have adventures, do things like that. Abdul Rahman was not that kind, he added. He was just from school, to the house, and then to go and play with his friends. And they go to the pizza parlors, to all kinds of places. I always tell him, when you grow up, I want you to study in the United States. It was difficult for Abdul Rahman and his siblings to grow up without their father around, but as a teenager, Abdul Rahman was old enough to understand why he couldn't see his father. And it was frightening. Definitely, he was mad about the targeting. What is happening to his father, Nasser added. He was really concerned about his father. Abdulrahman's aunt, Abir Anwar's younger sister, was extremely close to him. Abdul Rahman was one of the closest people to my heart. I loved him so much, and everybody did, because Abdul Rahman made it very easy for all of us to just adore him, she told me. He had somehow filled his father's vacuum for me and became a brother, a really dear one. Abdul Rahman admired his father and had even chosen as his Facebook username Ibn al-Sheikh, son of the Sheikh. But Abdul Rahman was not his father. Abdul Rahman loved hip-hop music and Facebook and hanging out with his friends. They would take pictures of themselves posing as rappers, and when the Yemeni revolution began, Abdul Rahman wanted to be a part of it. As massive protests shook Yemen, he would spend hours hanging out in Change Square with the young, nonviolent revolutionaries who had vowed to change their government through peaceful means. He would spend nights there with his friends, sharing his vision for the future and, at times, just goofing off. But as the revolution continued and the government was brought to the verge of collapse, Abdul Rahman decided to follow his urge to see his father. In early September, Abdul Rahman woke up before the rest of the house. He tiptoed into his mother's bedroom, went into her purse, took 9,000 Yemeni rials, the equivalent of about $40, and left a note outside of her bedroom door. He then snuck out the kitchen window and into the courtyard. Shortly after 6 a.m., the family's guard saw the boy leave but didn't think anything of it at the time. It was Sunday, September 4, 2011, a few days after the Eid al-Fitr holiday marked the end of the holy month of Ramadan. 9 days before, Abdul Rahman had turned 16. A short while later, Abdulrahman's mother woke up. She started to rouse Abdulrahman's siblings for the morning prayers and then went to find Abdul Rahman. He was not in his bedroom. She called for him, and while searching the house, she found the note. "I am sorry for leaving in this kind of way. I miss my father and want to see if I can go and talk to him," the note read. "I will be back in a few days. I am sorry for taking the money. I will pay you back. Please forgive me. Love, Abdul Rahman." Nasser said they were all shocked. He would talk sometimes about his father and he wanted to see him, but nothing really which would indicate that he one day will leave us like that. He never told his mother or me or his grandmother that he would like to go and look for his father, Nasser recalled. Because his father always thought that it is best for him to be with me. And that he should not be involved at all in his problems. When they searched Abdulrahman's room, they determined that he had only taken a backpack. He clearly was planning a short trip. When his mother told me about the letter, it was just like a shock for me, Abdulrahman's grandmother, Scahill, told me. I said, "I think this will be just like bait for his father. The CIA," she feared, "might find his father through him." The family called around to Abdulrahman's friends. Someone told Nasser that a teacher at the school had recently gotten close to Abdul Rahman, and Nasser believed the teacher had been encouraging Abdul Rahman to find his father and to reconnect with him, that it would be good for the boy. He had influence on him, and they used to go to a pizza parlor to eat pizza, Nasser said. When Nasser tried to find the teacher to ask him if he had any information about Abdulrahman's whereabouts, the teacher had vanished. Abdul Rahman had already boarded a bus at Bab al-Yemen, in the old city in Sana'a. His destination was Shabwa, the family's home province and the scene of repeated U.S. airstrikes aimed at killing his father. Hellfire. Washington, D.C., and Yemen, 2011. On September 6, 2011, General David Petraeus was sworn in as the director of the CIA. A decade after September 11, the agency had been transformed as a result of its behind-the-scenes turf war with JSOC. And for some veteran intelligence officials, Obama's selection of Petraeus was an ominous symbol. The CIA has become more militarized, and is working very closely with JSOC, to the extent that they're even using CIA cover, which would have been unimaginable 10 years ago, former CIA case officer Phil Giraldi told me. A considerable part of the CIA budget is now no longer spying. It's supporting paramilitaries who work closely with JSOC to kill terrorists, and to run the drone program. The CIA, he added, is a killing machine now. A State Department liaison who worked extensively with JSOC described Petraeus's vision for running the CIA as transforming the agency into a mini special operations command that purports to be an intelligence agency. For all the praise Petraeus won for his counterinsurgency strategy and the surge in Iraq, the liaison told me, Petraeus's most significant contribution was as a political tool, an enabler of those within the national security apparatus who wanted to see a continuation and expansion of covert global small wars. Pointing to the mystique that surrounds JSOC and Admiral William McRaven, the liaison said, Petraeus was trying to implement that kind of command climate at the CIA. Colonel Patrick Lang told me that once Petraeus arrived at Langley, he wanted to drag them in the covert action direction and to be a major player. For 2 years, the U.S. efforts to assassinate Anwar al-Awlaki were based on intelligence that he was hiding in his tribal areas around Shabwa and Abiyan. But the interrogation sessions with Ahmed Abdul Qadir Warsame, the young Somali snatched by JSOC and held for months on board a U.S. Navy vessel, had indicated that al-Awlaki had relocated to the northern Yemeni governorate of Jaf, far from the scene of most of the strikes aimed at killing him. The United States had long assumed al-Awlaki was in Shabwa and had repeatedly conducted operations there in an effort to get him. Yemeni intelligence on the ground had corroborated the information that Warsame had given U.S. interrogators when JSOC held him. By early September, U.S. surveillance aircraft had pinpointed al-Awlaki's location at a small house in Kashef, a village in Jaf about 90 miles northeast of Sana'a. Jaf, which borders Saudi Arabia, was rife with informants on the kingdom's payroll. Local villagers in Kashef began seeing drones hovering in the skies above. Washington's drone war had kicked into full gear in Yemen, so the presence of the aircraft was not particularly out of the ordinary, but what the villagers did not know was that the White House's counter-terrorism teams were watching one specific house. Watching and waiting. Once they got a lock on al-Awlaki's coordinates, the CIA quickly deployed several armed Predator drones from its new base in Saudi Arabia and took operational control of some JSOC drones launched from Djibouti, as well. The plan to assassinate al-Awlaki was codenamed Operation Troy. The very name implied that the United States had a mole who was leading its forces to al-Awlaki. As the Americans surveilled the house where Anwar al-Awlaki was staying in Jaf, Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki arrived in Attock, Shabwa. He was picked up at the bus station by his relatives, who told him that they did not know where his father was. The boy decided to wait in the hope that his father would come to meet him. His grandmother called the family he was with in Shabwa, but Abdul Rahman refused to speak to her. I called the family house and they said, "He's okay, he's here," but I didn't talk to him, she recalled. He tried to avoid talking to us, because he knows we will tell him to come back. And he wanted to see his father. Abdul Rahman traveled with some of his cousins to the town of Azan, where he planned to await word from his father. At the White House, President Obama was faced with a decision, not of morality or legality, but of timing. He had already sentenced Anwar al-Awlaki, a U.S. citizen, to death without trial. A secret legal authorization had been prepared and internal administration critics sidelined or brought on board. All that remained to sort out was the day al-Awlaki would die. Obama, one of his advisors recalled, had no qualms about this kill. According to leaks from the Obama administration about the operation, U.S. officials knew there were women and children in the house where al-Awlaki was staying. Although scores of U.S. drone strikes had killed civilians in various countries around the globe, it was official policy to avoid such deaths if at all possible. When Obama was briefed on al-Awlaki's location in Jaf and was told that children were in the home, he was explicit that he did not want any options ruled out. Al-Awlaki was not to escape again. Bring it to me and let me decide in the reality of the moment rather than in the abstract, Obama told his advisors. In this one instance, an Obama confidant recalled, the president considered relaxing some of his collateral requirements. Al-Awlaki had evaded U.S. drones and cruise missiles for at least 2 years. He rarely stayed in one place more than a night or two. This time was different. For some reason, he had stayed in the same house in Kashif much longer, all the while being monitored by the United States. Now the Americans had him cleanly in their sights. They were living in this house, for at least 2 weeks. Small mud house, Nasser was later told by local people. I think they wanted to make some videotape. Samir Khan was with him. On the morning of September 30, 2011, Al-Awlaki and Khan finished their breakfast inside the house. U.S. spy cameras and satellites broadcast images back to Washington and Virginia of the two men and a handful of their cohorts piling into vehicles and driving away from the house. They began heading toward the province of Marib. As the vehicles made their way over the dusty, unpaved roads, U.S. drones, armed with Hellfire missiles, were dispatched to hunt them down. The drones were technically under the command of the CIA, though JSOC aircraft and ground forces were poised to jump in should the operation require their assistance. A team of commandos stood at the ready to board V-22 helicopters and take action. For extra measure, U.S. Marine Harrier jets scrambled in a backup maneuver. 6 months earlier, Al-Awlaki had narrowly missed death by U.S. missiles. This time 11 missiles missed its target, but the next time, the first rocket may hit it, he had said. As the cars sped down the road, Al-Awlaki's prophecy came true. 2 of the Predator drones locked onto the car carrying Al-Awlaki, while other aircraft hovered as backup. A Hellfire missile fired from a drone slammed into his car, transforming it into a ball of flames. A second missile hit moments later, ensuring that the men inside would never escape if they had managed to survive. Just a few minutes after they left the house, they were going to a wadi, somewhere they can make this film, and they were targeted, said Nasser. The car was completely destroyed. And body was cut out of the car. The Yemeni government sent out a text message to journalists. The terrorist Anwar Al-Awlaki has been killed along with some of his companions, it read. It was 9:55 a.m. local time. When villagers in the area arrived at the scene of the missile strikes, they reported that the bodies inside had been burned beyond recognition. There were no survivors. Amid the rubble, they found a symbol more reliable than a fingerprint in Yemeni culture, a charred rhinoceros horn handle of a Yambiya dagger. There was no doubt it belonged to Anwar Al-Awlaki. On September 30, during a visit to Fort Myer in Virginia, President Obama stepped up to a podium and addressed reporters. Earlier this morning Anwar Al-Awlaki, a leader of Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, was killed in Yemen, Obama declared. The death of Al-Awlaki is a major blow to Al-Qaeda's most active operational affiliate. The president then bestowed upon Al-Awlaki a label that had never been attached to him before, despite all his reported associations with Al-Qaeda. Al-Awlaki was the leader of external operations for Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. In that role, he took the lead in planning and directing efforts to murder innocent Americans, Obama asserted. The death of Al-Awlaki marks another significant milestone in the broader effort to defeat Al-Qaeda and its affiliates, adding that the United States will be resolute in our commitment to destroy terrorist networks that aim to kill Americans, and to build a world in which people everywhere can live in greater peace, prosperity, and security. Obama made no mention of the fact that Al-Awlaki was a U.S. citizen. Back in Yemen, the Al-Awlaki family received word of the strike in Jaf. At first they doubted the official reports, as so many before had been false, but then they confirmed that this time they were accurate. As they mourned the death of their son Anwar, the Al-Awlaki's attention turned to their grandson, Abdul Rahman. He had gone to Shabwa to find his father, and now his father was dead. After Abdul Rahman heard the news of Anwar's death, he called home for the first time and spoke to his mother and his grandmother. That's enough, Abdul Rahman. You have to come back, his grandmother, Scahill, told him. That's it, you didn't see your father. Abdul Rahman, she recalled, sounded devastated, yet still tried to comfort her. Be patient. Be strong, Abdul Rahman told her. Allah chose him. The conversation was brief. Abdul Rahman said he would return home soon but that he wanted to wait for the roads to clear. At the time, the roads were not very safe. The revolution was at its maybe highest point, Scahill added. There were police checkpoints and fighting on the route. Abdul Rahman did not want to be detained or caught up in any violence. So the boy said he would remain with his cousins in Shabwa and return to Sana'a when things calmed down. In North Carolina, Sarah Khan woke up to the news from Yemen. In the morning when I opened the computer, I saw that they had killed Anwar al-Awlaki, she told me. There was no mention of her son, Samir, in the early reports. But then Sarah's husband, Zafar, called her from his office and said he had seen some reports indicating that a Samir Khan had also been killed in the drone strikes. I didn't believe it, Sarah told me. Samir is a name that is pretty common in the Middle East. It could be any Samir. Doesn't have to be my Samir. I was like, it's not true. It cannot be Samir. It has to be somebody else. I didn't want to believe in that. As more reports trickled out, they began to accept the fact that their son was dead, killed by his own government. The Khans tried to contact the State Department for information, for answers. Why was Samir killed when the FBI had told his family that he had committed no crime? The grand jury that was convened to consider charges against him a year earlier, in August 2010, had produced no indictment. Why was he condemned to death without trial? Their inquiries were met with silence. The Khans, who had done everything they could to stay away from the media spotlight when their son became a known figure in Inspire magazine, decided to take their questions public. After the strike in Yemen, they wrote an open letter to the U.S. government in a local newspaper. It has been stated in the media that Samir was not the target of the attack, however no U.S. official has contacted us with any news about the recovery of our son's remains, nor offered us any condolences. As a result, we feel appalled by the indifference shown to us by our government, the letter read. Being a law-abiding citizen of the United States, our late son Samir Khan never broke any law and was never implicated of any crime. The Fifth Amendment states that no citizen shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property, without due process of law, yet our government assassinated 2 of its citizens. Was this style of execution the only solution? Why couldn't there have been a capture and trial? Where is the justice? As we mourn our son, we must ask these questions. Days later, Zafar Khan received a phone call from the U.S. State Department. The official on the line expressed the U.S. government's condolences for Samir's death. They said that they were sorry and that Samir wasn't the target, Sarah Khan told me. They said Sammy did not do anything wrong. They said he was not the target. That only raised more questions for her. If they knew that Samir was there, in that vehicle, then how could they do something like that, she asked. Obama administration officials later told reporters that Khan was collateral damage in a strike aimed at al-Awlaki, but Representative Michael McCall from Texas had another word for it. Samir Khan was a bonus. It was a twofer, McCall said. It's a pretty good hit. As word of al-Awlaki's death spread, politicians in the United States from both political parties hailed the assassination of one of their own citizens. This is an extraordinary victory, a great moment for the United States, gloated Republican Congressman Peter King, the chair of the House Homeland Security Committee. Al-Awlaki, he said, had become more dangerous than bin Laden. Indeed, he was the #1 terrorist in the world. Democratic Senator Dianne Feinstein, chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, celebrated al-Awlaki's killing, saying in a joint statement with Republican Senator Saxby Chambliss that he posed a significant and imminent threat to the United States and had declared war on the United States and inspired and planned attacks against us. We commend the agencies and individuals who found him and eliminated this dangerous threat. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton said, like Osama bin Laden and so many other terrorist leaders who have been killed or captured in recent years, can no longer threaten America, our allies, or peace-loving people anywhere in the world. Today we are all safer. I'm glad they did it, said Republican Senator John McCain. Former Vice President Dick Cheney praised Obama for killing al-Awlaki, saying, "I do think this was a good strike. I think the president ought to have that kind of authority to order that kind of strike, even when it involves an American citizen." CIA Director Leon Panetta echoed those sentiments, declaring, "This individual was clearly a terrorist, and yes, he was a citizen, but if you're a terrorist, you're a terrorist." Although al-Awlaki's killing did not inspire the same spontaneous carnival-like street celebrations in the streets of Washington, D.C., and New York City that marked bin Laden's death, some tabloid newspapers staged their own victory parades on their pages. Another Al-Qaeda bites the dust, blasted to hell, CIA drone kills Usborne terrorist al-Awlaki, declared the New York Post. Remote control really hits the splat, proclaimed another headline in the paper. One less terror big. Al-Qaeda loses leader in attack, their violent hatred for U.S. dies when a missile strike killed off an American-born monster militant, announced the New York Daily News. The only voices of dissent that emanated from Washington in the immediate aftermath of al-Awlaki's killing came from the fringes of the Democratic and Republican parties. If the American people accept this blindly and casually, that we now have an accepted practice of the president assassinating people who he thinks are bad guys, I think it's sad, Texas Republican Ron Paul said on the campaign trail as he waged an unsuccessful insurgent campaign for the Republican presidential nomination. Al-Awlaki was born here, he's an American citizen. He was never tried or charged for any crimes. To start assassinating American citizens without charges, we should think very seriously about this. Democrat Dennis Kucinich, who tried to challenge the government's assertion that it could kill U.S. citizens without trial nearly 2 years before al-Awlaki's death, said, "The administration has crossed a dangerous divide and set a dangerous precedent for how the United States handles terrorism cases. This dangerous legal precedent allows the government to target U.S. citizens abroad for being suspected of involvement in terrorism, in subversion of their most basic constitutional rights and due process of law. Their right to a trial is summarily and anonymously stripped from them." Constitutional lawyer and syndicated columnist Glenn Greenwald was among the few U.S. commentators to look askance at the celebrations of al-Awlaki's killing, writing, "After several unsuccessful efforts to assassinate its own citizen, the U.S. succeeded today." He correctly predicted that few Americans would raise questions or express outrage at the killing. What's most amazing is that its citizens will not merely refrain from objecting, but will stand and cheer the U.S. government's new power to assassinate their fellow citizens, far from any battlefield, literally without a shred of due process from the U.S. government. In an interview the day al-Awlaki's death was announced, Greenwald said, "Remember that there was great controversy that George Bush asserted the power simply to detain American citizens without due process or simply to eavesdrop on their conversation without warrant. Here you have something much more severe. Not eavesdropping on American citizens, not detaining them without due process, but killing them without due process. And yet many Democrats and progressives, because it's President Obama doing it, have no problem with it and are even in favor of it." Greenwald added, "To say that the president has the right to kill citizens without due process is really to take the Constitution and to tear it into as many little pieces as you can and then burn it and step on it." For some former senior members of the Bush administration, the killing of a U.S. citizen by a Democratic president seemed to take the acceptable bounds of U.S. conduct in the war on terror beyond their own lax standards. Right now, there isn't a government on the planet that agrees with our legal rationale for these operations, except for Afghanistan and maybe Israel, said former Bush CIA Director Michael Hayden. "We needed a court order to eavesdrop on al-Awlaki," he noted, "but we didn't need a court order to kill him. Isn't that something?" Even as the legal issues surrounding Aleki's killing received little attention in the US media and barely registered a blip on the radar of the general public in the United States, a few journalists and some lawmakers on Capitol Hill began seeking information about the process of authorizing the assassination of US citizens. Only a select few in Washington knew anything specific. There's a process that goes through the National Security Council, and then after that it goes to the president, and then the president then indicates that these individuals are on this list, and as a result of that process we followed its legal, said Charles Albert Dutch Ruppelsberger III, a Maryland Democrat who was the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee at the time. It's legitimate, and we're taking out someone who has attempted to attack us on numerous occasions, and he was on that list. It was pursuant to a process. While the White House and some leading national security lawmakers assured journalists and the public that the process was lawful, the administration refused to make public its evidence. Some lawmakers whose security clearances and committee assignments authorized them to review the kill process alleged that they were not being sufficiently briefed by the White House. It's important for the American people to know when the president can kill an American citizen, and when they can't, Senator Ron Wyden told me. Wyden, a Democrat from Oregon, had served on the Senate Intelligence Committee since 2001 and often found himself at odds with the Bush administration over secrecy and transparency issues. Now, under a Democratic president, he was waging the same battles and new ones. He said that he repeatedly asked the administration for its legal rationale for the government killing its own citizens without trial, calling his attempts to extract this information an enormous struggle. The American people, Wyden said, deserve to know clearly when a president thinks an American citizen can be killed, and their life taken. These are substantial questions where I just don't think there's been a lot of detail, and the American people deserve more. In the case of Aleki, the target had not been indicted in any U.S. court and faced no known charges. How would he have surrendered? To whom would he even surrender? Those questions are clearly sort of hanging in suspended animation, without answers, Wyden told me. Giraldi, the former CIA officer, labeled Aleki's killing an assassination. He had reviewed the publicly available information about Aleki and what the administration had alleged Aleki had done. None of those things, to me, amounted to a death sentence. And they're saying, well, we have other stuff, but it's secret, Giraldi told me at the time. And that's of course the thing that's always trotted out, and if there's a challenge in the courts, you come up against the state secrets privilege, so that the challenge goes away. So we're having a situation where people are being killed, you don't know what the evidence is, and you have no way to redress the situation. Nasser Aleki believed that the US and Yemeni security forces could have arrested Anwar, but that they did not want to see him stand trial and be able to present a defense. It is also possible that the United States did not want to give Aleki a platform to spread his message more widely. I think that they wanted to kill him, without due process, because they thought he was a legitimate military target, Nasser told me. How is it that Umar Farouk, who tried to blow up the airplane, or Nidal Hassan, who actually killed those soldiers, how are they now having, let us say, a fair trial? My son did not get that fair trial. Paying for the sins of the father. Washington, D.C., and Yemen, 2011. Abdul Rahman Aleki was mourning his father in Chabwa. The boy's family members there tried to comfort him and encouraged him to get out with his cousins to go for walks or go outside for meals in the fresh air. That was what Abdul Rahman was doing on the evening of October 14. He and his cousins had joined a group of friends outdoors to barbecue. The boy and his cousins had laid a blanket on the ground and were about to begin their meal. There were a few other people nearby doing the same. It was about 9 p.m. when the drones pierced the night sky. Moments later, Abdul Rahman was dead. So, too, were several other teenage members of his family, including Abdulrahman's 17-year-old cousin, Ahmed. Early the next morning, Nasser Aleki received a phone call from his family in Chabwa. Some of our relatives went to the place where was killed, and they saw the area where he was killed. And they told us he was buried with the others in one grave because they were blown up to pieces by the drone. So they could not put them in separate graves, Nasser told me. They put 3 or 4 of them in one grave because they were cut into pieces. The people who were there could recognize only the back of Abdulrahman's hair. But they could not recognize his face or anything else. As the horror was setting in that their eldest grandson had been killed just 2 weeks after the death of their eldest child, Nasser and Scahill watched in disbelief as numerous news reports identified Abdul Rahman as being 21 years old, with anonymous U.S. military officials referring to him as a military-aged male. Some reports intimated that he was an al-Qaeda supporter and that he had been killed while meeting with Ibrahim al-Bana, an Egyptian citizen described as the media coordinator for AQAP. To kill a teenager is just unbelievable, really, and they claim that he is an al-Qaeda militant. It's nonsense, said Nasser shortly after the strike. They want to justify his killing, that's all. When I visited Nasser after Abdul Rahman was killed, he showed me the boy's Colorado birth certificate, showing that he was born in 1995 in Denver. When he was killed by the U.S. government, he was a teenager. He wasn't 21. He wouldn't have been able to enlist in the military in the US. He was 16, he told me. Days after the killing of Abdul Rahman, the United States released a statement, as usual feigning ignorance about who was responsible for the strike, even though unnamed officials in the United States and Yemen had confirmed the strike to almost all media outlets that inquired. We have seen press reports that AQAP senior official Ibrahim al-Bana was killed last Friday in Yemen and that several others, including the son of Anwar al-Awlaki, were with al-Bana at the time, National Security Council spokesman Thomas Vietor told the press, in a statement that strangely cast Abdul Rahman as something between an al-Qaeda associate and a hapless tourist. For over the past year, the Department of State has publicly urged U.S. citizens not to travel to Yemen and has encouraged those already in Yemen to leave because of the continuing threat of violence and the presence of terrorist organizations, including AQAP, throughout the country. The Awlaki family members, who had declined to discuss the killing of Anwar, believed that they needed to speak out publicly about the killing of Abdul Rahman. We watched with surprise and condemnation how several prominent American newspapers and news channels twist the truth, calling Abdul Rahman an al-Qaeda operative and falsely and misleadingly stating his age as 21 years old, read a statement from the family. Abdul Rahman Anwar Awlaki was born on August 26, 1995 in Denver, Colorado. He was an American citizen raised in the U.S. until 2002 when his father was forced to leave the U.S. and go back to Yemen. They invited people to look up Abdulrahman's Facebook page, which revealed a teenager interested in music, video games, and his friends to see the lethal terrorist, the 21-year-old Qaeda operative the U.S. government is claiming they killed. Look at his pictures, his friends, and his hobbies. His Facebook page shows a typical kid, a teenager who paid a hefty price for something he never did and never was. For the Awlaki family, their private pain was overwhelming. After Anwar was killed, people flocked to our house to pay condolences and show sympathy, and I was in state of complete disbelief and denial, recalled Anwar's sister, Abir. They kept on coming for the next 2 weeks, when we were yet struck again by the murder of Anwar's oldest son, Abdul Rahman. The skinny, smiling, curly-haired boy was murdered, and for what? What was he found guilty of, she asked. The shock of losing Abdul Rahman only 14 days after his father was unbearable. I can't wipe the picture of my father's reaction upon receiving the news. It is hard for a father to lose his oldest son and then his first and favorite grandchild. The entire house was traumatized and hurt by every sense of the word. Abdulrahman's grandmother, Scahill, went into a severe depression after her son and grandson were killed. She had been extremely close to Abdul Rahman. After he died, when guests would come to the house to pay respects, she would serve them tea or sweets. She later told me from her home in Sana'a, I look around the house and see if anybody will take the dishes and take them and bring them back to the kitchen. She would look for her grandson, remembering how he used to help her clean up, but he wasn't there. I miss him a lot, Scahill said, beginning to cry. Abdul Rahman was a different boy. I have never known anybody like Abdul Rahman. He was a very, very gentle boy. I asked her what her message would be to people in the United States. Abdul Rahman was not the only one killed that day. There were other children whose parents loved them very much. Just like the American people love their children, she said. I wonder if Obama lost one of his daughters, or Mrs. Clinton, would they be happy? Are they going to be happy if they lost one of their children like that? I was wondering if this will make the American people happier. While they opposed Anwar's killing and believed that the United States had exaggerated its claims about his involvement with Al-Qaeda, Nasser told me that his family understood why he was killed. My son believed in what he did, Nasser said, but I am really distressed and disappointed by the killing, the brutal killing, of his son. He did nothing against the U.S. He was an American citizen. Maybe one day he would have gone to America to study and live there, and they killed him in cold blood. The CIA claimed that it had not carried out the strike, asserting that the supposed target, Ibrahim Bana, was not on the agency's hit list. That led to speculation that the strike that killed Abdul Rahman and his relatives was a JSOC strike. Senior U.S. officials told the Washington Post that the two kill lists don't match, but offered conflicting explanations as to why. The officials added that Abdul Rahman was an unintended casualty. A JSOC official told me that the intended target was not killed in the strike, though he would not say who the target was. On October 20, 2011, military officials presented a closed briefing on the JSOC strike to the Senate Armed Services Committee. With the exception of the statements from anonymous U.S. officials, the United States offered no public explanation for the strike. The mystery deepened when AQAP released a statement claiming that Bana was, in fact, still alive. These lies and allegations announced by the government are not unusual. The government has falsely declared the death of Mujahideens many times, the statement declared. The Al-Awlakis began to wonder if perhaps Abdul Rahman was, in fact, the target of the strike. Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, one of the handful of U.S. lawmakers who would have access to all intelligence on the strike, seemed to suggest that was the case when asked about the killing of the two Al-Awlakis and Samir Khan. I do know this, he said on CNN. The American citizens who have been killed overseas are terrorists, and, frankly, if anyone in the world deserved to be killed, those three did deserve to be killed. When asked specifically about Abdulrahman's killing by my colleague, journalist Ryan Devereaux, Representative Peter King, who also sits on the Intelligence Committee, said, I'm convinced, and I meet on a regular basis with General Petraeus and the CIA and also military leaders, that every attack that's been carried out in Yemen and Afghanistan, anywhere the U.S. has been involved, I believe that the United States had reason to carry them out and I support them, adding, I'm satisfied they've done the right thing. Asked whether he had specifically reviewed the Abdul Rahman strike, King replied, yeah, that would be a logical deduction. You're trying to get me in trouble. Despite Representative King's assertion that he had reviewed the case, he later falsely portrayed Abdul Rahman as having been with his father when he was killed. If the kid was killed when he was with him, that's the breaks, King said. Robert Gibbs, Obama's former White House press secretary and a senior official in the president's 2012 re-election campaign, was also asked about the strike that killed Abdul Rahman. It's an American citizen that is being targeted without due process of law, without trial. And, he's underage. He's a minor, reporter Sierra Adamson told Gibbs, during a press gaggle after a presidential debate where Gibbs was serving as a surrogate for Obama. Gibbs shot back, I would suggest that you should have a far more responsible father if they are truly concerned about the well-being of their children. I don't think becoming an Al-Qaeda jihadist terrorist is the best way to go about doing your business. The Al-Awlakis were left only with questions about why their grandson had been killed. They wondered if somehow the U.S. government had used Abdul Rahman to find Anwar. Perhaps, As had happened with the killing of the Yemeni regime's political opponents in the past, the United States had been fed false intelligence about Abdulrahman's age and connections to Al-Qaeda. While emphasizing that they were not prone to conspiracy theories, they told me it was difficult to imagine why Abdul Rahman would have been killed, especially if Bana was not there. Who, then, was the target? It is up to the US government to be sure about the kind of information they get before they make any action against anybody. So I don't believe it was just an accident. They must have followed him, Nasser said. But they wanted to cover up the story, and that's why they claimed that he was 21 years old, in order to justify his killing. Or maybe, as they mentioned, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He paused before adding, "I don't think we can buy this argument." An anonymous US official later told the Washington Post that Abdulrahman's killing was an outrageous mistake, they were going after the guy sitting next to him. But no one ever identified who that someone was. As far as the family knows, their son was sitting next to his teenage cousins, none of whom were affiliated with Al-Qaeda. Decisions on targets, drones, these are made only by the highest US government authorities, the CIA, and all that. Why did they specifically target these guys? Nasser demanded. I want answers from the United States government. The Obama administration would fight passionately to keep those answers secret, invoking the state secrets privilege repeatedly, just as President Bush had done throughout his 8 years in office. The killings of Anwar and Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki represented a watershed moment in modern U.S. history. Epilogue, Perpetual War. On January 21, 2013, Barack Obama was inaugurated for his second term as President of the United States. Just as he had promised when he began his first campaign for president 6 years earlier, he pledged again to turn the page on history and take U.S. foreign policy in a different direction. A decade of war is now ending, Obama declared. We, the people, still believe that enduring security and lasting peace do not require perpetual war. Much of the media focus that day was on the new hairstyle of First Lady Michelle Obama, who appeared on the dais sporting freshly trimmed bangs, and on the celebrities in attendance, including hip-hop mogul Jay-Z and his wife, Beyoncé, who performed the national anthem. But the day Obama was sworn in, a U.S. drone strike hit Yemen. It was the third such attack in that country in as many days. Despite the rhetoric from the president on the Capitol steps, there was abundant evidence that he would continue to preside over a country that is in a state of perpetual war. In the year leading up to the inauguration, more people had been killed in U.S. drone strikes across the globe than were imprisoned at Guantanamo. As Obama was sworn in for his second term, his counterterrorism team was finishing up the task of systematizing the kill list, including developing rules for when U.S. citizens could be targeted. Admiral McRaven had been promoted to the commander of SOCOM, and his special ops forces were operating in more than 100 countries across the globe. After General David Petraeus's career was brought to a halt as a result of an extramarital affair, President Obama tapped John Brennan to replace him as director of the CIA, thus ensuring that the agency would be headed by a seminal figure in the expansion and running of the kill program. After 4 years as Obama's senior counterterrorism advisor, Brennan had become known in some circles as the assassination czar for his role in U.S. drone strikes and other targeted killing operations. When Obama had tried to put Brennan at the helm of the agency at the beginning of his first term, the nomination was scuttled by controversy over Brennan's role in the Bush-era detainee program. By the time President Obama began his second term in office, Brennan had created a playbook for crossing names off the kill list. Targeted killing is now so routine that the Obama administration has spent much of the past year codifying and streamlining the processes that sustain it, noted the Washington Post. Brennan played a key role in the evolution of targeted killing by seeking to codify the administration's approach to generating capture/kill lists, part of a broader effort to guide future administrations through the counterterrorism processes that Obama has embraced, the paper added. The system functions like a funnel, starting with input from half a dozen agencies and narrowing through layers of review until proposed revisions are laid on Brennan's desk, and subsequently presented to the president. Obama's counterterrorism team had developed what was referred to as the Disposition Matrix, a database full of information on suspected terrorists and militants that would provide options for killing or capturing targets. Senior administration officials predicted that the targeted killing program would persist for at least another decade. During his first term in office, The Washington Post concluded, Obama has institutionalized the highly classified practice of targeted killing, transforming ad hoc elements into a counterterrorism infrastructure capable of sustaining a seemingly permanent war. In early 2013, a U.S. Department of Justice white paper surfaced that laid out the lawfulness of a lethal operation directed against a U.S. citizen. The government lawyers who wrote the 16-page document asserted that the government need not possess specific intelligence indicating that an American citizen is actively engaged in a particular or active terror plot in order to be cleared for targeted killing. Instead, the paper argued that a determination from a well-informed high-level administration official that a target represents an imminent threat to the United States is a sufficient basis to order the killing of an American citizen. But, the Justice Department's lawyers sought to alter the definition of imminent, advocating what they called a broader concept of imminence. They wrote, the condition that an operational leader present an imminent threat of violent attack against the United States does not require the United States to have clear evidence that a specific attack on U.S. persons will take place in the immediate future. The government lawyers argued that waiting for a targeted killing of a suspect until preparations for an attack are concluded, would not allow the United States sufficient time to defend itself. They asserted that such an operation constitutes a lawful killing in self-defense and is not an assassination. Jamil Jaffer of the ACLU called the white paper a chilling document, saying that it argues that the government has the right to carry out the extrajudicial killing of an American citizen. Jaffer added, this power is going to be available to the next administration and the one after that, and it's going to be available in every future conflict, not just the conflict against Al-Qaeda. And according to the administration, the power is available all over the world, not just on geographically cabined battlefields. So it really is a sweeping proposition. In October 2002, as the Bush administration prepared to invade Iraq, Barack Obama gave the first major speech of his national political career. The then state senator came out forcefully against going to war in Iraq, but he began his speech with a clarification. Although this has been billed as an anti-war rally, I stand before you as someone who is not opposed to war in all circumstances. I don't oppose all wars. Obama declared, what I am opposed to is a dumb war. What I am opposed to is a rash war. During his first campaign for president, Obama had blasted the Bush administration for fighting the wrong war in Iraq and repeatedly criticized his opponent, Senator John McCain, for not articulating how he would take the fight to Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda. As his first term in office wound down, the overwhelming majority of U.S. military forces had been withdrawn from Iraq and plans for a similar drawdown in Afghanistan in 2014 were being openly discussed. The administration had succeeded in convincing the American public that Obama was waging a smarter war than his predecessor. As he ran for re-election, Obama was asked about charges from his Republican opponents that his foreign policy was based on appeasement. Ask Osama bin Laden and the 22 out of 30 top Al-Qaeda leaders who have been taken off the field whether I engage in appeasement, Obama replied. Or whoever is left out there, ask them about that. As the war on terror entered a second decade, the fantasy of a clean war took hold. It was a myth fostered by the Obama administration, and it found a ready audience. All polls indicated that Americans were tired of large military deployments in Iraq and Afghanistan and the mounting U.S. troop casualties that came with them. A 2012 poll found that 83% of Americans supported Obama's drone program, with 77% of self-identified liberal Democrats supporting such strikes. The Washington Post, ABC News poll determined that support for drone strikes declined only somewhat in cases where a U.S. citizen was the target. President Obama and his advisors seldom mentioned the drone program publicly. In fact, The first known confirmation of the use of armed drones by the president came several years into Obama's first term. It was not in the form of a legal brief or a press conference, but rather on a Google Plus Hangout as the president took questions from the public. Obama was asked about his use of drones. "I want to make sure that people understand actually drones have not caused a huge number of civilian casualties," Obama said. "For the most part, they have been very precision strikes against Al-Qaeda and their affiliates. And we are very careful in terms of how it's been applied." He rejected what he called the perception that we're just sending in a whole bunch of strikes willy-nilly and asserted that this is a targeted, focused effort at people who are on a list of active terrorists, who are trying to go in and harm Americans, hit American facilities, American bases, and so on. Obama added, "It is important for everybody to understand that this thing is kept on a very tight leash. It's not a bunch of folks in a room somewhere just making decisions. And it is also part and parcel of our overall authority when it comes to battling Al-Qaeda. It is not something that's being used beyond that." Michael Boyle, a former advisor in the Obama campaign's counterterrorism experts group and a professor at LaSalle University, said that one of the reasons the administration was so successful in spinning the number of civilian casualties was the use of signature strikes and other systems for categorizing military-aged males as legitimate targets, even if their specific identities were unknown. The result of the guilt by association approach has been a gradual loosening of the standards by which the U.S. selects targets for drone strikes, Boyle charged. The consequences can be seen in the targeting of mosques or funeral processions that kill non-combatants and tear at the social fabric of the regions where they occur. "No one," he added, "really knows the number of deaths caused by drones in these distant, sometimes ungoverned, lands." Using drones, cruise missiles and special ops raids, the United States has embarked on a mission to kill its way to victory. The war on terror, launched under a Republican administration, was ultimately legitimized and expanded by a popular Democratic president. Although Barack Obama's ascent to the most powerful office on earth was the result of myriad factors, it was largely due to the desire of millions of Americans to shift course from the excesses of the Bush era. Had John McCain won the election, it is difficult to imagine such widespread support, particularly among liberal Democrats, for some of the very counterterrorism policies that Obama implemented. As individuals, we must all ask whether we would support the same policies: the expansion of drone strikes, the empowerment of JSOC, the use of the state secrets privilege, the use of indefinite detention, the denial of habeas corpus rights, the targeting of U.S. citizens without charge or trial if the commander-in-chief was not our candidate of choice. But beyond the partisan lens, the policies implemented by the Obama administration will have far-reaching consequences. Future U.S. presidents, Republican or Democratic, will inherit a streamlined process for assassinating enemies of America, perceived or real. They will inherit an executive branch with sweeping powers, rationalized under the banner of national security. In 2012, a former U.S. constitutional law professor was asked about the U.S. drone and targeted killing program. "It's very important for the president and the entire culture of our national security team to continually ask tough questions about, are we doing the right thing? Are we abiding by the rule of law? Are we abiding by due process?" he responded, warning that it was important for the United States to avoid any kind of slippery slope into a place where we're not being true to who we are. That former law professor was Barack Obama. The creation of the kill list and the expansion of drone strikes represents a betrayal of President Obama's promise to make counterterrorism policies consistent with the U.S. Constitution, charged Boyle. Obama, he added, has routinized and normalized extrajudicial killing from the Oval Office, taking advantage of America's temporary advantage in drone technology to wage a series of shadow wars in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Yemen, and Somalia. Without the scrutiny of the legislature and the courts, and outside the public eye, Obama is authorizing murder on a weekly basis, with a discussion of the guilt or innocence of candidates for the kill list being resolved in secret. Boyle warned. Once Obama leaves office, there is nothing stopping the next president from launching his own drone strikes, perhaps against a different and more controversial array of targets. The infrastructure and processes of vetting the kill list will remain in place for the next president, who may be less mindful of moral and legal implications of this action than Obama supposedly is. In late 2012, the ACLU and the New York Times sought information on the legal rationale for the kill program, specifically the strikes that had killed 3 U.S. citizens, among them 16-year-old Abdul Rahman Al-Awlaki. In January 2013, a federal judge ruled on the request. In her decision, Judge Colleen McMahon appeared frustrated with the White House's lack of transparency, writing that the Freedom of Information Act requests raised serious issues about the limits on the power of the executive branch under the Constitution and laws of the United States, and about whether we are indeed a nation of laws, not of men. She charged that the Obama administration has engaged in public discussion of the legality of targeted killing, even of citizens, but in cryptic and imprecise ways, generally without citing to any statute or court decision that justifies its conclusions. She added, more fulsome disclosure of the legal reasoning on which the administration relies to justify the targeted killing of individuals, including United States citizens, far from any recognizable hot field of battle, would allow for intelligent discussion and assessment of a tactic that remains hotly debated. It might also help the public understand the scope of the ill-defined yet vast and seemingly ever-growing exercise. Ultimately, Judge McMahon blocked the release of the documents. Citing her legal concerns about the state of transparency with regard to the kill program, she wrote, "This court is constrained by law, and under the law, I can only conclude that the government has not violated FOIA by refusing to turn over the documents sought in the FOIA requests, and so cannot be compelled by this court of law to explain in detail the reasons why its actions do not violate the Constitution and laws of the United States." The Alice in Wonderland nature of this pronouncement is not lost on me, but after careful and extensive consideration, I find myself stuck in a paradoxical situation in which I cannot solve a problem because of contradictory constraints and rules, a veritable catch-22. I can find no way around the thicket of laws and precedents that effectively allow the executive branch of our government to proclaim as perfectly lawful certain actions that seem on their face incompatible with our Constitution and laws, while keeping the reasons for their conclusion a secret. It is not just the precedents set during the Obama era that will reverberate into the future, but also the lethal operations themselves. No one can scientifically predict the future consequences of drone strikes, cruise missile attacks and night raids. But, from my experience in several undeclared war zones across the globe, it seems clear that the United States is helping to breed a new generation of enemies in Somalia, Yemen, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and throughout the Muslim world. Those whose loved ones were killed in drone strikes or cruise missile attacks or night raids will have a legitimate score to settle. In an October 2003 memo, written less than a year into the U.S. occupation of Iraq, Donald Rumsfeld framed the issue of whether the United States was winning or losing the global war on terror through one question: are we capturing, killing, or deterring and dissuading more terrorists every day than the madrasas and the radical clerics are recruiting, training and deploying against us? More than a decade after September 11, that question should be updated. At the end of the day, U.S. policymakers and the general public must all confront a more uncomfortable question: are our own actions, carried out in the name of national security, making us less safe or more safe? Are they eliminating more enemies than they are inspiring? Boyle put it mildly when he observed that the U.S. kill program's adverse strategic effects have not been properly weighed against the tactical gains associated with killing terrorists. In November 2012, President Obama remarked that there's no country on earth that would tolerate missiles raining down on its citizens from outside its borders. He made the statement in defense of Israel's attack on Gaza, which was launched in the name of protecting itself from Hamas missile attacks. We are fully supportive of Israel's right to defend itself from missiles landing on people's homes and workplaces and potentially killing civilians, Obama continued. And we will continue to support Israel's right to defend itself. How would people living in areas of Yemen, Somalia, or Pakistan that have been regularly targeted by US drones or missile strikes view that statement? Toward the end of President Obama's first term in office, the Pentagon's General Counsel, J. Johnson, gave a major lecture at the Oxford Union in England. "If I had to summarize my job in one sentence, it is to ensure that everything our military and our Defense Department do is consistent with U.S. and international law," Johnson said. "This includes the prior legal review of every military operation that the Secretary of Defense and the President must approve." As Johnson spoke, the British government was facing serious questions about its involvement in U.S. drone strikes. A legal case brought in the United Kingdom by the British son of a tribal leader killed in Pakistan alleged that British officials had served as secondary parties to murder by providing intelligence to the United States that allegedly led to the 2011 strike. A UN commission was preparing to launch an investigation into the expanding U.S. kill program, and new legal challenges were making their way through the U.S. court system. In his speech, Johnson presented the U.S. defense of its controversial counter-terror policies. Some legal scholars and commentators in our country brand the detention by the military of members of al-Qaeda as indefinite detention without charges. Some refer to targeted lethal force against known, identified individual members of al-Qaeda as extrajudicial killing. Viewed within the context of law enforcement or criminal justice, where no person is sentenced to death or prison without an indictment, an arraignment, and a trial before an impartial judge or jury, these characterizations might be understandable. Viewed within the context of conventional armed conflict as they should be capture, detention and lethal force are traditional practices as old as armies. In the end, the Obama administration's defense of its expanding global wars boiled down to the assertion that it was, in fact, at war, that the authorities granted by the U.S. Congress to the Bush administration after September 11 to pursue those responsible for the attacks justified the Obama administration's ongoing strikes against suspected militants across the globe, some of whom were toddlers when the Twin Towers crumbled to the ground more than a decade later. The end result of the policies initiated under President Bush and continued and expanded under his Democratic successor was to bring the world to the dawn of a new age, the era of the dirty war on terror. As Boyle, the former Obama campaign counterterrorism advisor, asserted in early 2013, the U.S. drone program was encouraging a new arms race for drones that will empower current and future rivals and lay the foundations for an international system that is increasingly violent. Today, decisions on who should live or die in the name of protecting America's national security are made in secret. Laws are interpreted by the president and his advisors behind closed doors, and no target is off limits, including U.S. citizens. But the decisions made in Washington have implications far beyond their impact on the democratic system of checks and balances in the United States. In January 2013, Ben Emerson, the UN Special Rapporteur on Counterterrorism and Human Rights, announced his investigation into drone strikes and targeted killing by the United States. In a statement launching the probe, Emerson characterized the U.S. defense of its use of drones and targeted killings in other countries as Western democracies, engaged in a global against a stateless enemy, without geographical boundaries to the theater of conflict, and without limit of time. This position, he concluded, is heavily disputed by most states, and by the majority of international lawyers outside the United States of America. At his inauguration in January 2013, Obama employed the rhetoric of internationalism. "We will defend our people and uphold our values through strength of arms and rule of law. We will show the courage to try and resolve our differences with other nations peacefully, not because we are naive about the dangers we face, but because engagement can more durably lift suspicion and fear," the president declared. "America will remain the anchor of strong alliances in every corner of the globe, and we will renew those institutions that extend our capacity to manage crisis abroad, for no one has a greater stake in a peaceful world than its most powerful nation." Yet, as Obama embarked on his second term in office, the United States was once again at odds with the rest of the world on one of the central components of its foreign policy. The drone strike in Yemen the day Obama was sworn in served as a potent symbol of a reality that had been clearly established during his first 4 years in office. U.S. unilateralism and exceptionalism were not only bipartisan principles in Washington, but a permanent American institution. As large-scale military deployments wound down, the United States had simultaneously escalated its use of drones, cruise missiles and special ops raids in an unprecedented number of countries. The war on terror had become a self-fulfilling prophecy. The question all Americans must ask themselves lingers painfully: how does a war like this ever end?